After 17 years in prison, the trio known as the West Memphis Three are now free men.
There was a need for swift justice at the time to placate understandably angry and frightened community.
This is not justice. Who do you believe is the real killer? Terry Wayne Hobbs.
Motivation in doing this is twofold. Number one is to find justice, real justice, for Stevie, Michael, and Christopher, the victims in this case. Whoever killed them is still out there walking the streets, and they could do this again. They may have already done it again to some other family in some other town. And then the other side of that is to bring the truth and justice to the convicted, to Damien, Jason, and Jessie.
We are covering one of, I think, the most infamous cases in all of true crime history, West Memphis Three. It's technically unsolved.
Enough.
Running again, crushing my brain with the candlelight. Losing my breath, losing myself, dreams are out of sight. Stop struggling against my demons. Stop taking life as fiction. Let it burn, burn, burn. Burn the pain, burn the lies, burn the fear inside myself. And burn it all again. It's the right time to escape this cage I've been locked in for so long. It's not where I belong. Let it burn, burn, burn into the ground.
"2:55 p.m. School let out at Weaver Elementary, which 8-year-old students Christopher Byers, Stevie Branch, and Michael Moore attended. Michael walked home, running into his sister along the way, and their house was just down the street from the school. Christopher's exact whereabouts are uncertain, but notably, he resided just across the street from his friend Michael. Stevie was met by his mother, Pam, and younger sister, Amanda, who walked him home, a short distance south of where his friends Michael and Christopher lived. 3:15 p.m. Michael visited Stevie's house, asking Pam if Stevie could come out to play. Pam initially said no, but eventually consented, but insisted Stevie return home by 4:30 p.m. for supper. Little did she know, this ordinary moment would become an eternal goodbye, forever etched in her memory as the last time she saw her son alive. 3:30 p.m. In 2007, Pam Hobbs shared a detail in an interview that hadn't been mentioned before. According to her, Christopher Byers visited their home around 3:30 p.m. asking to play with Stevie. However, Stevie was already out playing with Michael. Pam claimed that Christopher then asked to stay and watch TV with Amanda, to which she agreed. He allegedly left around 4 p.m. Notably, this account was not mentioned in Pam's statements from 1993 or 1994. At or about 4:30 p.m., Terry Hobbs, Pam's husband, and Amanda's father, who was also Stevie's stepfather, returned home from his job. Between 4:45 and 4:55 p.m., before Terry took Pam to work, they, along with Amanda, drove by the Moore residence to look for Stevie. Neither Stevie or Michael were there. A little before 5 p.m., Terry dropped Pam off at Catfish Island. The establishment is no longer there, but the area I showed in the map is the general location of where it used to be. "5:20 p.m. John Mark Byers, Christopher's adoptive father, spotted his son riding his skateboard in the street. He was about 4 or 5 houses down from the Byers house on 14th Street, headed towards Broadway. In a moment of anger, John Mark punished Christopher with a belt whipping. As further reprimand, he ordered Christopher to clean up under the carport of their home. 5:30 p.m. John Mark Byers departed to pick up his 13-year-old stepson, Ryan Clark, from court. Around 5:30 p.m. or a little after, Melissa Byers, Chris's mother, sees her son alive for the last time. Between 5:30 and 6 o'clock p.m., Terry, along with his daughter Amanda, drove around looking for Stevie and eventually made their way to David Jacoby's house. David was a friend of the family. Sometime after 5:45 p.m., witness Deborah Oettinger spotted Michael, Stevie, and Christopher passing her yard on Goodwin Avenue. Somewhere around 6 o'clock p.m., Otto Bailey and his son spotted Stevie Branch and Michael Moore headed toward the Mayfair Apartments located on W.E. Catch Street near the crime scene. Also around 6 o'clock p.m., Michael, Christopher, and Stevie were last seen alive together by Michael's mother, Dana Moore. She spotted them heading north on 14th Street with Chris and Stevie on one bike and Michael on another. Based on accounts from Oettinger and Bailey, it's likely Dana saw the boys around 15 to 20 minutes earlier. However, it's also possible that Oettinger and Bailey encountered them later, closer to 6 o'clock p.m., or maybe even a little after. Somewhere within 6 to 6:30 p.m., Cynthia Rico spotted the three kids near the pipe bridge where the interstate crosses the bayou. She also noticed they had two bicycles with them. Around 6:30 p.m., John Mark Byers arrived home with Ryan, expecting to find Chris cleaning underneath the carport. However, Chris was nowhere to be seen. John Mark entered the house where Melissa was on the phone with her boss. Once the call ended, John Mark asked Melissa about Christopher's whereabouts. Melissa replied that she thought he was outside, possibly playing next door. As they realized he wasn't there, they began searching for him. Around 6:30 to 6:45 p.m., Brian Woody reported observing four boys, accompanied by two bicycles, heading towards the dead-end street near the Robin Hood Hills area. He described one boy as having spiky blonde hair and riding a bike. Additionally, he noticed another boy with a bike and a third boy with a skateboard. These descriptions suggest that the three boys were likely Stevie, Michael, and Christopher, but the identity of the fourth boy remains unknown. Brian stated that he witnessed this scene while en route to his mother's house on Goodwin Avenue. He took a route from Barton to Goodwin, turning on to Goodwin near East Junior High School. Between 6:30 or 7 o'clock p.m., after spending about an hour at the Jacobys, Terry left to check if Stevie was at home. Amanda stayed behind. Terry soon returned to the Jacobys, and he and David set out to search for Stevie, leaving Amanda again at the Jacoby residence. The timeline of these events is fuzzy, as neither Terry or David was questioned about them until 2007. According to David, he saw Terry a couple more times at night as it grew dark. They drove around the neighborhood for 10-15 minutes, searching for Stevie. Terry then dropped David off at his house, saying that he would check a few more places for Stevie. David noted that Terry left again alone, while Amanda remained at the house. From around 6:30 to 7:30 p.m., John Mark Byers, accompanied by Melissa and Ryan, searched the neighborhood for Christopher. During their search, they encountered an officer stationed in front of the Dollar General store on Broadway. After being told of the situation, the officer instructed to return home and file a missing persons report. Around 8 o'clock p.m., John Mark called the sheriff's department. He informed the dispatcher of the situation. He was instructed to call the West Memphis Police Department. At some point, he wanted search and rescue to look for Christopher, but was denied. Around 8:10 p.m., Christopher Byers officially declared missing. After 8:10 p.m., John Mark went door to door searching for Christopher. He encountered two children, a boy and a girl, who lived on 14th Street, who claimed to have seen the boys, and they claimed they were headed towards Robin Hood Hills. Around 8:20 p.m., while searching for Stevie, Terry encountered Dana and Dawn Moore, who were looking for Michael. Shortly after, they met John Mark Byers. This was the first time Terry and John Mark learned that all three children had been together. Dawn and Dana, however, were already aware of this, having seen the boys together earlier. Terry continued his search for Stevie, asking Dana to inform the police that his stepson was also missing. After 8:30 p.m., Terry returned to David's house, and they set out again to search for Stevie. As darkness fell, Terry dropped David off once more. David changed clothes and gathered flashlights to continue the search. At 8:40 p.m., the West Memphis police received a call from Marty King, manager of the fast food restaurant Bojangles. A black male found in the ladies' bathroom was bleeding from his arm and covered in mud or possibly feces. According to Marty, the man was approximately 5'11", thin, dirty, and in his late 20s. He wore sunglasses, which were left in the toilet, and had a blue cast-type brace on his arm with white Velcro. The man appeared disoriented or mentally unstable. He left the restaurant on foot, walking east toward the back dumpster. 8:50 p.m. Officer Regina Meek arrived on scene at Bojangles. She took information down at the drive-thru. After that, she left to search for the man until 9 p.m. Around 9 o'clock p.m., Terry Hobbs and Amanda arrived at Catfish Island to pick up Pam. Pam noticed Stevie was missing and asked where he was. Terry delivered the disturbing news that Stevie hadn't been found yet. Pam, thinking the worst, feared that her son was dead. Terry, taken aback, urged her not to think that, but Pam felt a sense of dread that Stevie had met a terrible fate. The police were subsequently called from the restaurant. 9:24 p.m. Michael Moore declared missing. 9:25 p.m. Stevie Branch declared missing. After the three children were officially reported missing, a series of searches were conducted by various individuals and groups at different times, focusing on the Robin Hood Hills area from that point onward until the early morning hours. Notable names in the searches included John Mark Byers, Melissa Byers, Ryan Clark along with some of his friends, Terry Hobbs, Pam Hobbs, Jackie Sr., Pam's father, David Jacoby, as well as officers Regina Meek and John Moore. Dana Moore was out there at some point, but stayed home in case Michael or any of the boys returned. Unbeknownst to the searchers, the children lay hidden in a shockingly sinister manner, much closer than anyone could have ever imagined. A little after 5 o'clock a.m., Todd Moore, Michael's father, returned home from his trucking route and joined his wife, Dana, in the search for their son. They were met with other frantic parents, including Terry Hobbs, Stevie's stepfather, Stevie Branch Sr., Stevie's biological father, and John Mark Byers, Christopher's adoptive father. Together, they desperately combed the area, searching for any sign of the missing children. Around 8 o'clock a.m., the West Memphis Police Department conducted a briefing and assigned detectives to lead a search effort for the missing boys. The Crittenden County Search and Rescue Unit assisted in the operation. Search parties thoroughly canvassed West Memphis, focusing primarily on Robin Hood Hills, where the boys were last seen.
Last time we saw them, the three boys were riding bikes together, and they headed down towards a wooded area at the end of the street, which was about 6:30 yesterday evening, and they're always in the house before dark. None of the three have ever been missing or taken off ever before.
What's going through your mind?
I'm scared for the safety and welfare of all three boys and would appreciate any help that anyone would give us in recovering our three sons.
By noon, authorities suspended most of the search, sending neighbors home to rest and allowing the volunteer rescue squad members to report to their regular jobs. After other searchers had left the woods behind the Blue Beacon, Assistant Probation Officer Steve Jones stayed behind. While searching, Jones spotted clothing in the water. The location made it easy to overlook, as one had to stand at the edge of the bank and look directly down to notice it. Jones initially suspected that the boys might have drowned while swimming. He promptly radioed West Memphis Police Department's Sergeant Mike Allen for assistance. As Sergeant Allen walked along the bank, he observed a smooth, slicked-off area cleared of leaves and debris. Nearby, a black shoe floating in the water. When Sergeant Allen attempted to retrieve the shoe, he slipped, fell, and became entangled in something underwater. As he struggled to free himself, Michael Moore's lifeless body suddenly broke loose from its submerged state and rose to the surface of the drainage ditch, revealing a ghastly sight that would haunt Sergeant Allen forever. Michael's body was discovered in a horrific state, hogtied with shoelaces, his left wrist bound to his left ankle, and his right wrist to his right ankle. The bodies of Stevie Branch and Christopher Byers were discovered 25 feet away from Michael. They had also been bound and hidden in the murky water of the ditch bank. Some of their clothing was also discovered hidden in the water, wedged in place by sticks. I'm not going to go into great detail of the injuries, but I will give a brief general summary. If you are interested in studying the injuries further, you can read them at the Callahan website. Christopher Byers' body had suffered severe injuries, including cuts to his head, bruises throughout his body, and emasculation, which would have resulted in fatal blood loss. There were also indications of potential sexual assault and defensive wounds. Stevie Branch suffered severe and widespread injuries, including lacerations and bruising on the left side of his face, from his chin to his cheek. He had irregular gouging wounds, suggesting he was moving while being stabbed. Furthermore, injuries to his neck indicated that his face had been forcibly kicked into the mud. There was also potential evidence of sexual assault. Michael Moore suffered head wounds that were notably more severe than those of the other two boys, with deep gouges present. His overall injuries were relatively less severe compared to Stevie and Christopher. Autopsy findings would eventually confirm that the boys died as a result of a brutal and violent attack. Christopher Byers' cause of death was attributed to multiple injuries. Michael Moore and Stevie Branch's causes of death were listed as multiple injuries with drowning. The medical examiner ultimately ruled the manner of death for all three boys as homicide. Behind the police tape, the victims' families and onlookers waited anxiously on the dead-end street. When Terry and Pam were informed that the boys had been found, they felt a wave of relief, believing their son had been discovered alive along with Michael and Christopher. But their hope was short-lived. As they arrived at the dead-end area leading to the Pipe Bridge and Robin Hood Hills, they were met with a devastating reality that would forever alter the course of their lives.
Boys were found submerged in water, and it is not an accident. They did not slip off in it. We do have homicide victims.
Around 9:00 p.m., Detective Ridge and Sergeant Allen visited the Bojangles restaurant. They talked to Marty King and took blood scrapings from the bathroom. The bloody man had left sunglasses in the toilet, but Ridge and Allen didn't bother taking them. Lieutenant James Sudbury and juvenile officer Steve Jones visited the Broadway trailer park located at South Grove to investigate Damien Echols, a person of interest. Damien, known for wearing all black and having a troubled mental health history, also had a fascination with the occult. Officer Jones was familiar with Damien through his colleague, Jerry Driver, who had previously served as Damien's probation officer. Given the apparent occult overtones of the crimes, Lieutenant Sudbury and Officer Jones sought to question Damien. Upon arriving at the residence of Pamela and Eddie Hutchinson, Damien's parents, the officers requested and received permission to speak with him. The interview took place in Damien's bedroom, where Officer Jones took a Polaroid photograph of him. Now, let's discuss something before we move forward. Throughout the investigation, law enforcement pursued numerous leads, contradicting the common perception that they had tunnel vision for Damien Echols or the occult crime motive. In reality, the police explored various avenues, including investigating transients and visiting homeless shelters in West Memphis, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee, searching for a trucker who may have passed through the area, including reviewing fuel records from the truck stops, identifying known sex offenders, looking into veterans based on FBI suggestions and going door to door in search of someone with military experience, collaborating with Memphis Police Department and receiving assistance from police departments nationwide, working with the FBI using their resources and expertise to profile the killer or killers. The police also distributed an FBI questionnaire throughout the community to gather information and help identify potential suspects. This comprehensive approach demonstrates that law enforcement did not fixate solely on the occult aspect of the crime, avoiding the hysteria of the Satanic panic. Now that we got that out of the way, let's continue onward. Around 4:00 p.m., Damien made a striking admission to his friend Ken Watkins as they were walking around. He claimed to have knowledge of who killed the three boys on May 5th and stated that he was present at the scene with a couple of individuals. Also that day, 12-year-old Brandy Wilson was sitting in the concessions area of Skate World, a local hangout frequented by Damien. Damien was accompanied by his pregnant girlfriend, Dominique Tier, his best friend, Jason Baldwin, and Jason's girlfriend, Heather Cleet. According to Brandy, Damien made a disturbing claim boasting about committing the murders. Wilson's statement is damning, as Damien and Jason Baldwin's friend, Jason Crosby, also reported to police that he had been at Skate World on May 7th, 1993, and that Damien was with his girlfriend Dominique and Jason was with his girlfriend Heather Cleet. Also, according to Crosby, he observed that Jason appeared unusual or disturbed that night. Christopher Morgan, 19, and his friend Bobby D'Angelo, 21, visited the Hobbs family to offer condolences. Morgan, a former ice cream truck driver in West Memphis, was familiar with the Hobbs, and his parents lived just 2 houses away. Bobby's parents also knew the Hobbs. During the visit, Bobby shared disturbing details with Christopher's father, Milton Morgan, revealing that the victims had been mutilated, castrated, and stabbed with a small knife. This would be something law enforcement would look into. Around 5 o'clock p.m., investigator Shane Griffin and Detective Bill Durham interviewed Damien Echols, Dominique Tier, and Jason Baldwin in the front yard of Jason's residence at the Lakeshore Trailer Park. The trio alleged that on Wednesday, May 5, 1993, they visited Jason's uncle's house where Jason mowed the lawn, located off Dover behind the Blockbuster Video. Damien claimed to have called his father to pick them up from the laundromat at North Missouri and North Worthington. According to their initial statement, Damien's father picked them up at 6 o'clock p.m., dropped off Jason and Dominique, and then took Damien home. However, their accounts would later undergo significant changes, rendering them unreliable. Shane Griffin administered a prepared questionnaire to Damien, completing it on his behalf. He began questioning Jason, but it was interrupted by Jason's mother, who arrived on the scene. She was agitated, accusing the officers of harassing her son and refusing to let them continue the interview. Despite Detective Durham's attempts to reason with her, they were compelled to leave. Damien Echols visited the West Memphis Police Department for an interview with Detective Brian Ridge. Ridge posed several questions, including Damien's thoughts on the cause of the three victims' deaths. Damien speculated that the boys likely died from mutilation, suggesting the killer cut up the bodies. He mentioned hearing that they were found in the water, possibly drowned, and noted that at least one body was mutilated more severely than the others. Damien believed the purpose of the killing might have been to intimidate someone. He also thought it was likely a single perpetrator, motivated by fear of being exposed by an accomplice. Damien further stated that the killer probably knew the victims, invited them into the woods, and exploited their vulnerability. He believed the killer would have enjoyed hearing the victims' screams, unbothered by the proximity to the highway, which would have drowned out the noise. According to Damien, the killer would have felt empowered by the act and derived satisfaction from exerting control. He believed the killer viewed the younger victims as more innocent, thereby increasing their own sense of power. Damien characterized the murders as a thrill kill. He also suggested that a penis symbolizes power. When Ridge inquired about the killer's current feelings about the murders, Damien replied that they would likely find it amusing and be unconcerned about being caught. Damien also claimed that Steve Jones had informed him a day or two prior that the victims' testicles had been removed and the killer had urinated in their mouths, which is why the bodies were placed in the water, to wash away the urine. Following the interview, Damien was polygraphed by Detective Bill Durham, and Damien failed the polygraph. These are the questions where deception was detected. Question number 3. At any time Wednesday or Wednesday night were you in Robin Hood Hills? Damien answered, no. Question number 5. Were you present when those boys were killed? Damien answered, no. Question number 7. Did you kill any of those 3 boys? Damien answered, no. Question number 9. Do you know who killed those 3 boys? Damien answered, no. Question number 10. Do you suspect anyone of having killed those 3 boys? Damien answered, no. During the post-test interview with Detective Bill Durham, Damien initially denied any involvement in the crime. Approximately 45 minutes into the interview, Durham asked Damien what he was afraid of, and Damien replied, the electric chair. He then mentioned his fondness for a hospital in Little Rock where he had received treatment for manic depression. After a brief period, Damien's denials ceased, and he told Durham that he would tell him everything if he could speak with his mother. Detective Ridge arranged for Damien's mother to meet with him in Durham's office. However, after speaking with his mother, Damien once again denied involvement in the murders. About 20 minutes later, Durham posed another question. "You're never going to tell anyone about this but your doctor, are you?" Damien's response was a simple no. Also on this day, Christopher Morgan, along with friend Brian Holland, left the area to go to California. Also, 8-year-old Aaron Hutchison provided a statement to the West Memphis Police Department describing an encounter involving his friend Michael Moore on the evening the three boys disappeared. According to Aaron, a black man with yellow teeth driving a maroon car approached Michael. The man allegedly claimed that Michael's mother had sent him to pick Michael up. Aaron stated that Michael got in the car and the black man drove away. As the investigation progressed, Aaron and his mother Vicky provided additional statements to the police. However, these subsequent statements have been called into question. Further examination of these statements will be discussed later. A witness named Narlene Hollingsworth reported to the West Memphis Police Department that on May 5th, around 9:40 p.m., she and her family witnessed Damien Echols walking near the crime scene. Narlene stated that Damien was covered in mud and was accompanied by his girlfriend Dominique Tier, who was also muddy. Interestingly, Narlene is a relative of Dominique's. The alleged sighting occurred as Damien and Dominique walked towards Lakeshore on the service road. At 11:23 a.m., an unknown caller contacted the West Memphis Police Department claiming responsibility for the murders of the three boys. The caller brazenly asked what the police intended to do about it. The identity of the caller remains unknown, leaving open the question of whether it was Damien Echols taunting police or simply a thoughtless prankster. Here is the audio of the call, along with Damien's voice, and you decide.
Police Department. I don't want kids. You have 3 kids. What's going to do?
And they stand before judgment. What are they going to say when they find out they killed an innocent man? Because oops ain't going to be enough.
Deanna Holcomb, Damien's ex-girlfriend, was interviewed by West Memphis Police. The two had previously tried to run away together because Deanna's parents didn't want her daughter with him. But the two were caught half naked in a vacant trailer. During the interview, Deanna shared several details about Damien's alleged involvement with the occult. She claimed that Damien identified as a black witch. Deanna described Damien as crazy and mixed up with drugs and the occult. She also stated that Damien had a skull and books on the occult in his room. Deanna admitted to being a former black witch herself, describing it as a game that people got into for power. However, she expressed regret for her involvement. When asked about the murders, Deanna speculated that if a cult was involved, it would have taken place between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., with midnight being the main time. She believed Damien was too much of a coward to have committed the murders himself, but might have ordered someone else to do it. Deanna suggested that Jason Baldwin, his best friend and follower, might have been the one to carry out the crime. Deanna also shared a disturbing rumor. She heard that Damien had planned to kill their first child if it was a girl. Deanna considered Damien to be nuts, and despite her parents already keeping her away from him, she wanted nothing more to do with him after discovering his plan. Finally, when asked about her opinion of Damien's current girlfriend, Dominique, Deanna believed she would lie for Damien. Jessie Misskelley, along with friends David Sims, 22, and Dennis Carter, 15, contacted police from a bowling alley. They reported seeing three boys around 8 or 9 years old fleeing from a man near train tracks. Upon the police's arrival, Jesse and his friends identified Tracy Laxton as the suspect. They claimed Laxton attempted to lure the boys into the woods, offering them drinks at his camp. Although Laxton was investigated and cleared, it's notable that Jesse was among those who implicated him. David Sims made a remarkable statement regarding the events of May 5th. According to Sims, Jessie Misskelley never mentioned knowing about the murders except during their visit to the police department. There, Jesse expressed his suspicion that Damien and Jason were responsible for the murders. Bobby D'Angelo emerged as a suspect in the investigation. A West Memphis Police Department report dated May 15th revealed that after visiting the Hobbs residence, Bobby shared disturbing details with Milton Morgan, Christopher's father. Bobby claimed the boys had been mutilated, castrated, and stabbed with a small knife. However, when police questioned Terry Hobbs about whether he had discussed the conditions of the boys with Bobby, Terry denied doing so. The Morgan family described Bobby as having limited cognitive abilities and struggling academically. The West Memphis police thoroughly investigated Bobby, subjecting him to questioning, a polygraph test, and collecting hair, saliva, and blood samples. The polygraph results indicated no deception. Nevertheless, detectives felt compelled to investigate Christopher Morgan and Brian Holland, who had left for California shortly after the murders. Between May 15th and 17th, Christopher Morgan, 19, and Brian Holland, 20, were interrogated by police in Oceanside, California. Both men consistently denied involvement in the May 5th murders or having knowledge of the killings, but failed polygraph tests. Following Christopher's polygraph, he became agitated after 17 hours of questioning. He exclaimed to the detectives, "What do you want me to do? Lie to you? I'm going to lie. I killed them, and all that other bullshit. Are you happy?" The detective asked, "Is that the truth?" Morgan responded, "No." Later, Morgan expressed uncertainty, saying, "Maybe I freaked out, blacked out, and killed the three little boys." But he requested a hypnotist to investigate this blackout possibility, but maintained he never intentionally harmed anyone. Ultimately, Morgan and Holland were released without charges. Detective Brian Ridge interviewed John Mark Byers at the West Memphis Police Department. During the questioning, Byers was confronted with information suggesting his involvement in the disappearance and murder of the three boys. Byers responded with surprise and anger, denying any knowledge of where the investigators got that information. When Ridge asked who might have made that suggestion, Byers claimed he had no idea, stating that if he did, it would make him angry enough to want to hit them. The inquiry about John Mark Byers' potential involvement in the murders was likely prompted by his history of violent behavior. Before marrying Melissa, Byers was married to Sandra, with whom he had 2 children. His past includes multiple criminal charges related to the mistreatment of his former wife and children. In 1988, Sandra alleged that Byers threatened her life and assaulted her with an electric stunning device. Sandra shared her concerns about Byers' potential involvement in the murders with Inspector Gary Gitchell. On May 26, William Jones provided a statement to police alleging that on May 22nd, Damien Echols, while intoxicated, confessed to the crimes. However, further down the road, after being interviewed by Ron Lax, a private investigator working for Damien's defense team, Jones retracted his statement. The prosecution later suggested that Ron Lax and members of the defense team may have influenced witnesses, including possibly implying affiliation with law enforcement and warning them of potential perjury charges and imprisonment if they testified. There were also allegations that Lax coerced witnesses during extended car rides, although it is unclear if this occurred with William Jones. It's possible Jones' story was simply made up. Nonetheless, evidence of intimidation by Lax will be discussed later in relation to events following the trial. Inspector Gary Gitchell stated that he received a phone call informing him of urine found in the stomachs of 2 victims, despite the autopsy reports making no mention of this discovery. Gitchell subsequently contacted forensic serologist Kermit Channel with vital questions regarding the investigation. According to Gitchell, Dr. Frank Peretti had mentioned finding urine in the stomachs of 2 boys and requested water samples. Gitchell sought clarification on several points, such as what had been determined about the urine and could it be used to eliminate suspects or develop leads. Damien Echols' statement on May 10th revealed a crucial detail. He claimed Steve Jones told him a few days prior that the killers urinated in the boys' mouths and then submerged them in water to wash away the evidence. James Sudbury, present with Jones on May 7th and May 10th, failed to correct Damien. Notably, the autopsy reports from the same day made no mention of urine in the mouths of the victims, indicating Jones could not have obtained this information from the reports. Urine was not mentioned again in any autopsy report until Damien Echols requested retesting of DNA evidence in 2002, including the urine allegedly found in the stomachs of 2 boys. Initially, the autopsies noted unusual fluids in the victims' stomachs, 2 ounces of brown fluid in Michael Moore's stomach, red tan fluid and chewing gum in Christopher Byers' stomach, and 2 ounces of partially digested fluid with green vegetable substance in Stevie Branch's stomach. Dr. Frank Peretti testified on October 2, 2007, during the Baldwin Misskelley Rule 37 hearing, stating he did not recall ever mentioning urine in the stomachs of any of the 3 victims. Unfortunately, the jars containing the stomach fluids are no longer available. The origin of Inspector Gitchell's information about the urine remains unclear. It's unlikely that Gitchell would falsely report this detail to a serologist. A more plausible explanation is that Gitchell may have misinterpreted or misremembered the information conveyed to him. Alternatively, Dr. Peretti might have initially suggested the possibility of urine, only to forget this detail over a decade later. Ultimately, the presence of urine in the stomachs of 2 victims, if it existed at all, is now unknowable. Damien Echols attended a girls' softball game at the J.W. Rich Girls Club, where his friends, including Heather Cleet and Jason Baldwin, were also present. That evening, Donna Medford and her 3 daughters, Jessica, Jackie, and Jody, along with Jackie's friend, Christy Van Vickel, attended the same game. As Jody, Jackie, and Christy walked to the concession stand, they overheard Damien make a disturbing statement. Jody reported that Damien said, "I killed the 3 boys, and before I turn myself in, I'm going to kill 2 more. And I already have one of them picked out." Jackie and Christy only heard Damien claim responsibility for the boys' murders, which terrified them, prompting them to immediately inform Donna Medford. Donna's niece, Katie Hendricks, confronted Damien, leading to an altercation. Damien allegedly threatened to harm Katie, saying that he would rip her breasts off with his teeth. When Katie yelled at him, asking if he really killed the 3 boys, Damien responded, "Yes." Heather Cleet corroborated this account in a 2009 affidavit, stating that she witnessed the commotion caused by Damien's confession. Cleet claimed that the people began shouting questions at Damien, asking if he had killed the 3 boys, which prompted Damien to brag about the murders. Additional eyewitness accounts supported this incident. Katie LaFoy reported hearing Damien threaten someone he was speaking to, saying that if they told anyone about his confession, he would get them too. Other unverified reports of gossip and confessions were also made, but their sources remain unclear. Investigators also spoke with Michelle Carter. She described sitting near Damien and trying not to look at him. Carter also alleged that Damien said that he had bitten one of the victims on the penis and that his next target would be his ex-girlfriend, Deanna Holcomb. Vicki Hutchison was interviewed by Detective Ridge and Sudbury. She recounted how, following the murders, she sent her son Aaron to stay with her sister for 8 days. Hutchison took it upon herself to play detective, most likely for the reward money. During this time, Hutchison discussed the case with Jessie Misskelley Jr., who lived nearby. Jessie mentioned his friend Damien, who allegedly drank blood, and Hutchison expressed interest in meeting Damien, and Jessie warned her that Damien was weird. Nevertheless, Hutchison persisted and Jessie arranged a meeting. Damien allegedly accompanied Jessie to Hutchison's trailer. She claimed that Damien and Jessie took her to an SBAT, a Wiccan coven meeting in Terrell, where people disrobed and engaged in sexual behavior. She stated that she felt uncomfortable and asked Damien to take her home, leaving Jessie behind. Hutchison's 8-year-old son, Aaron, also became entangled in the case. According to her, Aaron described visiting a clubhouse with his friends Michael and Chris, who were victims of the murder on May 5th, 1993, where they observed 5 men at Robin Hood Hills. Aaron allegedly reported that these men painted themselves, wore dragon shirts, spoke in Spanish, sang about evil, and engaged in homosexual activities. However, Aaron's accounts were often contradictory and false. Over a decade later, Hutchison would recant her statements. However, Jessie Misskelley's name consistently emerged in connection with Damien, prompting investigators to seek him out for questioning, hoping he might provide valuable information about Damien. A girl named Kim Floresca stated in a story for the newspaper The Commercial Appeal that appeared on June 7, 1993, that the day before the police questioned Jessie, that he confessed to her and a few other kids during a car ride. Jessie told them he hit the little boy and the little boy ran off, and he was taking him back to where Damien and the other boys were. Floresca said she didn't believe Misskelley at the time.
Nobody knows what happened but me.
Here is the timeline for this day that led to the arrest of Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley. 8 o'clock a.m. There was a squad meeting to discuss bringing in Jessie Misskelley Jr. for questioning about his alleged involvement in a cult with Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin. 9:13 a.m. Detective Sergeant Mike Allen checked into service and attempted to contact Jessie Jr. at his residence. 9:45 a.m. Allen met with Jessie Sr. at Jim's Diesel Repair and accompanied him to pick up Jessie Jr. 10 o'clock a.m. Jessie Jr. arrived at the West Memphis Police Department, and Detective Allen began questioning him about the homicide and his whereabouts on the day of the murders. 11 o'clock a.m. Detective Allen read Jessie Jr. his Miranda rights with Detective Ridge as a witness. 11:15 a.m. Sergeant Allen obtained consent from Jessie Sr. for Jessie Jr. to take a polygraph examination. 11:30 a.m. Jesse Jr. is read his Miranda rights again by Detective Bill Durham before the polygraph examination. From 11:55 a.m. to 12:11 p.m., the polygraph examination was conducted and 3 charts were completed. 12:30 p.m., Bill Durham advised detectives that Jessie Misskelley Jr. was deceptive in his responses to relevant questions. Here are the questions where deception was indicated. Question number 3. Have you ever been in Robin Hood Hills? Jessie answered, no. Question number 5. Have you ever took part in devil worship? Jessie answered, no. Question number 7. Have you ever attended a devil ceremony in the Terrell Twist area? Jessie answered, no. Question number 9. Are you involved in the murder of those 3 boys? Jessie answered, no. Question number 10. Do you know who killed those 3 boys? Jessie answered, no. 12:40 p.m. Detective Ridge and Inspector Gitchell decided to continue the interview. 2:20 p.m. Jessie Misskelley Jr. stated to Inspector Gitchell that he was present when the 3 boys were killed. 2:44 p.m. The taped confession begins, with Jessie Misskelley Jr. being questioned by Detective Ridge and Inspector Gitchell. 3:18 p.m. The taped confession is completed. 3:22 p.m. Jessie Jr. is offered food, which he declined, but is given 2 cigarettes. 3:45 p.m. Inspector Gitchell conducted a second interview with Jessie Jr. to clarify discrepancies. 5:05 p.m. Jessie Jr. is offered food again. 6:15 p.m. Jessie Jr. is fed. 6:30 p.m. Jessie Jr. is allowed to use the restroom. 9:06 p.m. A probable cause hearing is held with Judge P. Rainey presiding. 9:14 p.m. Testimony is given regarding the probable cause for the search warrants and arrest warrants. 9:14 p.m. The warrants are issued. 10:30 p.m. West Memphis Police Department officers arrived at Damien Echols' residence to arrest him and Jason Baldwin, who was also present. Upon seeing the police approach, Damien and Jason panicked, turning off the lights and hiding under a bed. However, this would not save them. Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley Jr. are arrested and charged with 3 counts of capital murder. Detective Gary Gitchell felt that Jessie was far more involved in the crime than he was letting on, so he stepped out of the room and grabbed a picture of one of the victims laying on an autopsy table and an audio recording. He then showed the autopsy photo to Jessie to elicit a reaction from him. Next, Gitchell played for Jessie a tape recording of Aaron Hutchinson, an 8-year-old boy who Jessie babysat for, who was friends with the 3 murder victims and was also the son of Vicky, the woman who claimed Jessie took her to a cult meeting. Jessie broke down crying after hearing the audio tape of the child he babysat for. Jessie then confessed, saying that he knew what really happened because he was there when the murders occurred, but insisted that he was only a witness and did not take part in the actual murders. In Jessie's first recorded confession, he stated that he received a phone call from Jason asking him to meet up in the woods. The times of when this occurred changed frequently, from morning to noon. When they arrived, soon after, Michael, Christopher, and Stevie showed up. Jessie witnessed Damien hit Christopher Byers, and then Jason hit Stevie Branch. Then Michael Moore took off running, so Jessie chased him and grabbed him and held on to him until Damien and Jason got there, and then he left. But despite claiming he left, Jessie continued on and said that the boys were then tied up, and Jessie claimed to have seen Jason cut one of the boys in the face. Jessie said he left the scene and went home, but later received a phone call from Jason, who asked why Jessie had left early. Jessie claimed to have heard Damien's voice in the background saying, "We done it." The interviewers asked Jessie about the location of the incident, and he described it as being in the Robin Hood Hills area, near the Blue Beacon truck wash. He also mentioned that the boys' bikes were laid down nearby. The detectives asked Jessie about his involvement with a cult and his relationship with Damien and Jason. Jessie described the cult activities, including killing and eating animals, and stated that he had not spoken to Damien or Jason since the murders. In a clarification taped confession, Jessie stated that he, Damien, and Jason met in the woods at around 6 o'clock p.m. The boys arrived later, around 7 o'clock p.m. Jessie claimed that Damien and Jason tied the boys' hands behind their backs with a brown rope. Jessie described the sexual assault of the boys, stating that Damien and Jason forced the boys to perform oral sex on them. He also stated that Damien and Jason took turns raping the boys. Jessie provided details about the clothing he wore that day, including blue jeans, a white t-shirt with a basketball design, and white and blue Adidas shoes. He also described Damien's belt as a black leather belt with beads, approximately 3 to 4 inches wide. Jessie maintained that he did not participate in the murders and left the scene before the murders were completed. There were clear inconsistencies in Jessie's statements, such as the time the murders occurred and what the 3 boys were tied up with. Contrary to Jessie's claim of a brown rope, the 3 boys were actually tied up with their own shoelaces. The police sometimes led Jessie in their questioning, but he did not always go along with what they said. When they asked whose car they took to get to the woods, Jessie stated that they didn't drive, but they walked there. Additionally, Jessie was not led into admitting he chased down Michael Moore while he tried to escape. Moore's body was later discovered 25 feet away from the other 2 victims, Stevie Branch and Christopher Byers. In addition, he denied putting any of the boys in the water, but then claimed that when he left the crime scene, his clothes were wet and muddy. It is clear and concise that Jessie is doing his best to minimize his involvement, but cannot help but slip up and expose himself. Jessie, during the confession, described a vicious beating that they gave to all 3 of the victims on the ditch bank. Though Jessie kept trying to downplay his involvement, saying he just stood by and watched while his friends did everything, while again slipping up, such as saying that he beat up the victims, using the word I, then catching himself and saying they, as in they did it, not me, they did it. Jessie correctly identified which boy had been cut on the face, which was Stevie Branch, which boy had been cut on his groin, which was Christopher Byers, and which boy had not been cut at all, which was Michael Moore. Notably, these details about the victims' particular injuries had not been made public at that time. In fact, a May 7th front page story in the Commercial Appeal quoted the Arkansas State Police as saying that a sharp instrument was used to sexually mutilate all 3 boys. However, this statement was inaccurate, and the West Memphis Police Department intentionally allowed it to remain uncorrected. This tactic was used to help identify and eliminate false confessions, as anyone providing information that contradicted the publicly released but false details could potentially be considered a more credible source. Even when providing incorrect times for when the murders took place, Jessie occasionally slipped up and mentioned that the events occurred at night.
Yeah, he could have been with them, but he did not have anything to do with it, I don't believe.
I don't see all of the 16. I guess you heard what Damien done. What do you do? Someone told me I think on the helmet and Rick was so many kids.
Oh, I heard that too. He turned around and built kids and stuff.
We don't want to do any of that kind of stuff. It's not very nice.
I wouldn't say I drank blood. A lick.
My name's Todd Moore. My son was Michael Moore. He was murdered along with Christopher Byers and Stevie Branch May 5th, 1993. I cannot describe the pain that my family has went through. You know, they didn't just kill my son, they killed part of me. They killed a part of my wife, her daughter. I'm so frustrated because it seems like they have so much rights. We have no rights, like it had in the paper the other day. Now, taxpayers of Crittenden County are going to have to buy them a suit because they don't want them to go into court looking like what they are, criminals. They're in jail. They should wear jail clothes. Why do they need to have a nice suit bought by the county so they look presentable? They don't want them in shackles and chains. You know, these are not boys that murdered our kids. You know, they stopped being boys, you know, when they planned this. And I sit there and watch their parents and stuff coming out of court crying, talking about their son's rights. What about our son's rights? Where in the hell was his rights out on that ditch bank? He had no rights. He had the rights to be brutally murdered, be beat to death, an 8-year-old little boy. Where was his rights?
I was down to the courtroom and Damien walked past me. I wanted to just go over there and take my hand and just claw down his face. Inflict any kind of pain that I could inflict on him.
I know eventually we're going to have to forgive him. I know that and I understand that. But when it happens in your home and you watch your wife lose her mind, you know, whatever happened to her, your home is tore apart, busted up. I don't feel it's fair right now for someone to ask me to forgive the ones that caused it.
It takes some time, a long time, before I could forgive them.
You say that it's going to take time. We don't know how much time we got. Pam, we wouldn't be able to see Stevie again. We have to forgive in our heart because the Lord forgave us. He forgave us. He shedded his blood for us. He shedded his blood for them. And he just asked us to have a forgiving spirit. Now, I refuse to serve sin and Satan because I'm going to see Stevie again. I'm going to be with Stevie again. I'm going to be with my mother again. I'm going to be with her mother, your grandmother, both of them. I'm going to be with all of my loved ones that have passed on and went to heaven.
June 4th. At 9 a.m., Inspector Gary Gitchell held a press conference to announce the arrests. When asked how confident he felt about the case on a 1 to 10 scale, Gitchell said 11. Damien, Jessie, and Jason are arraigned in West Memphis Municipal Court by Judge William P. Rainey. Rainey appointed temporary attorneys for the 3 murder defendants and scheduled a hearing for Monday, June 7th. A hearing took place in Crittenden County Circuit Court in Marion, Arkansas. Judge David Goodson appointed 2 attorneys each to represent the 3 defendants. Representing Damien Echols, Craighead County Chief Public Defender Val P. Price, and Jonesboro Attorney Scott Davidson. Representing Jessie Misskelley, Paragould Attorney Daniel T. Stidham and Gregory L. Crow. Representing Jason Baldwin, Jonesboro Attorney Paul N. Ford, and George Robin Wadley, Jr. June 8th. Damien wrote a suicide note on the inside of a cigarette box to his family. June 9th. A report was documented regarding Damien's attempted suicide. The attempt likely occurred in effort to be transferred to a psychiatric hospital in Little Rock, a facility he had previously expressed a fondness for. June 10th. Buddy Lucas, a friend of Jessie Misskelley, confirmed that Jessie had given him a pair of Adidas tennis shoes as stated in Jessie's confession, but that they were given to him in February. June 11th. Jessie confessed the crimes to his attorneys Dan Stidham and Greg Crow. The West Memphis police looked at 2 suspects as possibly being the elusive Mr. Bojangles. On June 24th, Detective Mike Allen interviewed Larry Caesar, who had previously worn an arm brace on his right arm due to a gunshot wound injury to his shoulder. Caesar matched the general description provided by the Bojangles manager of a black male who entered the store on May 5th, 1993, except that Caesar had a full beard and was known to always wear one. Caesar was asked if he had worn an arm brace during May, and he stated that he had not worn one since around Thanksgiving. This was verified by Otis Caesar and Robert Caesar, Larry's brothers, regarding the arm brace. The radio log from May 5th, 1993 showed that Officer Paul Schrader checked Larry Caesar at 2:41 p.m. in the southeast part of West Memphis. Caesar recalled being stopped by a white police officer last month in front of the police substation in the projects. Larry Caesar denied ever being Bojangles on Missouri Street. June 28th. Detective Mike Allen interviewed Michael Scott, a black male residing on South 20th Street. At the time, Scott had permanent casts on both his right and left arms. He stated that he had never worn a temporary blue brace with white Velcro stripes. Prior to May 5th, 1993, Scott had a plaster cast on his right arm due to an injury. He injured his left arm on May 16th, 1993, and a police report was filed. Scott denied ever visiting Bojangles. However, manager of Bojangles described the black male suspect as being somewhat mentally ill and wearing a blue brace made of a non-plaster material with white Velcro stripes. The black male described as Bojangles to this very day remains unidentified. July 26. Attorneys for Jessie Misskelley file a motion for a change of venue, claiming their client cannot get a fair trial because of the publicity the case has generated. With a change of venue, a jury would be selected from a county other than Crittenden County. August 3rd. Detective Brian Ridge questioned Wendy Holm to check Morgan and Holland's alibi for May 5th. She stated that Brian Holland and Chris Morgan were with her pretty much the entire day. The reason she could remember this at all is because an officer called her from California and mentioned this date and told her to try to remember what occurred that day. She said that they went down to the beach of the Mississippi River. They stayed until about 6 o'clock p.m. and then they went to either her place or theirs. Around 10 o'clock p.m., they went to Red Square, a dance club, and stayed until probably 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock a.m. August 4th. Pretrial hearing in Marion. All 3 defendants pled not guilty to capital murder charges. Circuit Judge Charles David Burnett severs Misskelley's trial from that of Echols and Baldwin. August 5th. Private investigator Ron Lax, working for Damien Echols' defense, approached Stidham and Crow and asked if they wanted to have lunch. During the lunch, Lax asked if they ever heard of Dr. Richard O'Shea. Lax went on to explain that O'Shea, a professor of social psychology at Berkeley, was an expert on cults and had consulted with a news team that later won a Pulitzer Prize. Moreover, he was an expert on brainwashing, police interrogations, and false confessions. It would take time for Jessie to adopt the false confession story. Although Jessie had confessed to both detectives and his attorneys, he denied guilt to his father in a letter. At one point, Stidham addressed this inconsistency, asking Jessie if he was afraid to admit the crime in front of his father, and Jessie screamed that he was not afraid of anything. August 19th. Jessie Misskelley met with his attorney, Dan Stidham, at the Clay County Detention Center and once again gave a statement that continued to confirm his guilt. August 27th. Damien Echols penned a series of letters to Glory Shettles, an employee of Inquisitor Incorporated, a private investigation firm owned by Ron Lax. One letter in particular revealed the disturbing side of Damien. Here's a summary of that letter. Damien claimed to have discovered his true identity as the god of the new eon and the beast of the apocalypse. He believed he was destined for greatness and would rise again after his death, seeking revenge against those who wronged him. Damien expressed resentment towards Christians and his stepfather, stating they hated him because God hated him. He claimed to have supernatural powers and boasted about his ability to beat God. The letters also contained violent and graphic threats against those he perceived as enemies. Throughout the letter, Damien's writings became increasingly erratic and delusional, showcasing his unstable mental state. September 27th. Pretrial hearing in Marion. Judge Burnett granted defense attorney's request for a change of venue over the prosecution's objection. Burnett also ruled that Echols and Baldwin will be tried together. October 14th. Buddy Lucas was picked up as a result of a tip from his own uncle, Eddie Wilson, who had heard from some people that Buddy was telling coworkers details of the crime. Eddie then confronted Buddy about this, and Buddy allegedly admitted to his uncle that Jessie Misskelley had given him a pair of shoes with blood on them. Detective Ridge interviewed Buddy Lucas about his knowledge of Jessie Misskelley's involvement in the murders of the 3 8-year-old boys. Buddy described his activities on the day of the murders, including attending a barbecue at his house and later visiting Jessie's house. Buddy stated that Jessie seemed nervous and sweaty during their conversation and eventually told Buddy that he, Jason, and Damien had hurt some boys. Buddy claimed that Jessie initially said that he got into a fight, but later admitted to being involved in the murders. Buddy also stated that Jessie told him he hit one of the boys in the back of the head. Buddy said Jessie wanted to turn Jason and Damien into the police, but didn't know how to do so without going to prison himself. Buddy agreed to give the police his fingerprints, hair samples, and footprints. He also consented to a polygraph test. Buddy stated that he was afraid to come forward with the information because he was scared that Jessie would have someone hurt him. The conversation concluded with Detective Ridge informing Buddy that he would take a polygraph test. Immediately following his taped interview, Buddy was administered a polygraph. During this polygraph interview, Buddy suddenly began to recant the statement that he had just given moments before. He was now claiming that none of the events he described had happened. However, Buddy was confronted with the fact that the polygraph detected deception in his answers. Now denying that he knew anything about the crime, Buddy admitted he was trying to take back his statement because he was scared of what might happen to himself or family if he agreed to testify against Jessie Misskelley. Here are the questions that indicated deception. Question number 3. Did you tell the truth in the statement you gave today? Buddy answered, no. Question number 5. On Thursday, May 6, 1993, did Jessie Misskelley give you a pair of tennis shoes? Buddy Lucas answered, no. Question number 7. Did Jessie Misskelley tell you that Damien and Jason killed those boys? Buddy answered, no. Shortly after this, Damien Echols defense investigator Ron Lax approached Buddy Lucas and his family. Buddy made contradictory statements, first saying that Jessie had given him the shoes before the murders, then admitting to lying to the police and even to having knowledge of the murders. After this meeting with Lax, Buddy suddenly stopped cooperating with the police and began looking for an alibi witness to try to establish an alibi for himself for the night of the murders. According to Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelman, Ron Lax had scared Buddy Lucas into refusing to testify, which Lucas seemed to agree with during a taped phone call between Fogelman and Lucas and his mother, May Hudson. During the call, Buddy insisted that his uncle was lying and said that he became scared when Detective Bill Durham, who had administered the polygraph, confronted him after he failed the polygraph and was shown to be lying. Questions remain. Was his uncle Eddie Wilson lying? Why did Buddy fail the polygraph? Why did Buddy make the statement to the police about Jessie's confession? Why did he mention to the police that Jessie hit some of the victims to stop them from running away? Jessie told the police that he had to chase Michael Moore to prevent him from running away. Kim Floresca also mentioned that Jessie told her and a group of friends that he hit one of the boys and chased him down as he was trying to get away and brought him back to Damien and Jason. October 19th. Pretrial hearing in Jonesboro. Judge David Burnett ruled that Jason Baldwin will be tried as an adult. Trial dates and locations are announced. Misskelley's trial is scheduled for January 18th, 1994 in Clay County, and the Echols-Baldwin trial for February 22nd, 1994 in Jonesboro, although those trial dates would be slightly delayed. November 15th. Attorneys for Jessie Misskelley file a motion asking that Misskelley be ruled mentally retarded, thus not eligible for the death penalty if convicted. November 17th. Police discover a knife in the lake behind the trailer home where Jason Baldwin was living at the time of the murders back in May. December 21st. Pretrial hearing. Judge Burnett ruled that Jessie Misskelley is not mentally retarded and could face the death penalty if he's convicted. January 13th. Pretrial hearing in Marion, dealing with the suppression of Misskelley's statement. January 15th. Judge Burnett ruled that Jessie Misskelley's taped confession will be admissible at trial.
We expect the proof's going to show that this defendant confessed, that he was not coerced. We do not contend that the proof's going to show that every word that came out of his mouth was the truth.
Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this statement that Mr. Misskelley gave the West Memphis Police Department is a false story. The interrogation techniques that were deployed against Mr. Misskelley at the time of his statement on June the 3rd rendered him completely incapable. They broke his will. They scared him beyond all measure.
The proof is going to show that this defendant was an accomplice to Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin in the commission of these horrifying murders, and we will ask you to return your verdict of guilty on 3 counts of capital murder.
They led him through this entire taped statement. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we don't know what happened before they turned the tape recorder on. They didn't videotape it. The officers didn't take notes on all the questions. They testified to that. They even testified they couldn't remember some of the things they asked him. How do we know what really happened?
The defense, through bringing in so-called experts such as Mr. Offshay, have tried through smoke and mirrors to make it sound like a person that confesses to such a heinous crime and admits their involvement and gives you specific details of the involvement, that's indicative of someone who was forced or coerced to confess.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client, little Jessie Misskelley, is an innocent man. He's innocent. And I would ask you to go back to that jury room and bring back a verdict that rings of justice, truth and justice. And I would ask you to bring back a verdict that you can live with for the rest of your life.
See this picture? This is the Moore boy. This defendant, he won't look up, he won't look at you. But this defendant's actions, and you just think about it, if this defendant does not chase down Michael Moore, if he does not run through the woods and chase him down and bring him back, Michael Moore lives. Michael Moore gets to go home at night, his parents get to be with him. But because of this defendant's actions, because of what Jessie Misskelley Jr. did, Michael Moore's dead, Stevie Branch is dead, Chris Byers is dead. And there's no getting around it. I think when you go back and you apply your common sense and you do what's right and you think about the evidence in this case, you're going to know that what the evidence shows is that this defendant ran down Michael Moore, that this defendant was there, he was involved, and he's guilty of 3 counts of capital murder.
Dan Stidham argued that the prosecution's case relied solely on Jessie's statements to the police, which were inconsistent and lacked corroboration. He highlighted several areas of reasonable doubt, including 1. Jessie's story. Stidham pointed out that Jessie's account of the events is filled with inconsistencies and impossibilities, such as receiving phone calls from Jason Baldwin at times when Jessie was not at home. 2. Lack of physical evidence. Stidham emphasized that there was no physical evidence linking Jessie to the crime scene or the victims. 3. The cult theory. Stidham argued that there was no evidence to support the prosecution's claim that the murders were part of a cult ritual. 4. Jessie's mental handicap. Stidham highlighted Jessie's low IQ, low self-esteem, and suggestibility, which made him vulnerable to false confessions. Stidham also discussed the expert testimony of Warren Holmes and Dr. Richard Offshay, who both concluded that Jessie's profile matches that of a false confessor. Holmes noted that Jessie's statement lacked corroboration, narrative, and detail, and that the police were leading and suggestive during the interrogation. Dr. Offshay testified that the West Memphis Police Department used coercive psychological tactics to obtain Jessie's statement, which was influenced by the police's suggestions and leading questions. The prosecution focused on premeditation and deliberation. They highlighted Jessie Misskelley's statements about a phone call discussing plans to harm the victims and passing of a photograph of the boys at a cult meeting. The prosecution also emphasized the severity of the injuries, suggesting a conscious intent to cause death. Regarding alibis, the prosecution criticized the inconsistencies in the testimonies of Jesse's friends and family, particularly regarding his whereabouts between 5:30 and 7 o'clock p.m. on the day of the murders. They pointed out contradictions in the stories about Jesse's wrestling alibi, including discrepancies in the dates and times. For example, the prosecutor presented a statement given by Fred Revell to the police on June 9, 1993, just days after Jessie Misskelley's arrest. Revell claimed to recall the specific day Jessie went wrestling because he needed to pay Charles Stone for a wrestling ring. According to Revell, he picked up Jessie at the Highland Trailer Park around 7 o'clock p.m. on May 5th. However, the prosecution produced a receipt for $300 dated April 27th, which contradicted Revell's story. This receipt, bearing the names of Fred Revell and Charles Stone, proved that the payment was made 8 days before the murders, undermining Revell's credibility. Other witnesses contradicted each other regarding Jessie's whereabouts, including Susie Brewer. She claimed Jessie was with her on the street and at Stephanie Dollar's house. Jennifer Roberts. She claimed that Jessie was on his porch with Christy Jones. Christy Jones, she said that Jessie was with her on her porch for an hour or an hour and a half. Mr. Hoggard. Jessie was alone in front of Stephanie Dollar's house at 6:30 p.m. Mr. McNeese. He stated Jessie was at a police car down the street from his house. However, when Officer James Dolahite of the Crittenden County Sheriff's Department arrived at the Highland Trailer Park at 6:30 p.m. in response to a complaint by Bobby and Stephanie Dollar, he did not see Jessie Misskelley. Additionally, officers Joe McCafferty and Jason Oliver of the Marion Police Department also testified they did not recall seeing Jessie at the trailer park. The prosecution argued that these inconsistencies undermined Jessie's alibi and demonstrated that the witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. The prosecution also debunked that Jessie had details of the crime from a person named Kevin Johnson in search and rescue. Despite the claim that Kevin said he gave Jessie specific details, Kevin didn't know if one or if all the boys had their genitals removed. He only had general information. The prosecution also addressed the defense's attempt to shift blame to Mr. Bojangles, a man who left blood at a restaurant. However, the prosecution argued that this theory was implausible given the careful cleanup and concealment of evidence at the crime scene, contrasting with the bloody trail left by Mr. Bojangles at the restaurant. The prosecution criticized the defense's expert witnesses, particularly Mr. Holmes, who testified about the potential coercion of Jessie Misskelley's confession. The prosecution argued that Mr. Holmes' opinions were flawed as he had formulated his opinions before hearing the tape of Jessie's confession and had admitted that the police did not do anything wrong. The prosecution also pointed out that Jessie's confession exhibited characteristics of a genuine confession, as outlined by the defense's own expert. These characteristics include indication of relief. Jessie cried after admitting to the crime. Correction of suppositions. Jessie corrected the investigators' suggestions, demonstrating that he was not simply agreeing with their assumptions. Conversations with co-defendants. Jessie's confession included details of conversations with Jason Baldwin and Damien Echols. Corroboration. The prosecution highlighted Tabitha Hollingsworth's testimony, which placed Damien and his girlfriend Dominique near the crime scene at the night of the murders, wearing clothing that matched Jessie's description. Criminalist Lisa Sakavich's testimony about fibers from one of the victims' clothing matching a shirt from Damien's house. Regarding Jason, the prosecution noted, a fiber from Jason's clothing matched one of the victims, with no other matches found among the numerous households searched. The prosecution argued that these matches were not coincidental and were corroborated by Jessie's description of Jason's clothing, including pants with holes in the knees and an all-black attire. Tabitha's testimony about seeing Damien and Dominique, who was wearing clothing with holes in the knees. The prosecution argued that Tabitha mistook Jason for Dominique due to similar appearances. The prosecution emphasized that Jesse's statements was corroborated by his description of injuries to the victims, including a boy being cut in the face and another in the groin area, which was not publicly known. His statement about the victims being grabbed by the ears, which was consistent with the medical examiner's testimony. Jesse's account of chasing down Michael Moore as he tried to run away. The presence of at least 3 weapons, which matched Jesse's description of the events. The prosecution argued that these corroborations were not coincidental and were evidence of Jesse's genuine involvement in the crime. The prosecution also addressed Jesse's many deficits caused by gas huffing and alcohol abuse and noted that Jesse's memories of the traumatic events were accurate. His mistakes were related to less significant details. The prosecution suggested that Jesse's statement about the events happening at night, followed by a mention of going home at noon, was a slip that revealed his genuine knowledge of the crime. Additionally, the prosecution highlighted the corroboration of Jesse's statement about giving his tennis shoes to Buddy Lucas. Detective Ridge testified that he recovered the exact white and blue Adidas shoes from Buddy Lucas, matching Jesse's description. The prosecution emphasized that Jessie Misskelley's statements during the interrogation were not coerced, but rather voluntary and consistent with the evidence. The prosecution criticized the testimony of defense experts Dr. Wilkins and Dr. O'Shea, arguing that Dr. William Wilkins had no basis for his opinion that Jessie was suggestible. The defense claimed Jessie Misskelley was mentally retarded to excuse his multiple confessions. However, his IQ scores were higher before the murders, and his own expert, Dr. Wilkins, suggested that Jessie's lower scores during the trial may have been due to malingering, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. This is plausible since Jesse's defense team told him a lower score could reduce his chances of receiving the death penalty. Dr. O'Shea's theory that Jesse's confession was coerced was not supported by the evidence. His testimony was biased, as he only testifies for the defense and has a financial interest in the outcome. The prosecution concluded that Jesse's statements were voluntary and reliable, and that the defense experts' testimonies were not credible. The prosecution also discussed DNA evidence found on the victim's pants, which suggested the presence of sperm. Notably, this evidence aligned with Jessie Misskelley's statement that Damien Echols had masturbated during the attacks and wiped his semen on one of the boys' pants. The prosecution concluded that the evidence corroborated Jessie Misskelley's statements and proved the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Jessie Misskelley was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Michael Moore and second-degree murder in the deaths of Christopher Byers and Stevie Branch. After brief penalty phase arguments from both sides, the jury deliberated Jessie Misskelley's punishment. After 26 minutes, they returned with life in prison plus 2 20-year sentences. February 4th, after Jessie Misskelley's conviction and sentencing. While deputies James Lindsay and John Moody transported Jessie Misskelley to the Arkansas Department of Corrections in Pine Bluff, Jessie was asked if he had any statements to make. After being assured that his statements couldn't be used against him in court, Jessie chose to talk. Jessie stated that Jason Baldwin had called him to ask if he wanted to go to West Memphis to get some girls. Jessie, Damien, and Jason met on a local road on the evening of May 5th. Jessie claimed that they had been drinking whiskey while Jason and Damien were drinking beer. They had also smoked 2 marijuana joints that afternoon. Jessie stated that he had known Jason since the 6th grade but didn't know Damien that well. However, he recalled an incident where Damien drank human blood from Jason after Jason was bleeding. Interestingly, Jessie accused Officer Callahan of lying in court about not seeing him on May 5th, claiming they had a short conversation. After meeting on the road, the 3 boys walked to the woods and sat in the water. Jessie said he couldn't go underwater due to an ear problem. When the 3 young victims were seen from a distance, Damien told Jessie and Jason to go hide. Jessie claimed they hid behind bushes as Damien grabbed Michael Moore. The other 2 victims tried to help their friend, and Jessie and Jason jumped out to help Damien beat them. Jessie admitted to holding the victims and beating them, but denied any involvement in the rape or killing. He stated that 2 of the victims were raped from behind, both before and after being tied up, with Damien and Jason taking turns. Jessie claimed the victims were still alive at this point. Jessie described how the victims were kept quiet by covering their mouths and using their shirts. He also mentioned that sticks were used to beat the victims. Jessie stated that Jason had a buck-type locking knife and used it to cut one of the victim's genitals, throwing it into the weeds. Jessie claimed that the victim was still alive and tied up at this point. Jessie said he left the scene, leaving the other 2 victims unconscious, but not in the water. He claimed that Jason called him later asking why he left, and Jessie told him he couldn't watch it anymore. Jessie stated that his only other contact with Jason and Damien was a couple of times at the skating rink, but they were mad at him. On February 8th, Jessie confessed again. Dan Stidham, Jessie's lawyer, interviewed him at the Arkansas Department of Correction Diagnostic Unit in Pine Bluff. Jessie confirmed that he understood the conversation was being tape recorded. When Stidham asked why he wanted to do this, Jessie answered because he wanted something done about it. Jessie discussed his activities on May 5th, 1993, the day the 3 boys were killed. He said he spent the night with Josh Darby on May 4th and went to work at West Memphis Roofing the next day. After work, he went to Stephanie Dollar's house to babysit her son Cody. Jessie then went to Johnny Dedman's house to deliver a message from Johnny Hamilton. He met a man with a glass eye at Johnny Dedman's house. Jessie didn't know the man's name, but his father did. After delivering the message, Jessie went to his house and then to Vicky Hutchinson's house, where he asked her to buy him some liquor. Vicky bought 2 bottles of Evan Williams whiskey and brought them to her house. Jessie and his friend Dennis Carter drank some of the whiskey before Jessie decided to go to Lakeshore, where he met Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin around 6:30 p.m. Jessie carried the whiskey bottle in a paper sack and wore it in front of his pants. He didn't carry anything else with him. Jessie described the meetings he attended with Damien, Jason, and an older man who looked like Damien. The older man had a briefcase containing a picture of the 3 boys who were killed. Jessie claimed that the older man was the leader of the group and told Damien what to do. Jessie denied knowing the older man's name, but described him as tall with black hair, a mustache, and a beard. He said the older man always walked and never drove a car. Jessie admitted to lying about some aspects of the case, including cooking a dog in a wash tub. He claimed that he was just trying to have fun and drink with his friends. Jessie continued to describe his activities on the day of the murders. He and his friends, Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin, walked from Lakeshore to West Memphis, crossing over an overpass and walking down a service road. Jessie described what he and his friends were wearing that day. He wore a gray sleeveless t-shirt, blue greasy jeans, and blue and white Adidas shoes. Damien wore a black leather jacket, black pants, and black boots. Jason wore light blue jeans, black boots, and a black Metallica t-shirt. Jessie claimed that Damien was carrying a long skinny stick that had been carved. He identified the stick as one that had been introduced as evidence in the trial. Jessie denied that anyone discussed hurting or killing the boys during the walk. Jessie stated that he, Damien, and Jason walked down a trail and sat by the pipe to drink. He described the pipe as being about the size of his leg. Jessie claimed that the bodies were thrown into deep water over their heads, but he didn't know exactly where. Jessie denied seeing any ponds or lakes in the area. Jessie stated that he'd never been to the area before the murders and had not returned since. Jessie denied getting in the water or seeing Damien and Jason get in the water. He claimed that he had not told the police that they were in the water going down on each other. Jessie described the events leading up to the murders, including the boys arriving on their bicycles and then Damien eventually grabbing one of them. Jessie stated that he and Jason started hitting the boys, but he didn't know which ones. Jessie claimed that Damien choked one of the boys, but later corrected himself, saying that Damien just held the boy's head. Jessie described the Moore boy running from the scene and Damien telling him to go get the boy and bring him back. Jessie stated that he hit the Moore boy on the head and brought him back to the scene. Jessie described Jason pulling out a knife and cutting one of the boys on the left side of his face. Jessie identified the boy who was cut as the blonde-haired one, which would be Stevie Branch. Jessie stated that Damien hit one of the boys on the head with a stick. Jessie claimed that he didn't realize anyone was going to get killed until he saw Jason cut one of the boys' genitals, which would be Christopher Byers. Jessie stated that Damien was squeezing one of the boys' penises, but didn't know which one. Jessie described Jason cutting the boy's penis off and then slinging his hand, possibly throwing the penis or the knife. Jessie stated that he didn't help tie the boys up, but he saw Damien and Jason use shoestrings to tie their hands to their ankles. Jessie denied helping with the murders or drinking blood. Jessie described the boys being thrown into the water after being tied up. Jessie stated that Damien bit one of the boys' penises rather than sucking on it. Jessie's story somewhat changes from his previous statements, and he admitted to being present at the scene of the crime. He also mentioned that he saw one of the boys still moving after being thrown into the water. Jessie also mentioned that some things are hard to remember because he was drunk. Jessie is fairly consistent on certain points, such as chasing down Michael Moore and bringing him back, Jason being the one with the knife and who he cut and where, what alcohol they brought with them. The other inconsistent information is most likely Jessie trying to fill in gaps. Long-term memory can be unreliable because it is constantly reconstructed when retrieved, meaning our brains can fill in gaps with inaccurate details, distort information based on our current beliefs, and even create false memories, leading to inconsistencies and inaccuracies in recalling past events, especially when trying to remember details with perfect precision. Add alcohol abuse and gas huffing into the mix, and it's the perfect storm of a memory deficit. The interview concluded with Dan Stidham instructing Jessie Misskelley not to talk to anyone about the case and promising to arrange a meeting with his father. On February 17th, Jessie Misskelley confessed again, this time to the prosecution. Before the interview began, Dan Stidham advised Jessie not to make a statement, citing that it was against his advice and that Jessie should wait for a psychiatric evaluation. Greg Crow, Jessie's other attorney, also agreed with Stidham's advice. Despite this, Jessie chose to proceed with the interview because he wanted something done about it, meaning he wanted Damien and Jason held accountable for their crimes. During the interview, Jessie described his actions on the day of the murders, including drinking whiskey and meeting up with Damien and Jason, who brought beer with them. He stated that they entered the woods near a bridge, drank their alcohol until the three boys arrived. He said that Damien lured the three little boys in. Jessie claimed that he and Jason hid until Damien attacked the three boys. Jessie claimed that he and Jason grabbed the two boys who jumped on Damien and started hitting them. Jessie remembered grabbing the boy who was wearing something with Boy Scout on it, but he couldn't recall what Jason's boy was wearing. He claimed that Damien was going to sexually assault one of the boys, but didn't. Jessie saw Damien pull the boy's pants down, and the boy was kicking his feet. Damien had his own pants unbuttoned at that point. Jason was also present, but Jessie doesn't specify what Jason was doing at that time. When Jessie left the crime scene, at some point he took his whiskey bottle and busted it under an overpass. Jessie again admitted he gave the police false information previously to try and trip them up. Jessie confirmed that his statements about the events of May 5th were true and that he would testify to the same things in court. The interview concluded with Jessie's affirmation that his statements were truthful. February 21st. In a phone call with his other attorney, Greg Crow, Jessie expressed his concerns and fears about testifying against Jason Baldwin and Damien Echols. Jessie also mentioned that Dan Stidham had gotten him mad by yelling at him and calling him stubborn. It was clear that Dan Stidham did not want Jessie to testify against Jason and Damien. Crow reassured him that he was there to help and that he would not give up on him. Crow also mentioned that there was new evidence that could prove Jesse's innocence and that he should think carefully before making any decisions about testifying. Crow also warned Jessie that if he testified against Jason and Damien, it could harm his chances of appealing his own case. Jesse's family had advised him to listen to Crow and not the prosecutors. The conversation ended with Crow promising to visit Jessie the next day to discuss the case further, but Jessie asked Crow not to bring Dan Stidham with him. February 22nd. A conference with Judge Burnett was held and a lot was said regarding Jessie Misskelley talking to the prosecution. Here are some of the highlights. Dan Stidham told Judge Burnett that the prosecutors kidnapped his client Jessie Misskelley and transported him from the Department of Corrections to Joe Calvin's office in Rector. Stidham claimed that promises were made to Jessie, such as being able to see his girlfriend. He also claimed that Jessie Sr. told the prosecutors that his son would not be testifying. He ultimately declared that they violated Jessie's constitutional rights. In Calvin's conference room, a spirited debate was had between Misskelley's defense and the prosecution. As this occurred, Jessie Misskelley stood up and said, "I'm given a statement," and walked out, declining to further discuss the matter with his attorneys. Stidham, instead of accepting his client's wishes, wanted to blame his actions on Jessie's mental state, which seemed like a convenient argument that only goes one way. When it goes against Dan Stidham's wishes, he's mentally ill. Upon leaving, Stidham made the statement he didn't like what they did, but quoted, "I know there was nothing unethical about it, and I would have done the exact same thing if I were in your position, but I still don't like it." Davis brought two witnesses into the jail cell. He advised Jessie Misskelley that his attorney, Greg Crow, had advised him not to talk with anyone, that if he desired to talk with him, it would be against the wishes of his attorney. Jessie told Davis he wanted to talk with him and indicated that he did not want to follow the advice of his attorneys. Again on Saturday, they talked, and Davis had a copy of the document signed and witnessed by an individual at the sheriff's department. Davis once again advised Jessie that if he talked with him, it would be against the advice of his attorneys, that his attorneys advised him not to talk with him. Jessie again told Davis that he wanted to speak with him. Again on Sunday, the exact same procedure was followed. Mr. Fogelman was there that time. He was advised that Mr. Crow had said it was their advice not to talk with the prosecutors. Jessie said he desired to waive their advice. Davis clarified some incorrect statements that Stidham made. Originally, they went down to the Department of Corrections on Tuesday, which would have been the Tuesday after Misskelley was convicted. As Jessie was on his way down to the Department of Corrections on Friday, he had talked continuously for a period of 2 to 3 hours describing his involvement and that he wasn't even shocked by what the jury did because he basically deserved the punishment he received. The officers advised Davis of that information, and that's when he contacted Stidham to see if they should go down there and discuss his client's options to see if he wanted to testify. Davis and Stidham then rode down to the Department of Corrections on Tuesday. Fogelman and Gitchell met them at Brinkley, and they went to Pine Bluff. Mr. Stidham talked with Jessie for approximately 10 or 15 minutes, at which point he came out of the room, grabbed a Bible, then went back in. 30 to 45 minutes later, Stidham exited. He was very upset, unnerved, and kept mumbling, "I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I don't know what to do now." And after 30 minutes of conversation, it became apparent at that point that Jessie had indicated that he was involved in the murders and had in fact witnessed and played a part in the murders. Stidham then went back into the room, at which time he did not allow the prosecutors, nor did they request or insist on having contact with his client. Stidham went back inside and talked for another hour and came back and indicated that Jessie's story matched with the facts much better. But there were a few things they needed to do to be able to corroborate his statements. At that point, they got into their vehicles, and one of the things to corroborate Jessie's statements was to determine if there was an Evan Williams whiskey bottle under an overpass in West Memphis. To quote Mr. Stidham, "If we can find a bottle like he says, then that will convince me that it happened." At 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night, they roamed underneath the overpass of West Memphis, and lo and behold, they found a broken bottle in the location Jessie indicated. They then took the bottle to a local liquor store where they proceeded to spend the better part of an hour matching the bottle with certain items. And lo and behold, it matched with the brand name bottle Stidham indicated. At that point, Stidham said it wasn't good enough for him. A week after, there was no contact between Stidham and the prosecutors. It was clear that Dan Stidham lost his objectivity and the best interest for his client, Jessie Misskelley. During this meeting with Judge Burnett, it was also revealed that Stidham allowed Val Price, Damien Echols' attorney, to come in and give 2 to 3 hours of cross-examination while Jessie's trial was happening. The act was a significant conflict of interest since Damien's attorneys and Jason's attorneys were not exactly in accord with each other. February 23rd. Jessie Misskelley's talk with the prosecutors were ruled valid by Judge Burnett. He ruled that there was no misconduct in the prosecutor's efforts to obtain another statement from Jessie Misskelley Jr. before the murder trial of co-defendants Jason Baldwin and Damien Echols.
All the stuff in the paper about a deal with Jessie. Right now we don't know what his situation is, although we think that he is more inclined to testify right now than he has been at any point up to now. The Friday that Jessie was convicted, they questioned him, the officers who took him down, inquired of him what had really happened. And apparently Jessie, contrary to somebody that was innocent that would say things like, gee, I've just been convicted and I didn't do it, and what a terrible injustice, Jessie talked all the way down there about how he committed the crime and specific details. Unfortunately, we need his testimony real bad. If it was a perfect world, we would take what we have on Jessie and leave it, and we'd go and get the other two and get them and be happy, but it's not. And we need his testimony to be sure we get convictions on the other two. I think we're going to negotiate his sentence down some in order to get him to testify.
He's not going to testify just out of the goodness of his heart. The only way that I think that he will be willing to testify is if the life sentence is removed. Now, I do want to say all is not lost if he doesn't testify, but the odds are reduced significantly. We've still got some evidence. What we've got, besides Jessie, is we've got a fiber that was found on, I think it was found on Stevie's shirt that matched a fiber from Jason Baldwin's mother, which is called secondary transfer. We've got a fiber from a shirt, or a couple of fibers from a shirt found at Echols' house. Found one of them was on like the Cub Scout, Michael's Cub Scout cap, another one maybe on the shirt that matched Damien's. Fiber evidence, it's in my opinion, it's better than hair evidence, but they can't say that it came from that particular garment to the exclusion of all others. We've got the Hollingsworth clan that says they saw Damien and Dominique out on the service road. We've got some kids that say that Damien they heard him at a girls' softball game, overheard him say that he killed the 3 boys and that he was going to kill 2 more before he turned himself in. And haven't scared them off yet like they did the other ones?
Well, no, not yet. We've got a guy that was in jail with Jason, who says that Jason made some incriminating statements to him. Now, there are some things that they are going to try to do to attack this kid's credibility. But, and then we've got the knife that was found in the lake behind Jason's house. So that's what we've got, but that's all, basically, that we've got. And you asked what the odds were of convicting them without Jessie, and it's 50-50 might be good.
According to the commercial appeal, Jessie Misskelley was offered a deal in exchange for his testimony. His life sentence would be commuted, potentially allowing him to be eligible for parole in the future. February 24th. Jessie Misskelley Jr. decided not to testify, but his attorney Dan Stidham cautioned that the decision was not irreversible and it was possible his client could change his mind again.
He said, I killed the 3 little boys, and before I turn myself in, then I'm going to kill 2 more, and I already have one of them picked out.
Take a look at that knife, please. Had that knife ever been used before?
Used for what?
Mitchell tell you, let me explain a problem we had, and you need to answer this for me. We have found blood on this knife. Did Gitchell ask you that question?
I don't remember if he said there was or not.
Did you tell Gitchell you had no idea how Chris's blood could be on that knife?
Yes, sir, I would not have any idea. If his blood was on that knife, I would not know how it got there.
Did you have any idea how human blood was on that knife?
Well, yes, I would have an idea. I cut my thumb.
It also states that Damien stated that the younger the victim would be more innocent, and in turn more power would be given the person doing the killing.
Right.
Okay. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, those are your words.
Mm-hmm.
Did you pick that up when you were studying to be a Catholic?
No. I saw that on several movies, books.
You're familiar with a fellow named Aleister Crowley?
I know
Heard
who
of
he
him?
is. I know
Okay.
who he is.
And he's a guy who kindly professes he's a a noted author in the field of satanic worship, right?
I know he is, but I've never saw any of his books personally.
Okay. Not really much of a follower of his?
I would have read them if I would have saw him, but I just never.
Okay. But Aleister Crowley is a guy that, based on his writings, believes in human sacrifice, doesn't he?
He also believed he was God, though. So.
Okay. And he also had writings that indicated that children were the best type of human sacrifice, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you a copy of some documents. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
It was this paper I had on different alphabets for like translations where you could write things that nobody could read, and this was one of the forms.
Oh, okay. Well, where did you have that at? When did you do that, write those things out?
Sometime before I was arrested, I guess.
Okay. Are you sure that you hadn't done those since you were arrested while you've been staying in jail?
I don't know, I might have.
Well, whose names are written on that document?
Mine, Jason's, my son's, one that says Aleister Crowley, and...
Wait, who?
Aleister Crowley.
Now, this is a document that you've written while you've been waiting in jail for trial, right?
If you say so.
Well, you wrote it, correct? That's your writing?
Mm-hmm.
They will talk about the life force of the blood. Usually the younger the individual, the more pure it is, the more power or the force it has. A lot of times they will take blood and store it for other services and other use, as well as consume it.
Did you ever fill out a little flyer like this?
No, sir.
It says, call toll-free for information on how to become a doctor? This is a mail-order college, isn't it? What classes did you take between 1980 and 1982 to obtain your master's degree? What classes?
I testified.
I'm asking, what classes? What classes did you take?
I told you, I answered that before, none.
You did not take any classes. Between 1982 and 1984, when you became a PhD, what classes did you take?
None.
None. Was there a Jason Baldwin in the juvenile detention facility at the same time?
Yes.
Now, while you were in contact with this Jason Baldwin, was there anything mentioned about his involvement in the murders of the 3 8-year-olds?
Yes. Well, we were sitting there playing spades, and I wanted to get to know everybody off in there. And I just straight out asked him if he did it, and he denied it the first time.
Okay. Did you have an occasion again while you were in the detention facility to ask him, was he involved in the murders of the 3 8-year-olds?
Yes. I think it was like the next day. Well, me and Jason Baldwin were scraping up the cards, going to ourselves for lunch. I said, just between me and you, I won't say a word. Did you do it? He said yes, and he went into detail about it.
You said he went into more detail. What did he tell you?
He told me how he dismembered the kid, or I don't know exactly how many kids, so he just said he dismembered them. He sucked the blood from the penis and the scrotum and put the balls in his mouth.
When he asked you, how do you think they died? And its answer is mutilation, cut up all 3, heard they were in the water drowning, cut up one more than the others. Is that, again, what Officer Ridge said and you just agreed?
No, I had saw that on TV, newspapers, people talking.
Anything wrong with wearing black in and of itself? No. Anything wrong with the heavy metal stuff in and of itself? No. The Book of Shadows, anything wrong with that in and of itself? No. But when you look at it together and you begin to see inside Damien Echols, you see inside that person, and you look inside there and there's not a soul in there.
My client is a teenager, and we certainly didn't hide that fact from you. And the fact that my client did some writings, take these back. Go back and read them. Go read all these. But this, in and of itself, is no evidence of murder. And even if you add in all the other things, quote, trappings of occultism, according to Dr. Griffiths, That has nothing to do with this case whatsoever.
Is it a coincidence that this knife is found in the lake, hidden behind Jason Baldwin's house? There are marks on Christopher Byers where you've got like a dash where it's a cut, an open space, a cut, and an open space. And if you take this knife and do that, you can see it leaves a cut and an open space, cut and an open space.
Satanic panic. Yeah, that's a scary thing. But it's a scarier thing to convict someone with no evidence. If you can't figure it out, if it doesn't make sense, let's call it a cult killing and find somebody weird. Find somebody who wears black. But they let one thing go by the wayside. Is that there's nothing that links Jason to these activities. Not one witness says, that's what he does. That's his beliefs. We don't have a writing, not a drawing, not a picture, not a person, nothing links him to it. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter to them because he's sitting over there with Damien. They want you to convict him. Guilt by association is a horrible thing.
So what's his first words going to be? Not guilty?
His first words would be capital murder.
Do you understand now why we didn't want you to testify?
Yeah.
Can you see how it hurt Damien? I think it did. Can you see how they talked about his witnesses?
Mm-hmm.
See, they didn't have anything to talk about us. They didn't have anything to talk about because we didn't give them a chance. You heard what was said about him. Do you think you could have done it?
About what they said?
Yeah, do you think Damien could have killed those little boys?
They made it seem like he did.
What do you think?
I don't know.
If you were on that jury, would you have a hard time letting him go? Based on what you heard?
Yeah.
I would too.
Did Paul surprise you on his closing?
I think Paul should have left out the guilt by association part.
He came down hard on that, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea he was going to do that?
Mm-hmm. I thought it'd be smart enough to stay away from him.
Hurt your feelings?
I wanted to strangle him.
To recap the trial, I'll walk you through the closing arguments presented by both the prosecution and the defense. We'll start with the prosecutor John Fogelman's closing statement, followed by Val Price's defense of Damien Echols, then Paul Ford's defense of Jason Baldwin, and finally, prosecutor Brent Davis's closing remarks. This will give you a comprehensive overview of the trial's key moments and arguments. John Fogelman discussed evidence linking Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin to the murders. For Damien Echols, he was seen with his girlfriend who had red hair near the crime scene around 9:30 p.m. on May 5th. He made statements overheard by Jody Medford and Chrissy Van Winkle, admitting to killing the three boys and threatening to kill two more. He made statements to Detective Durham and Detective Ridge that suggested he had knowledge of the crimes, including that one of the victims was more mutilated than the other two, and the fact that two of the victims drowned. Fibers from the victim's clothing were found to be consistent with fibers from a shirt found in Damien's closet. He had a history of manic depressive behavior which may have contributed to his invincibility complex, and he had no reliable alibi. For Jason Baldwin, a knife was found in a lake 47 feet behind Jason's trailer, which was consistent with the type of knife that could have caused the victim's injuries. It could be inferred that witness Narlene and clan mistook Dominique for Jason, who both have long hair, a similar body build, and stature. Michael Carson, a fellow inmate of Jason Baldwin, testified that Jason told him about sucking the blood from one of the victim's balls and penises, and that he was going to beat up Jessie Misskelley because he messed everything up. A fiber found on one of the victim's shirts was consistent with fibers from a robe found in Jason Baldwin's house. The prosecutor emphasized that the fiber was rayon, which is less common than other types of fibers. Jason also had no alibi for a defense. Fogelman also addressed the defense's expert witness, Charles Lynch, who testified that the fiber found on the victim's shirt did not match the fibers from the robe in Jason's house. However, the prosecutor pointed out that Lynch's testimony was inconsistent and that he had changed his story after learning that the fiber had been flattened by the prosecution's expert witness. The prosecutor also presented additional evidence, including a graph that showed that the fiber found in the victim's shirt matched the fibers from the robe in Jason Baldwin's house. Fogelman discussed the motives behind the murders, specifically the occult elements that were presented as evidence. Fogelman emphasized that the presentation of this evidence was not intended to inflame the jury or make them angry, but rather to provide insight into the defendant's motivations. Fogelman noted that the defendant's involvement in satanic activity was not something that was made up or dreamed up, but rather it was part of their belief system. The prosecutor argued that the murders had the trappings of an occult murder and that the evidence suggested that the defendant's beliefs played a role in their motivations. Fogelman also addressed the testimony of Robert Hicks, an expert witness who testified about the occult and satanic elements of the case. Fogelman noted that Mr. Hicks' main complaint was that the investigation had focused too narrowly on the occult aspect of the case, and that this led to a lack of consideration of other potential suspects and motives. However, Fogelman argued that Mr. Hicks did not dispute that the murders had occult or satanic elements, but rather that he had a problem with labeling the murders as occult murders during the investigation stage. Fogelman discussed the belief systems, including satanic and occult beliefs, and can be a motivating force for murder, and that it is important to consider these factors when evaluating the evidence in the case. Fogelman discussed the qualifications of Dale Griffiths, an expert witness who testified about the occult and satanic elements of the case. The prosecutor defended Mr. Griffiths' qualifications, noting that he had 25 to 28 years of experience in law enforcement and had obtained his degrees through correspondence courses. Fogelman then discussed a poem written by Damien Echols, which described his desire to be in the middle between good and evil. Fogelman argued that this poem revealed Damien's true nature and his desire to be able to switch between good and evil as it suited him. Fogelman also discussed the various items found in Damien's possession, including a Book of Shadows and a spell to improve memory. The prosecutor argued that while each item individually may not be evil, when taken together they revealed a disturbing pattern of behavior. Fogelman discussed Damien's appearance and behavior, including his decision to wear all black and his self-inflicted tattoos. The prosecutor argued that Damien's behavior was not just a phase, but rather a deliberate attempt to cultivate an image of evil. Fogelman discussed the alibi provided by Damien Echols, which claimed that he was at the Sanders house the night of the murders. However, the prosecutor pointed out the inconsistencies in the testimony of Damien's family members and friends, including his mother, Stacy Sanders, and Jennifer Sanders. Fogelman highlighted several discrepancies in their testimony, including the timing of Damien's visit to the Sanders house and the fact that Jennifer Sanders remembered a band concert that occurred on May 17th, not May 5th. Fogelman suggested that the defense witnesses were not telling the truth about Damien's alibi. Fogelman also criticized the defense for trying to distract the jury by introducing unrelated evidence and accusations, such as the claim that John Mark Byers, one of the victim's fathers, was involved in the murder. Fogelman argued that this was an attempt to dump pieces from somebody else's puzzle into the case and confuse the jury. Fogelman noted that while mistakes may have been made during the investigation, they were not material and did not affect the outcome of the case. He specifically addressed several issues raised by the defense, including the handling of evidence, including the sacks containing the victim's clothing, the lack of recording during Damien's initial interview with police, the lineup procedure, and the audio surveillance. Fogelman argued that these issues were not significant and that the defense was trying to distract the jury from the evidence. Fogelman also addressed the defense's suggestion that the murders were committed by a serial killer, arguing that the evidence showed that multiple people were involved and that one person could not have controlled 3 active 8-year-olds. Fogelman also noted that multiple weapons were used in the murders, which suggested that more than one person was involved. He also discussed the knots used to tie up the victims, noting that they were identical on each side of the body for 2 of the victims and inconsistent for the third. He argued that this suggested that more than one person was involved in the crime. Fogelman noted that Damien Echols had written down the name of Aleister Crowley, a proponent of human sacrifice, on a piece of paper along with the names of people close to him. Fogelman also addressed the defense's suggestion that the crime occurred somewhere else, but he argued that the evidence suggested that the crime occurred at the location where the bodies were found. The prosecutor also argued that the presence of the victims' bicycles at the scene suggested that the crime occurred at that location. Fogelman also discussed the evidence found at the crime scene, including the area where the bodies were found appeared to have been cleaned with mud smeared around and leaves removed. The water in the bayou was cleaned near where Michael Moore's body was found, but further downstream there were more debris in the water. He suggested that the debris was washed into the water from the bank where the bodies were found. Fogelman also discussed the testimony of Dr. Peretti, who gave an opinion on the time of death based on lividity. However, he noted that Dr. Peretti had previously stated that he could not accurately estimate the time of death. Fogelman suggested that the time of death was likely between 6 and 8 p.m. based on common sense and the evidence presented. He again addressed the defense's suggestion that the murders occurred somewhere else and that the bodies were brought back to the crime scene. He argued that this scenario was unlikely and that it would have been easier for the perpetrators to dispose of the bodies in the bayou rather than bringing them back to the crime scene. He discussed the lake knife and how it matched the wounds on the victims. He also compared it to John Mark Byers' knife, showing how they made different markings. Fogelman asked the jury to consider whether all these coincidences could be mere chance or if they pointed to the defendant's guilt. He concluded by asking the jury to carefully examine the evidence and return a verdict of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Val Price reminded the jury that the state had the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Damien Echols was guilty. The attorney highlighted several key points. The existence of other suspects, including John Mark Byers, who had a knife with blood on it that was consistent with the injuries on his son, Christopher Byers. The questionable whereabouts of John Mark Byers on the evening of the murders. The testimony of Marty King, who testified that a man came into the Bojangles restaurant with blood on him, which was not pursued by police. The loss of blood samples taken from the Bojangles restaurant bathroom. The presence of a tennis shoe print at the crime scene did not match Damien Echols' boots. The lack of evidence supporting the state's theory of an occult killing, including no pentagrams or other symbols. The possibility that the murders took place somewhere else, given the lack of blood at the crime scene and the difficulty of inflicting the injuries found on the victims. The time of death is uncertain, with Dr. Peretti estimating between 1 o'clock a.m. and 5 o'clock a.m., and Dr. Jennings questioning the reliability of lividity as a factor. The lack of evidence of a struggle, with the victim's clothing found with no tears or scrapes. The possibility that the clothing was removed before the injuries took place, suggesting a level of familiarity between the killer and the victims. The lack of proof that the crime scene was cleaned up, and the uncertainty about what might have been used to clean it. The questionable handling of evidence, including a stick that was left at the crime scene for 2 months before being collected. The lack of evidence linking the stick to the crime, with no blood, hair, or tissues found on it. The possibility that other objects, such as a baseball bat or a 2x4, could have caused the injuries. The state's focus on Damien Echols' writings, drawings, and interests as evidence of motive or intent is unfounded, as these were created years before the murders and contain no explicit references to violence or murder. The state's attempt to portray Damien Echols as motivated by occult beliefs is also unfounded, as his interests and writings were simply a part of his teenage exploration and questioning of values. The police interrogation of Damien Echols was questionable, with disputed accounts of what was said and no recording or notes taken to verify the conversation. Damien Echols' statements to the police were consistent with rumors and information publicly available at the time, and did not contain any specialized or insider knowledge. The police failed to obtain a written statement or confession from Damien Echols despite lengthy interrogations. The state's reliance on a conversation between Damien Echols and the people at a softball game in which he allegedly confessed to the crime is questionable due to the circumstances of the conversation and the fact that the witnesses did not report it to the police until a week after Damien's arrest. The police investigation was marked by ineptitude, including the failure to properly document surveillance and failure to investigate alternative suspects. The fiber evidence presented by the state is not conclusive, as the fibers found on the victim's clothing were only microscopically similar to the fibers found on Damien's clothing, and there are other possible explanations for how the fibers could have been transferred. The defense attorney continued to present his closing argument, challenging the state's theory that the crime had trappings of occultism based on the testimony of Dr. Dale Griffiths. The defense attorney suggested that relevance of the date of the murders, May 5th, and the moon phase suggested that Dr. Dale Griffiths' criteria for determining an occult-related killing were too broad and could apply to half of the days of the year. Price noted that Dr. Griffiths had acknowledged that the crime could also be a sex crime or the work of a serial killer, but that the state had failed to provide evidence to support any of these motives. Price also presented alternative explanations for the crime, including the possibility of a sex crime or a serial killer, and highlighted the lack of empirical evidence to support the theory of cult-related killings. Price questioned the credibility of the Hollingsworth's eyewitness testimony, pointing out inconsistencies and potential biases. Price challenged the state's theory that a knife found in a lake was the murder weapon, noting that there was no testimony about who threw the knife into the lake or whether it was related to the crime. Price concluded by emphasizing that the state had not met its burden of proof and that the jury should return a verdict of not guilty. Paul Ford highlighted the prosecution's reliance on questionable witness testimony and evidence. Ford specifically addressed the testimony of several witnesses, including Regina Meek, the officer who took the initial missing persons report, who then left to go to a drive-in window, Sergeant Mike Allen, who claimed to have taken photographs in the woods while searching for the missing boys, which Ford suggested were staged, Detective Brian Ridge, who testified about the handling of evidence. Ford emphasized the importance of using common sense when evaluating the evidence and witness testimony. He noted that the prosecution's witnesses have provided inconsistent or implausible testimony, which raised questions about their credibility. Ford also highlighted the prosecution's failure to conduct a thorough investigation, including a grid search of the area where the bodies were found. He highlighted the lack of evidence linking Jason Baldwin to the crime scene. Ford noted that Officer Ridge's discovery of the alleged murder weapon 2 months after the crime was suspicious. Dr. Peretti's testimony contradicted the prosecution's claim about the injuries sustained by the victims. There was no evidence of anal or oral sex, despite the prosecution's allegations. The mutilation of the victims' bodies would have required significant skill and expertise, which was unlikely to have been possessed by a 16-year-old boy. Dr. Peretti identified 3 possible locations where the mutilation could have occurred, but the prosecution's theory about the crime scene was not supported by evidence. The attorney argued that the prosecution was twisting and distorting their own evidence to fit their story and secure a conviction. Ford emphasized that the prosecution's expert witness, Dr. Peretti, did not identify the alleged murder weapon as the actual weapon used in the crime. Ford continued to challenge the prosecution's case against Jason Baldwin. He highlighted the following points. Michael Carson, a key witness, has a questionable credibility due to his criminal history. Inspector Gary Gitchell, in charge of the investigation, admitted to being blindfolded and under pressure, which may have led to mistakes. Narlene Hollingsworth. Her testimony about seeing Damien Echols was questionable, and the prosecution's introduction of a photograph of Jason Baldwin with long hair compared to Dominique Tier was an attempt to mislead the jury. The prosecution's fiber evidence was disputed by witnesses who did not confirm that the fibers came from the alleged source. The prosecution's case relied on circumstantial evidence and lacked physical evidence linking Jason Baldwin to the crime. Dr. Griffiths, a prosecution witness, had questionable credentials, having obtained his degree through a mail-order program. The prosecution's story does not fit the facts, and they are trying to convince the jury of a narrative that was not supported by the evidence. The defense attorney concluded his argument by emphasizing that the prosecution failed to provide evidence of Jason Baldwin's involvement in occult activities or his presence at the crime scene. Ford claimed that the prosecution was attempting to convict Jason Baldwin through guilt by association with Damien Echols. Ford emphasized that having a friend with different beliefs or engaging in different activities does not make someone guilty. The prosecution's theory relied on Jason being an accomplice, but Ford pointed out that there was no evidence to support this claim, and that the instruction on accomplice liability required proof of aiding, agreeing to aid, or attempting to aid, which was lacking in this case. The jury must consider the evidence separately for each defendant and render verdicts as if they were being tried separately. Ford concluded by stressing the importance of reasonable doubt and the prosecution's burden of proof. He argued that the prosecution's case does not meet this burden and that Jason Baldwin should be found not guilty. Prosecutor Brent Davis delivered his rebuttal closing argument, emphasizing that the state had proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. He highlighted the following points. The defense's theory that the murders occurred elsewhere is implausible and lacked evidence. The lack of blood at the crime scene does not support the defense's theory. Michael Carson's testimony is credible and he had no motive to lie. Jason Baldwin's statements to Michael Carson, as testified, are consistent with the physical evidence. The defense's attempt to discredit Michael Carson's testimony failed. The crime scene's location is a prime spot for abduction and murder, given its proximity to residential areas and the interstate highway. The lack of blood at the crime scene can be explained away by the possibility that the perpetrators used a covering or committed the crime near the water's edge. The severe head injuries and multiple weapons used suggest that there was more than one perpetrator. The different types of knots and injuries on each victim also imply multiple perpetrators. It would have been difficult for one person to corral and tie up the three victims, especially given the daylight and proximity to residential areas. Davis argued that the evidence pointed to a deliberate and premeditated crime committed by individuals familiar with the area. Contrary to Ford's claim, the witnesses did not say the knife presented was not the murder weapon. Instead, Dr. Peretti testified that the injuries are consistent with a serrated edge of that type of knife. Davis explained how the knife's dual cutting surfaces would have caused the injuries on the victims. He emphasized the significance of the fiber evidence, which, although does not definitively match, are similar to fibers found at Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin's house. Davis criticized the defense for accusing the police of ineptitude and manufacturing evidence, calling these allegations both inaccurate and inappropriate. The defense's claim that there's no evidence at the scene connecting their clients to the crime is misleading. Davis argued that the evidence found does connect to one of the defendants. The lack of evidence pointing to anyone else suggested that the perpetrators were careful to clean up the scene. Davis criticized the defense's attempt to shift suspicion to another individual, citing the unlikeliness of this person being the killer due to their bloody and disheveled appearance at Bojangles. Davis corrected Mr. Ford's statement that there was no evidence of sexual abuse, citing testimony about DNA evidence consistent with semen found on one of the children's pants. Davis explained the lack of mosquito bites on the victims' bodies, suggesting that the crimes occurred soon after the children disappeared and before it got dark. Davis criticized Ford's concerns about the time of death, stating that Dr. Peretti's estimated time range was inaccurate and not based on scientific evidence. Davis explained that the investigators' decisions during the autopsy were rational and aimed at preserving evidence. Davis discussed the possibility of an occult or satanic motive, citing Damien Echols' interests and writings. Davis suggested that Damien Echols was the charismatic leader and Jason Baldwin was his follower, connected by their shared interest in the occult. Davis also argued that the occult beliefs and writings of Damien Echols provided a motive for the murder, which is more plausible than other possible motives. Davis found Damien's statements during the interview suspicious, particularly his lack of emotion and references to common sense when discussing the crime. Davis pointed out that when Damien took the witness stand, his testimony ultimately implicated him further. When questioned about his prior statement that one victim had been mutilated more severely than the others, he claimed to have learned this detail from a newspaper article. However, upon reviewing the actual article with his attorney, Damien was forced to admit during cross-examination that they did not contain this specific information. This contradiction cast doubt on Damien's credibility and raised suspicions about his knowledge of the crime. Not to mention Damien's attempt to minimize his fascination with one Aleister Crowley, an occultist who believed child sacrifice was the best type of sacrifice. Despite Damien's attempt to downplay his knowledge of Crowley, he was forced to admit that he translated codes while in jail of people closest to him: his girlfriend Dominique, his best friend Jason, his son Seth, and the man he claimed to know very little about, Crowley. Davis emphasized that Damien's alleged presence at the crime scene, as testified by Narlene and Anthony, contradicted his alibis and suggested that he and his family are lying. Davis questioned why Damien and his family would lie about his whereabouts, implying that they may be hiding something. Davis pointed out a potential coincidence between Damien's statements about candles and blue wax and the discovery of blue wax on one of the victim's shirts and on a book about the occult checked out from the library. Davis referenced the defense's emphasis on the seriousness of the case and the importance of not making a mistake, and asked the jury to consider the value of the victims' lives. Davis explained that the case is based on circumstantial evidence, but that this type of evidence is sufficient for a conviction. He defined reasonable doubt and explained that it is the standard applied in all criminal cases. He suggested that Damien Echols is the link between the two defendants and that the evidence, including his belief system and the testimony of various witnesses, support his guilt. Both Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin were found guilty of 3 counts of capital murder. The jury deliberated, and they decided death by lethal injection for Damien Echols and life in prison without possibility of parole for Jason Baldwin.
I knew when I was real small that people were going to know who I was. I always had that feeling. I just never knew how they were going to learn. I really enjoy it because now, even after I die, people are going to remember me forever. They're going to talk about me for years. People in West Memphis will tell their kids stories. It'll be like, sort of like I'm the West Memphis boogeyman. Little kids will be looking under their bed before they go to bed. Damien might be under there.
Damien Echols' attorneys presented over 500 pages of mental health documents in the sentencing phase of his trial in the hope it would spare him the death penalty. These documents are known as Exhibit 500. They are a sprawling collection of documents that offer a revealing glimpse into Damien Echols' mindset and behavior in the years and months preceding the murders. These documents collectively sketch a detailed portrait of Damien during this critical period. In 1992, he was sent to psychiatric hospitals twice by court order and once by his own parents. Here are some of the disturbing highlights. May 7th, 1992. East Arkansas Mental Health Center. Client admits to having been suspended 7 times this past semester for initiating fights at school and starting fires. States in one fight he almost gouged out the victim's eye. This is in reference to Shane Divelbus, the boyfriend of Damien's ex-girlfriend, Deanna Holcomb. In Damien's autobiography, Life After Death, Damien claimed that the only act of violence he ever committed was a fight at school. That is a lie. Damien Echols minimized the attack as just typical schoolyard confrontation. It was serious enough that months later, in February 1993, when Shane had gone missing, foul play was suspected because Damien Echols made threats to Shane's life. However, Shane eventually turned up unharmed. In addition, Damien threatened Shane's uncle, Kyle Perkins, by declaring that if he jumped into any fight between him and his nephew, that he'd cut him into pieces and bury him in Deanna's front yard. Damien would make multiple death threats against Shane, his family, and his ex-girlfriend, Deanna. June 1st to June 25th, 1992. Committed to Charter Hospital of Little Rock. Admits to a history of violence and attempting to scratch out the eyes of a classmate. There were major concerns that Damien was exhibiting disturbing thinking. He has a history of extreme physical aggression towards others. Damien chased a younger child with an axe and attempted to set a house on fire. It was felt that he needed to be temporarily removed from his environment to provide protection for him and protection of others. Damien states, "I burned myself with lighters. I have huffed gas and paint. Used speed, marijuana, glue, and alcohol." Psychosocial assessment. Patient appeared to be sniffing the air around him as if he were responding to an external stimulus. He also cut his eyes in one direction or the other. May have been experiencing auditory hallucinations. Psychological report. Behavior is characterized by impulsive hostility. The desire to gain power and demean others springs from animosity and a wish to vindicate past grievances. This teenager believes that past degradation may be undone by provoking fear and intimidation in others. Cool and distant, this youth demonstrates little or no compassion for others. September 2nd to September 4th, 1992. Committed to St. Vincent's Hospital in Oregon. Patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation. However, in talking with family members, they state that he made it quite clear that he had thoughts of harming other people. For example, he was going to cut his mother's throat and made verbal threats to his father in the emergency room. Because of Damien's threats, both parents do not want him to return to their home. They are frightened of him and what he can do, not only to them, but to the other 2 children who reside in the home. Damien is to return to Arkansas by bus. September 14th through September 28th, 1992. Readmitted to Charter Hospital, while in Oregon, Damien made a plan to slash my parents' throats and eat them alive. Damien believes that he is a vampire and does worship the devil. Has made several statements indicating that he has a desire to harm others. He admitted to sucking the blood out of a peer's neck. Stated he had attempted suicide before and wasn't worried about trying again because I know I can come back. Discharged, September 28, 1992. Aftercare to be arranged by Deaton, Gallion, and Wilson. Diagnosis: 1. Psychotic disorder NOS, and 2. Dysthymia. January 5th, 1993. Mental Health Center reopens case. Reports self-mutilation, cutting self with knives, will trance out since 5th grade, doesn't have to deal with what's going on, says he thinks a lot about life after death. I want to go where the monsters go. He has tried to steal energy from someone else and influence others' minds with witchcraft. Describes self as pretty much hates the human race. Relates that he feels people are in two classes: sheep and wolves. Wolves eat the sheep. January 19th, 1993. Reveals history of abuse as he talked of how he was treated as a child. States, I just put it all inside. Describes this as more than just anger, like rage. Sometimes he does blow up. Relates that when this happens, the only solution is to hurt someone. When questioned on his feelings, he states, I know I'm going to influence the world. People will remember me. January 25th, 1993. Speaks of rituals, drinking blood, more involved in demonology. Damien explained that he obtains his power by drinking blood of others. He typically drinks the blood of a sexual partner or of a ruling partner. This is achieved by biting or cutting. He states, it makes me feel like a god. He wants very much to be all-powerful. He wants very much to be in total control. Damien relates that a spirit is now living with him. This is reportedly a spirit of a woman who was killed by her husband. In addition, he also reports conversations with demons and other spirits. This is achieved through rituals. February 5th, 1993. Damien is noted to have cuts on his right arm and hand. Related feeling very angry yesterday when running into previous girlfriend. I controlled it. I can do anything. The Social Security Administration determined that Echols was 100% disabled due to mental impairment and granted him full disability benefits. May 5th, 1993, the day of the murders. At times, he is impulsive and does things that may be harmful to himself. He has impulses to do strange and harmful things. And on that day, he did. Exhibit 500 corroborates concerns expressed by individuals who perceived Damien Echols as a viable suspect. Their apprehensions were grounded in disturbing behaviors and statements made by Damien, which justified his inclusion on the list of suspects questioned by West Memphis law enforcement. Even before law enforcement questioned Damien about the murders, he had already revealed disturbing information to Jerry Driver on May 26, 1992. Damien claimed to be involved in the occult, naming Jason Baldwin as a fellow participant. He described multiple groups engaged in animal sacrifices to gain power, implying that the next logical step would be human sacrifice. While Damien's statements to Driver might have been exaggerated or fabricated for morbid purposes, they suggest he had a fascination with dark and violent ideologies. This revelation takes a more sinister tone in light of the events. When Steve Jones and Sergeant Allen discovered the gruesome state of Michael Moore, it's understandable why Steve Jones thought Damien Echols was involved. Damien's prior statements and actions hinted at a deeper darkness. He had been planning something and had his desire to sacrifice a child, and it was a disturbing theme that emerged in his conversations and artwork, including a disturbing drawing found in his bedroom.
If you could go back to your life before the trial and change anything, would you?
I wouldn't change anything that's ever happened in my entire life. Nothing. Everything that has happened in my life has came together to create and make me the person that I am now. And if any of those things would change, then the person who I now am would not exist. I wouldn't think the same way about things. I wouldn't feel the same way about things. There's no.
But the person that you are today is sitting on death row. You wouldn't want to change that?
I don't think there was anything I could do to change that. What was it? I mean, become a clone? Give up my personality? Give up my identity? Just march along like everyone else? I'd rather die first.
Additional information outside of Exhibit 500 reveal alarming reports of animal cruelty. October 27th, 1992. Joe Bertosh, Jason's cousin, was at Lakeshore Trailer Park with Damien when he killed a black Great Dane. Damien was trying to make the eyeballs of the dog pop out when he was stomping on it. Damien was going to come back with battery acid so that he could burn the skin off the dog's head. Damien pulled the intestines out of the dog. Lakeshore resident Timothy Hodge heard the same story. He saw a dead black Great Dane at Lakeshore. Its intestines was strung out of its butt. A boy named Adam told him that he heard Damien did it. At the skating rink, Damien told Jason Baldwin's girlfriend that he stuck a stick in a dog's eye and jumped on it. Chris Luttrell stated that Damien likes to put sharp sticks through frogs to see how long it takes for them to die. Garrett Shorting and Murray Ferris stated that Damien once placed gasoline on a cat, put a bottle rocket up its rear end, then lit it. It should be noted that, according to Joe, Jason's cousin, Damien had 2 cat skulls, a dog skull, and a rat skull that he kept in his bedroom at Jack Echols' house in Lakeshore. Years later, Damien would call these accounts lies. But as you'll discover, Damien lies. Like a lot. But I will get into that more later in a different episode. But what he's saying, is it consistent with everything we have learned about him? Damien will admit certain things to some and deny certain things to some. What does this trend show us? Damien's own mom cited his owning of a dog skull in an interview with John Fogelman. She said a dog skull hung on her clothesline in the backyard and that the dog skull smelled bad. She made Damien hang it out in the sun and made him leave it out to dry before he carried it to school. Research has consistently shown that many perpetrators of violent crimes, including murder, often exhibit a pattern of animal cruelty prior to harming humans. We also have to examine who are making these statements. These are not mere strangers spouting off rumors or people with an axe to grind. two are connected to Jason, Damien's best friend. Who are these two? Well, Jason's girlfriend and his cousin. The others, they weren't scared Christians clouded in the hysteria of satanic panic. These statements were given by self-proclaimed Wiccans or white witches. Oddly enough, the police never arrested these white witches for being different. I guess the police don't just arrest and charge people with murder for simply being different. How do you like that? Even more strange. Several years after, Chris Luttrell and Shane Divilbiss eventually got involved with another woman in a poly relationship. This unorthodox union even made it onto MTV cable television. Was satanic panic the reason the West Memphis Three got convicted? It wasn't the deciding factor in Jessie Misskelley's trial. In fact, two jurors spoke out to the West Memphis Evening Times, stating that the occult wasn't a factor in their decision. Lloyd Champion, a jury member, told the newspaper that it didn't play a role in the conviction, saying it didn't matter whether it was an occult killing or not. What convicted Jessie, according to the jurors, was his confession and the vivid image of Michael Moore running for his life. A female juror, who wished to remain unknown, reaffirmed this. The jury considered the defense's argument that Jessie was slow and suggestible, but noted that he had offered his own account of chasing Michael Moore without police solicitation. As reported in the same newspaper, spectators felt that the occult angle was overplayed in the murders of Stevie, Christopher, and Michael. The jurors' decision, however, wasn't influenced by this aspect. Notably, this trial was moved to Corning, where the local population wasn't swept up in the same hysteria that was characterized in West Memphis. This distinction undermines the common narrative among West Memphis Three supporters that satanic panic was the primary driver of the convictions. Let's take it one step further. In an unaired interview from the Paradise Lost documentary with Inspector Gitchell, he had his doubts about the occult motive.
I think these boys were involved in it. They practiced it. They were considered dabblers in it. But actually, this being a cult crime, I have my doubts. I don't think, that's my personal opinion, I'm really not sure how much that played into this, other than that these young boys that we did arrest, and I call them boys, they were involved in some cult or satanic ritual stuff. I would consider them dabblers, though, but not deep into it. In all reality, this could be just some mean guys wanting to kill three little boys. It could have been a crime of opportunity, instead of versus one being planned, which typically, if one's into Satanism and devil worshiping, and if this is what you're wanting to do is, say, sacrifice someone, it would be something a little better planned, I would think, than the way this crime unfolded and took place.
March 29th, 1994. Attorneys for Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin filed a motion for new trial alleging misconduct by prosecutors and alleged threats made to jurors. April 6, 1994. Attorneys for Jason Baldwin filed a motion for recusal requesting that Judge Burnett recuse in this matter so an impartial court could determine whether or not the prosecution was guilty of misconduct. April 12, 1994. The state filed their response to motion for new trial. April 22, 1994. Judge Burnett issued an order denying the motion for recusal and the motion for mistrial. 1995. The book Blood of Innocence, the true story of multiple murder in West Memphis, Arkansas, was published by Mass Market, authored by Guy Reel, Mark Proesquia, and Bartholomew Sullivan. This true crime account recounts the brutal murders of 3 8-year-old boys and the trial of 3 local teenagers. Notably, the book provides a factual and balanced portrayal of the events, avoiding personal narratives that would be characterized in later books and documentaries. June 27, 1995. Damien Echols filed a pro se motion in which he stated that he waived all points for appeal which concern the sentence of death and desires to limit the appeal to those issues which concern the judgment of conviction. To clarify what a pro se motion is, it is a legal motion filed in court by a person representing themselves without the assistance of a lawyer, meaning they are arguing their case for themselves. July 17, 1995. The Arkansas Supreme Court remanded the matter for findings by Judge Burnett on the questions of whether Damien Echols fully appreciated his position and could make a rational choice with respect to pursuing or abandoning issues on appeal concerning his death sentence. December 6, 1995. Damien Echols filed a motion to withdraw his earlier request that the Arkansas Supreme Court not consider the death penalty issue on appeal. January 8, 1996. The Arkansas Supreme Court ruled that it will review every aspect of Damien Echols' case rather than only points of guilt or innocence. They also ruled that a competency hearing shall be conducted by Judge Burnett for the reason that the development of such a record will best protect the interests of the appellant and the state in future proceedings. February 19, 1996. In a 32-page unanimous decision, the Arkansas Supreme Court upheld the conviction of Jessie Misskelley. March 11, 1996. Damien Echols' competency hearing. After statements by Echols' attorneys and brief testimony from Echols, Judge Burnett found that Damien Echols is competent and was competent during the course of his trial, and that he's voluntarily and knowingly and intelligently withdrawn his request to waive the punishment aspect of the previous trial. March 16, 1996. Attorneys for Jessie Misskelley filed petition for rehearing in the Arkansas Supreme Court. March 29, 1996. Melissa Byers, mother of Christopher Byers, died of undetermined causes. Melissa and John Mark Byers were having problems in their marriage in 1996. Melissa left her husband to live with her parents and only returned home for 2 to 3 weeks before she passed away. John Mark thought Melissa had overdosed on a drug. He was concerned that they were going to accuse him of smothering her. April 1st, 1996, the Arkansas Supreme Court denied Jessie Misskelley's petition for rehearing. June 10th, 1996. HBO released the documentary Paradise Lost: The Child Murders at Robin Hood Hills, which was directed by Joe Berlinger and Bruce Sonofsky. The film explored the triple murder of 3 8-year-old boys and the trials of 3 local teenagers, Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley. The documentary featured Metallica's music, which MTV heavily promoted. The victims' families were not adequately prepared for the graphic content of the film. Without warning, the documentary showed police footage of the victims' naked, brutalized bodies, hogtied at the crime scene. The families felt exploited and misled, as the filmmakers had assured them that the documentary aimed to protect children. One of the directors, Joe Berlinger, stated in an interview with Grantland in January 2012 that from the first interviews with the West Memphis Three, it just didn't add up. Jason Baldwin was shy but very intelligent, credible, and believable about his innocence. He was also very slight, with tiny arms and small wrists, and the theory of him killing these young boys with a giant butcher knife seemed impossible to imagine. Berlinger said Echols was a little harder to read because some part of him was reveling in the attention. Damien didn't think he would actually be convicted. He was kind of an alienated, bored teenager who at some level was enjoying being in the spotlight of a terrible situation. Despite being harder to read, he too was very credible to Berlinger. The directors left those interviews thinking that something just didn't seem right. This became the narrative for the documentary. Their criteria were based on initial interviews with 3 manipulative teenagers, and moreover, most of the information they received came from the defense as they got to know them. This documentary would open Pandora's box, marking the start of the West Memphis Three innocence movement. October 7th, 1996. The U.S. Supreme Court denied Jessie Misskelley's petition for writ of certiorari. And to clarify what writ of certiorari is, it's a mouthful. It is a legal document that asks the Supreme Court to review a lower court's decision. The word certiorari comes from Latin and means to be more fully informed. December 1996. Michael Carson stands by testimony. In the Jonesboro Sun, a witness in the West Memphis triple murder said that Michael Carson committed perjury when he testified in 1994 that Jason Baldwin confessed to killing 3 8-year-old boys while the 2 were jailed. Carson, a then 16-year-old, who testified that Baldwin described in detail how he sexually mutilated one of the 3 children killed in May 1993, told the Sun he stood by his testimony. Yes, Carson responded when asked if Baldwin had in fact confessed to him about killing the 3 boys, Michael Moore, Stevie Branch, and Christopher Byers. What I testify to is what Baldwin told me. I haven't changed anything. I told him exactly what he said. During oral arguments at an appeal hearing for Baldwin and Echols held several days ago, Angela Grinnell, Baldwin's mother, produced a letter from a Kentucky musician who claimed Carson told him he lied when he testified that Baldwin had confessed to taking part in the killings. Dated October 28th, the hand-printed letter addressed to Baldwin at Arkansas Varner Unit was a stationery that read, Johnny Running Bear Preston, who is a distinctively unique harmonica stylist and also wrote songs. Preston related that he was in Jonesboro in either March or April 1994, and while passing the Forum in the downtown area, picked up a kid who later told me his name was Michael Carson. Carson said he never met Preston, nor has he ever had a conversation with the man. According to Preston's letter, Carson began asking questions about the penalty for perjury. When pressed for information about why Carson was concerned about perjury, Preston said the teenager told me about being in jail with Baldwin and he had what he called a bad conscience because he lied on a boy in court about some kids being killed around Memphis. He recalled something about the murders, Preston said. He said that Carson started crying and said Jason didn't tell me nothing, and that the only reason he lied was to get in good with the cops who wanted to nail him on a few things. Asked about the letter, Carson stressed, "That's just something somebody has made up. They're just trying to make me look bad so Baldwin can get off. I don't go around crying about things in front of total strangers." The letter further stated that Carson charged that Prosecutor Brent Davis of Jonesboro knew his testimony was false, but told him he couldn't be helped if he didn't help out with the state's case. Carson said that portion of the letter was also untrue, because he was not in trouble with the law at the time he testified, and did not need to work out a deal with the state. "I had nothing to gain by testifying," Carson said. "I had already gone to court for burglary and had already been given probation. I didn't testify to cut a deal with anyone." December 2nd, 1996. Oral arguments before the Arkansas Supreme Court. Attorneys for Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin asked the Arkansas Supreme Court to overturn the convictions. December 23rd, 1996. The Arkansas Supreme Court upheld the convictions of Damien Echols and Jason Baldwin in a unanimous vote, rejecting all 44 points of appeal. May 27th, 1997. The U.S. Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' petition for writ of certiorari. November 11th, 1997. Free the West Memphis Three at wm3.org is born. A small group of private individuals who strongly believed the three young men at the time was serving prison terms in Arkansas for a triple murder they did not commit created a website. In their belief, after much alleged research, that the justice system failed to provide the West Memphis Three with a fair trial, and it was their goal to collect their alleged facts and distribute the information to the public in an effort to confront the alleged injustice with their perception of the truth. Their goal was to publicize this so-called injustice to the world and provide information necessary for individuals to reach their own conclusions through advertising and media involvement. Donations made to the Free the West Memphis Three Fund were supposedly used for those purposes only. May 5th, 1998. Damien Echols' Rule 37 hearing began in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Also in this year, Damien Stidham recruited forensic criminologist and criminal profiler Brent Turvey to profile the murders of Stevie, Michael, and Christopher as a way to second-guess and counter Jessie's confessions, law enforcement's investigation, and the state medical examiner's conclusions. Turvey, working pro bono, examined photos of the bodies and other evidence and determined the following. There were search parties moving through the area which would not have given the assailants the time needed to carry out the attack without being disturbed. The nature of the injuries to Christopher Byers would have caused him to scream. No screaming was heard by searchers or local residents near the site, so it must have occurred somewhere else. There were no mosquito bites on any of the bodies, which would be expected if they had been in the woods for the period of time that would have been required to carry out the attack. Michael Moore had unexpected and unexplained directional pattern abrasions just below the right anterior shoulder area. This abrasion was created by forceful directional contact with something that was not found at the scene. The nature of the attack required light, time, and uninterrupted privacy. It was dark in the woods. The crime scene would more likely be a secluded structure or residence away from the immediate area of attention. The assailant was someone known and trusted by the victims. The physical evidence, crime scene, and victimology in this case are most consistent with the classification of a battered child or child custodial homicide. The fact that there were three children together suggests that it would have been difficult for the offender to take all three children unless he was able to gain their trust. The children would have been taken to another location before the attack began, which implies a level of trust. Also, the intimidation and fear would have been factors in gaining control, suggesting that the assailant was much larger and stronger than the victims. The violence and level of force in this attack was punitive in nature, indicating that the offender was punishing the boys for some real or perceived wrong. The difference in the nature of the injuries of the three boys indicates that the assailant had a different relationship with each of the boys. Michael Moore is described by Turvey as collateral victim, who probably only was attacked because he was with the other two. The severity of the blows to the head and the lack of damage from the ligatures on his ankles and wrists suggest that he was unconscious throughout the attack. The anger of the assailant manifested in victim damage and sexual mutilation is directed primarily at Stephen and Christopher, indicating a strong personal association with them. That all of the related physical evidence was disposed of at the dump site suggests that the assailant believed he may be investigated because of his relationship to the victims, and so he had to dispose of any evidence. The dump site, being so close to the point of abduction, suggests that the assailant knew the area well and lived close by, to enable a quick return to an area of safety. He would also have to have been to the site recently to know that there would be water there at the time. He believes some of the wounds were bite marks. The type of bite marks are most often seen in battered child homicide. The presence of healed injuries on Christopher Byers' body, Melissa Byers' concern that Christopher was sexually abused, which she expressed to a school counselor before his death, medical records reported behavioral problems, and Chris's diagnosis with ADD and other behavioral disorders are all strong indicators that Christopher Byers had been physically, if not sexually, abused prior to the attack. Stephen Branch had lacerations on his penis, which were probably self-inflicted, indicating a sexualized child usually associated with sexual abuse. There were probably 2 assailants. The primary assailant would have been a man whose focus was directed towards Christopher Byers. His accomplice may have been a male or female. 3 victims would have been easier to control if there were 2 attackers. The nature and range of injuries to Stephen and Christopher indicate 2 separate assailants with very different ways of expressing their rage. The battered child nature of the bite marks on Stephen Branch is more often associated with a female offender. The attack on Stephen Branch was more punitive in nature than sexual. The suck mark bite marks on Christopher Byers are more sexually oriented. The attack on his genitals suggests an offender who is ashamed of his own sexuality, possibly confused and angered by his own sexual impulses towards males. The offender was punishing Christopher for his sexuality and to establish or re-establish sexual ownership of him. The primary offender in these murders is described by Brent Turvey as possibly having the following characteristics: showing violent and selfish sexual behaviors, a very selfish and explosive individual with potentially violent temper, wants to be perceived as not caring how others view him, would be described as hostile, angry, and someone who carries grudges, would project a macho, heterosexual, and control image, an egocentric individual who cannot tolerate the criticism or shortcomings of others, requires instant gratification for his impulses and can react violently when those impulses are not satisfied. He may be glib and superficial and extremely manipulative. Dominant in all relationships with women. Very possessive and irrationally jealous in his sexual relationships, possibly manifesting in violent behavior acted out towards the females in his life. Would have a level of knowledge and sophistication in criminal activity through repeated offenses, exposure to law enforcement training and techniques, or previous arrests for similar crimes. May have spent some time in prison or commits petty crimes to support himself. Probably will have past arrests for drugs, violent behavior, and assault. Very likely to have been married more than once. A misogynistic attitude toward women, and past relationships would have involved a great deal of physical and or emotional abuse. If married at the time of the offense, the marriage would have been in crisis. His wife may have been the compliant partner in this crime. It is very likely that the offender would have been involved in the search for the boys, possibly dumping the bodies with the intent of being the one to find them in order to shift blame. Offender will probably have a collection of knives and will possibly have a similar interest in firearms and guns. Will probably have a drinking problem or a drug habit supported by criminal activity. He is probably unemployed, unable to hold down a full-time job for a number of behavioral reasons. He probably used his own vehicle in this attack, which would most likely be masculine, like a truck. It should be noted that Brent Turvey's assessment should be taken with heavy skepticism. Knowing what we know now, it appears that he was custom profiling the offender as John Mark Byers and quite possibly Melissa Byers. Former FBI profiler Greg O. McCrary characterized Turvey as a self-proclaimed profiler, which adds to the scrutiny we should put on his profile, which reeks of assumptions. McCrary wrote in his book, The Unknown Darkness, Profiling the Predators Among Us, that not only has Turvey never completed any recognized training programs, as a matter of fact, he has never even completed even a basic policy academy training program anywhere. He had, however, authored a flawed textbook on profiling. The theory that the boys were killed elsewhere doesn't add up. Multiple witnesses saw them entering Robin Hood Hills on the day they disappeared, and their clothes and bikes were found at the crime scene. It is illogical to assume that the killer or killers would abduct the 3 boys from the woods, kill them elsewhere, and return their bodies, bikes, and clothing to the original location where it was being heavily searched. Given the evidence, it's reasonable to conclude that the boys were murdered in Robin Hood Hills. The explanation requires no elaborate leaps or assumptions. The fact that their bodies, clothes, and bikes were all found in the same location suggests a straightforward and logical conclusion. As Occam's razor dictates, the simplest explanation is often the correct one. Proponents of the dump site theory claim it would have been too dark to kill the boys in the woods at that time. However, this is incorrect. According to sunrise and sunset times, the sun didn't start setting until 7:50 p.m. in West Memphis. If the boys entered the woods around 6:30 p.m., there would have been over an hour of daylight left. The claim about it being too dark is unfounded. The boys could have been killed or incapacitated after 7 or 8 p.m., and there still would have been some light for the killers to dispose of evidence. Also, the noise from the interstate would have drowned out Christopher's screams, making it more than likely that no one would have paid attention to it with the mixture of noises from traffic. Another aspect of the dump site claim is the absence of mosquito bites on the bodies. The defense argued that this meant the boys couldn't have been murdered in the woods, and Brett Turvey echoed this. However, this claim is misleading and unproven. Mosquito bites require time to develop visible inflammatory reaction. The absence of visible blood at the crime scene does not necessarily mean that there wasn't any there. Luminol tests revealed the presence of blood in multiple locations within Robin Hood Hills, including the ditch banks near where the bodies were found. Some areas showed signs of large amount of blood. Although luminol evidence was inadmissible in court at the time, it was shortly admissible after, and it still is today. The defense emphasized the lack of visible blood, but this overlooks the luminol findings. If the woods were merely a drop-off site, there would be no need to clean up multiple areas of the ditch bank. The presence of cleaned up areas suggests that something occurred at the scene. The killers allegedly tried to wash down the ditch banks, using water, sticks, and leaves to scrub and scrape away evidence, possibly including blood. Detective Brian Ridge testified that it appeared someone had cleaned off one of the ditch banks, attempting to wash away evidence. The scrubbing and washing of the ditch banks corroborate the presence of blood, supporting the conclusion that a crime occurred at the scene. March 19th, 1999. After 8 days of hearings between May 5th and this date, Damien Echols' Rule 37 hearing came to an end. Under the law, Judge Burnett had 90 days to rule. June 17th, 1999, Judge Burnett issued an order denying Damien Echols' Rule 37 petition. To clarify what a Rule 37 is, it is a rule of a criminal procedure that governs post-conviction proceedings and relief. It also covers petitions based on claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. December 3rd, 1999. Damien Echols married West Memphis Three advocate Lori Davis. After watching Paradise Lost, New Yorker Lori Davis wrote to Echols in April of '96. By the end of July, she flew down to visit him. She felt by then that Damien and the case were her future. In 1998, Davis left New York and landed in Little Rock, and on December 3rd, they got married in a Buddhist ceremony on prison grounds in front of 6 friends and witnesses. From that point on, Lori would become Damien's handler and spearheaded the campaign, raising funds and working closely with celebrity advocates who could bring attention to the case like Johnny Depp. She also recruited attorneys like Stephen Braga, who agreed to work the case pro bono. June 22nd, 2000. HBO released Paradise Lost 2: Revelations, although some sources suggest that it may have been released as early as March of that year. The sequel revisits the case of the West Memphis Three, who were convicted of a triple child murder in 1994. The film raises questions about the evidence and suggests that the community prejudice led to a miscarriage of justice. The documentary profiles the grassroots movement to exonerate the three and features John Mark Byers, the father of one of the victims. Byers asserts the three's guilt, but the film casts suspicion on him, fueling widespread speculation that suggests he is the real killer. February 27th, 2001. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a petition in the Arkansas Supreme Court seeking to have the court reinvest jurisdiction in the circuit court for purposes of considering a petition for writ of error norum cobis. The norum cobis petition raised three issues. 1. Whether Damien Echols was competent at the time of trial. 2. Whether he was improperly administered psychoactive medication during trial. And 3. Whether the state concealed exculpatory evidence. March 9th, 2001. Attorneys for Jason Baldwin filed a motion to preserve evidence and for access to evidence for testing. March 15th, 2001. Oral arguments before the justices of the Arkansas Supreme Court. Summary. Edward Mallett, representing Echols, argued that Echols' trial attorneys Val Price and Scott Davidson were so involved in discussions with filmmakers before and during the trial that Echols' defense was compromised because the contract negotiations helped shape defense strategy. Mallett discontinued the defense attorney's assertions that they enlisted the filmmakers to help finance the defense. He said the attorneys should have asked the court for money to hire appropriate experts and would have expected the state to pay for it. Instead, Price and Davidson wanted to become famous, and movies made lawyers famous, Mallett said. It was about money, he said. It was about the consequences of making a movie. If the attorneys had not been worried about the film deadlines, they would have asked for a continuance in Echols' trial since it began soon after Misskelley's trial, Mallett added. David Raup, a senior assistant attorney general, told the High Court that testimony at a circuit court hearing on effectiveness of the attorney showed that the contract benefited the defense. Not only did the defense get money, about $7,500, but it also got the benefit of a documentary record that they could review as part of their strategy, he said. Mallett also argued that the circuit judge, David Burnett, should have issued a more detailed order denying Echols' request for a new trial based on the ineffectiveness of his lawyers. Burnett's order only tallied 6 pages despite 8 days of testimony over several months and over 1,400 pages of transcripts and other documents. It's a very large and complicated record with many issues, Mallett said. But Raup noted that the case has been ongoing since 1993. To send the case back to Burnett to issue a more detailed order would do gross injustice to the issue of finality, he said. April 26, 2001. The Arkansas Supreme Court ruled on Judge Burnett's order in which he denied Echols' Rule 37 petition. They affirmed part of the order and remand in part with orders to Judge Burnett to make specific written findings on each issues raised by Echols. May 11th, 2001. The state filed a petition for rehearing of the Arkansas Supreme Court's April 26 ruling. June 7th, 2001. The Arkansas Supreme Court denied the state's request for a rehearing of the court's April 26 ruling. July 30th, 2001. Judge David Burnett issued an order in which he entered further findings denying Damien Echols' Rule 37 petition. February 2nd, 2002. The state filed a response to Jason Baldwin's response to motion to preserve evidence. July 25th, 2002. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a motion for forensic DNA testing. September 5th, 2002. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a motion for stay of proceedings pending outcome of DNA petition. September 12th, 2002. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted Echols a 60-day stay of proceedings. October 8, 2002. Maura Leverett, a journalist and advocate for the West Memphis Three, wrote the book Devil's Knot, The True Story of the West Memphis Three. According to Leverett, in 1993, following the murders of 3 8-year-old boys, West Memphis police seemed baffled. However, detectives suddenly charged 3 teenagers, alleged members of a satanic cult, with the killings. Despite numerous investigative blunders, a flawed confession, and lack of physical evidence, the teenagers were convicted amidst a witch hunt atmosphere. Leverett's book implied that John Mark Byers might be the actual killer. However, it also contained factual errors, such as incorrectly identifying John Vogelman as a juvenile judge. November 7, 2002. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a motion for a 90-day extension of stay of proceedings. November 14, 2002. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted Echols' motion for 90-day extension of stay of proceedings. February 20, 2003. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a motion for 90-day extension of stay of proceedings. February 28, 2003. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted Echols' motion for a 90-day extension of stay of proceedings. May 28, 2003. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a motion to extend stay of proceedings until completion of agreed forensic DNA testing. June 19, 2003. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted Echols' motion to extend the stay, but declined, however, to issue an open-ended stay as Appellant Echols requested. Instead, they will grant further stay for a period of 70 days from the date of this opinion. October 2, 2003. Oral arguments before the justices of the Arkansas Supreme Court. October 16, 2003. The Arkansas Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' petition to reinvest jurisdiction in the Circuit Court to allow him to seek a writ of area coram nobis. To clarify what a writ of area coram nobis is, it is a legal procedure that allows a court to review and potentially overturn its own previous judgment if a significant error of fact was discovered that was not known at the time of the original trial, and which, if presented, would have likely changed the outcome of the case. Essentially, it's a request to correct a fundamental mistake before us, as coram nobis translate into Latin, that could lead to a miscarriage of justice. October 30th, 2003. The Arkansas Supreme Court affirmed Judge Burnett's previous denial of Damien Echols' Rule 37 petition. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a petition for rehearing of the Arkansas Supreme Court's October 16th ruling. November 13th, 2003. The Arkansas Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' petition for rehearing of the court's October 16th ruling. November 14th, 2003. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a petition for rehearing of the Arkansas Supreme Court's October 30th ruling. December 11th, 2003, the Arkansas Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' petition for rehearing of the court's October 30th ruling. June 2nd, 2004. Judge Burnett issued an order for DNA testing. Attorneys for all 3 defendants filed a joint status memorandum in order to report to the court on recent developments. October 28, 2004. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a petition for a writ of habeas corpus. To clarify what a writ of habeas corpus is, it is a court order that requires law enforcement to produce a prisoner and explain why they are being held. The term comes from Latin and means "you have the body." Additionally, they also file a motion to recall the mandate and to reinvest jurisdiction in the trial to consider a petition for writ of error, as well as a memorandum in support of motion to recall the mandate and to reinvest jurisdiction in the trial court. To clarify what a motion to recall the mandate means, it is a request to overturn a court's final decision. The motion must be served on the opposing counsel, and they may file an objection. If the motion is granted, the party who requested the recall must pay any cost incurred after the mandate was filed. October 29th, 2004. West Memphis Three defense team won't be able to exclude any of the defendants. In a Daily Journal article posted in the WM3.org website, it reported something very interesting. Unlike the quintessential rape case, in which DNA results could conclusively rule out all but one suspect, defense attorneys acknowledged that the West Memphis Three can't count on lab testing to show they were absent from the murder scene. Read that again. The defense attorneys acknowledged that the West Memphis Three can't count on lab testing to show that they were absent from the crime scene. But they might be able to show that a fourth person, somebody with no ties to Echols, perhaps a known criminal whose DNA profile had been entered into a government database, left behind indisputable evidence that he or she had a hand in the slayings. Blake Hendricks of Little Rock, Arkansas, who served as local counsel for senior strategist John Phillipsborn, helping the West Memphis Three defense team, stated that they're not going to be able to exclude any of the defendants. They're trying to offensively include someone in there. After initial resistance to testing, Brent Davis has cooperated, saying he felt obliged to give inmates access to the best technology available to challenge their convictions. But he vowed that the defense lawyers will have a fight on their hands if they read too much into the lab results and draw unwarranted conclusions. I mean, the defense would never do such a thing, right? Later on, you'll see that's exactly what they did. Brent Davis's firm belief is that the results are not going to lead to anything beneficial to the defendants because they got the correct result the first time. Brent Davis also said it's been a challenge just keeping up with all the comings and goings of the defense attorneys. Unfortunately, it's 8 against 1 now, and the numbers seem to get lopsided as they go. Any disputes over DNA testing would be refereed by Circuit Court Judge David Burnett, who presided over the trial of Echols and Baldwin. Another issue predicted to come up is who should pay DNA testing expenses that could easily run to 6 figures. Arkansas statute is silent on whether taxpayers or defendants are supposed to pay. The West Memphis Three fronted the expenses from their legal defense fund, but it was assumed they'd request reimbursement from the state. So what does it mean when they say they can't exclude the West Memphis Three? Well, in later lab results, 29 items had no results, meaning they couldn't include or exclude anyone. 4 items couldn't exclude any male, 5 other items that couldn't exclude anyone, and the other 21 items exclude the West Memphis Three because those items only matched the victims. 38 out of the 59 items tested technically cannot exclude the West Memphis Three. When it comes to the ligatures, lab results found mixtures. One of the ligatures used to tie up Stevie Branch showed results for a mixture. The swab from Michael Moore's private area suggests a possible mixture. The swab from Stevie Branch's private area suggests there was something foreign there, and it didn't match either the West Memphis Three or the victims. However, there is an explanation for this. When autopsy photos were taken, one of the bare hands of a physician touched the private area of Stevie Branch. That is most likely what it is. Now, here is a look at both the victims and the defendants' locus chart. For those curious what a locus chart is, it is a visual representation of a locus, which in genetics means the specific location of a gene on a chromosome. Essentially, a locus chart displays the position of different genes along chromosomes, often used to analyze genetic variations and relationships between genes with a specific region. So, Damien Echols, his numbers are 11 and 12. So are Jessie Misskelley's. Jason Baldwin is 9 and 9. Michael Moore is 9 and 13. Stevie Branch is 10 and 12. And Christopher Byers shares Damien Echols and Misskelley's number of 11 and 12. And from the information shown here pertaining to the Stevie Branch combined ligature, the results on that locus are 10, 11, and 12. The results are in the 5th column. Now here there should only be 2 numbers, but instead there's 3. This means for that locus, alleles could be present from Echols, Branch, Misskelley, and or Byers. Now on Michael Moore's penile swab, the numbers are 9, 12, and 13. The results are found in the 2nd column. And again, there should only be 2 numbers. All parties have either 9, 12, or 13 on this locus, so no one can be excluded. December 13th, 2004. The state filed their response to motion to recall the mandate. December 20th, 2004. Attorneys for Damien Echols file a reply in support of motion to recall the mandate. January 20th, 2005. The Arkansas Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' motion to recall the mandate. February 7th, 2005. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a petition for rehearing regarding the Arkansas Supreme Court's denial of his motion to recall the mandate. February 14th, 2005. The state filed a response to Echols' petition for rehearing. February 24th, 2005. The Arkansas Supreme Court denied Damien Echols' petition for rehearing. February 25th, 2005. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a first amended petition for writ of habeas corpus. March 2nd, 2005. The state filed a motion to dismiss petition for writ of habeas corpus for non-exhaustion. April 28th, 2005. Attorneys for Damien Echols file response to motion to dismiss amended petition for writ of habeas corpus. May 13th, 2005. The state filed a reply to Echols' response to motion to dismiss petition for habeas corpus. August 18th, 2005. William R. Wilson, Jr., U.S. District Judge for the Eastern District of Arkansas, issued an order denying the state's motion to dismiss Echols' petition for habeas corpus. May 19th, 2007. Remember when I mentioned there might be credibility to Ron Lack's strong-arming and intimidating people? Terry Hobbs met with Ron Lack along with Rachel Geiser. Here is part of that conversation.
There was a hair found in the ligatures that tied Michael Moore. It's useless. That they have identified it. We are asking everybody that's involved to submit to the DNA sample that we got wrong.
Yeah, we want to talk to Brent about anything, but I even if he said do it, I'm not opposed to that. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Well, the attorneys that we are working for have asked, they asked us to talk with you, and they want you to talk to this other guy, Rick Berry.
Rick Berry?
He's another person. Yeah, Bob.
Who's Rick Berry?
He works for us out of our national office, but he was a former homicide detective. Big paper. He's right. Well, he's
here. You're about to meet him. Mm-hmm.
And do you think that I should talk to Brent before this? Because, I know what's behind this and what's motivating this. And I don't know if I have any interest in Rick or not.
Well, the DNA that was found on that hair doesn't match Damien or Jessie and doesn't match Michael or Stevie or Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So it's somebody else's.
You don't know whose?
Elvis. No. Yes, it is.
So, okay. Knowing that and hearing that, that would put me on the suspect list.
don't see how. That's what we want to eliminate. Eliminate. I'm not worried about DNA, but I sure don't understand how that happened. I don't either. We just received the results back. We got them back day before yesterday. They just called us with them yesterday morning. And I spoke with Rick. Was Tuesday, Wednesday, this past week, and I asked him about the evidence that come back. He mentioned it. Yeah. But when he know? Probably the first. But that still doesn't bother me.
Yeah, we wanted to take your
The problem is, Terry, we know that when this does come out, it's going to turn your life even more upside down. You know it. You might think that. I don't agree with that. Simply because I know my innocence.
It's essential to correct a common misconception. Terry Hobbs was under no obligation to cooperate with or assist the defense attorney's efforts to exonerate their clients. This case is considered closed. Furthermore, this supposed startling evidence is insufficient, as you'll discover later. Also, Terry Hobbs, along with other family members, submitted hair samples, as you can see in this January 17th, 1994 letter from the State Crime Lab. It's also worth noting that Ron Lax employed a similar tactic with David Jacoby. According to an interview conducted by West Memphis Three Facts on Facebook and two other researchers, Jacoby recounted that Lax and Rachel informed him that his own hair was a match for a hair found on a tree stump at the crime scene. Jacoby further described Lax's questionable methods, including being handed an envelope containing photos or documents, presumably of the murdered children, and being told to examine its contents. As a matter of fact, Ron Lax told him to look at his handiwork, implying his involvement in the murders. This tactic appeared to serve a dual purpose: to coerce Jacoby into cooperating and to persuade him into implicating Terry Hobbs. June 21st, 2007. Terry Hobbs voluntarily met with detectives Lieutenant Ken Mitchell and Chuck Knowles at the West Memphis Police Department and gave an interview. Terry Hobbs then and now is not considered a suspect. At least 40 articles published between July 2007 and November 2007 specifically mentioned that the hair at the crime scene either matched or potentially belonged to Terry Hobbs. When most hear the word DNA, they assume that means something like blood or semen. This DNA is actually a hair fragment found on a shoestring used to hogtie Michael Moore. This DNA does not match Terry Hobbs, but rather cannot rule him out as a potential source. Same with the David Jacoby hair. Not understanding the forensic science, the West Memphis Three supporters believed Terry Hobbs must have murdered the children, either on his own or with help. In truth, there were countless hairs. DNA testing couldn't even match some of the evidence at the scene to the victims, despite that they had to have been the source of some of it. Sadly, water had washed away and damaged any viable DNA needed to match the offenders, and this is through a process called hydrolysis, where the water molecules can break down the chemical bonds within the DNA molecule, leading to degradation and potential loss of genetic information. And this is especially significant when DNA is exposed to water for extended periods, particularly in situations where the water is contaminated or has extreme temperatures. And if you have seen the pictures of that dirty ditch bank in the water, that water is definitely contaminated, especially with the kind of junk that was inside it. October 29th, 2007. Attorneys for Damien Echols filed a Second Amendment petition for writ of habeas corpus. The attorney for convicted killer Damien Echols said DNA evidence proved he is innocent and he's demanding a new trial. Forensic expert Vincent DeMaio and Memphis attorney Gerald Scan walked into the office of a private investigator, and soon after, Pam Hobbs, mother of Stevie Branch, and John Mark Byers, stepfather of Christopher Byers, walked in through a side door. They were told of new evidence that pointed to Pam's ex-husband, Terry Hobbs, as the killer. November 1st, 2007. Damien Echols' legal defense team held a press conference. Dennis Reardon, lead counsel, introduced the Damien Echols defense team, including Gerald Scan and Deborah Sawlings. The team discussed the federal habeas corpus petition, Echols versus Norris, which aimed to prove that Damien Echols' 1994 trial was unfair. The petition alleged that Echols' state trial did not adhere to the Federal Bill of Rights. Reardon explained that the case was not about guilt or innocence, but about whether Echols received a fair trial. However, due to an exception in federal habeas corpus law, the court could consider evidence of actual innocence. The defense team presented new evidence, including expert testimony from Werner Spitz, a renowned forensic pathologist, Richard Sevron, a forensic odontologist who testified against Ted Bundy, Tom Fedor, a DNA expert, and John Douglas, former head of the FBI's Criminal Analysis Unit. The team aimed to prove that no reasonable juror would convict Damien Echols based on the new evidence. The conference would provide context about the case leading to the arrest and conviction of Damien Echols. The team would present their expert findings and then open the floor for questions and answers. In 2005, the Bode Lab issued a report showing DNA profiles from the crime scene. Later, the lab analyzed DNA samples from the victims and defendants, but found no link between the defendants and the crime scene. A hair found on a ligature used to tie up Michael Moore was associated with Terry Hobbs, Stevie Branch's stepfather. Another hair found on a tree stump at the crime scene was associated with David Jacoby, a friend of Terry Hobbs. Thomas Fedor, a forensic serologist, analyzed the DNA samples and presented his findings. The DNA from the cigarette butt thought to have been smoked by Terry Hobbs did not exclude him as the source of the hair on the ligature. Approximately 0.12% of the population could be the source of the cigarette butt DNA. Approximately 1.5% of the population could be the source of the hair on the ligature. None of the defendants' DNA matched the hair on the ligature. Fedor also analyzed DNA samples from David Jacoby and found the DNA from the cigarette butt thought to have been smoked by Jacoby matched his cheek swab DNA. The DNA results did not exclude Jacoby as the source of the hair on the tree stump. Approximately 3% of the population could be the source of the cigarette butt DNA. Approximately 7% of the population could be the source of the hair on the tree stump. Fedor concluded that none of the defendants' DNA matched the hairs on the tree stump or the ligature, while the DNA of Terry Hobbs and David Jacoby could be associated with the hairs. With all that said, it's vital to point out what Thomas Fedor said later in the Q&A session of this press conference.
Why we're so much focused on Terry Hobbs? Is there really significant enough DNA evidence that can point to Terry Hobbs? Especially when the fact that the hair of the shoe string could come from inside the house. There's been a lot of talk about it. I'm just stressing some of the things I've heard from folks in the region. We're familiar with the story. Is this evidence enough to say Terry Hobbs could have really done this?
The two hairs that I know about, the one that could in fact come from your house and the other one that could in fact has come from Jessie, constitute what I call the evidence. Because there are other people that could have come from, and there isn't any way to improve our selection of possible sources from that hair. I don't think, my personal opinion is, I don't think that hair evidence would be enough to compare Mr. Hobbs or Mr. Philby or anybody in a similar. It's really not strong. The percentages that I gave, people who could be the source of those hairs, are 1.5% of the population with respect to one hair and 7% in respect to another hair. That's not particularly strong evidence, and especially in the context of what most people are accustomed to injuries. That's not true. These are it's certainly weaker than what we'll call an STR DNA test. Well, that virtually provides that.
In addition, he stated that secondary transfer could not be ruled out with the hair tied into the ligature because all three boys interacted with each other and had been to the Hobbs residence. Even though we know it was from a ligature used to tie up Michael Moore, we don't know whose shoestring that belonged to. Despite this hair fragment that may or may not belong to Terry Hobbs being an obvious red herring, the West Memphis Three propaganda machine promoted it to the media and its supporters as a smoking gun. Doctors Werner Spitz and Richard Sevron presented their findings on the injuries sustained by the three victims. Dr. Spitz, a forensic pathologist, analyzed hundreds of autopsy and crime scene photographs, concluded that the injuries on the victims were caused by animals after death, found no evidence of sharp force injuries or knife wounds, stated that the injuries were consistent with animal bites and claw marks. Dr. Sevron, a forensic odontologist, specializes in bite mark identification and has experience with animal bites, concluded that the bite marks on the victims were caused by animals, not humans, stated that the injuries were post-mortem and consistent with animal predation, criticized the prosecution's claim that a serrated knife caused the injuries, calling it ridiculous and unconscionable. Both experts presented photographic evidence to support their conclusions, including images of the victims' injuries, which they claimed were consistent with animal bites and claw marks, a photo of a knife allegedly used in the crime, which Dr. Sevron claimed could not have caused the injuries, but rather an alligator turtle. The experts' findings contradict the prosecution's theory that the victims were murdered by Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley using a serrated knife. The state would eventually refute the animal predation claims. Dr. Frank Peretti, the state forensic expert at the original trials in '94, was roundly criticized by defense experts who pushed both the human bite mark and animal predation theories. But here's the thing. Peretti was an expert on turtles. As a matter of fact, he raised them. Dr. Peretti felt the shifting theories among the defense experts had little merit and vindicated his original findings. Peretti was asked by the state to review the testimony given by the defense experts Spitz, Baden, Sevron, and Offhoven. He said he only read parts of Spitz, all of Baden, and some of Sevron. He said he couldn't read much because the defense experts' opinions were ridiculous. He was pressed by Burt, became irritated, and then stated angrily that Spitz was incoherent, Baden reasonable, and Sevron out in left field. He said Spitz's description of a dog shaking the body, smacking them against trees, did not make sense. He went further and said that he felt their testimony was nothing more than a personal attack against him to make him look incompetent. He said only Baden said that the autopsies conducted were fine. He said he didn't think their opinions meant much because they had not looked at the actual bodies. He said he didn't feel badly for not supplying the information the experts asked for because he had asked for photos and other materials from them and did not receive anything. He went further and said that he felt important being attacked by all these experts. He said he was the only one who was right. Why did they need so many to prove he was wrong? Dr. Frank Peretti thought that the defense's animal predation claims were ridiculous because they had only observed the photographs of the injuries and they had not examined the bodies in person concerning Christopher Byers' injuries. Dr. Peretti said there were multiple wounds in the inner thighs. Here's his direct words. In my view, all the wounds occurred prior to death. Though I wrote that the wounds looked post-mortem, you could see hemorrhage in the tissues. There were some injuries to the buttocks and what I described as superficial cutting wounds in parallel lines. There was some drying of the tissues. I don't know any kind of animal that would have caused this kind of pattern of wounds. There were ghost cells found on the penis slides. These indicated the leaching of blood. the serrated knife that you have here could not have inflicted the pattern wounds on the skin. I found that the knife shown to me by the state had patterns consistent with linear gouges on the remains of Mr. Byers. Dr. William Q. Sterner, the chief medical examiner at the time of the autopsies, and I personally examined the bodies of the 3 boys along with Dr. Kevin Dugan, a forensic dentist. Dr. Dugan's findings that none of the wounds appeared to be human bite marks was corroborated by Dr. Harry Mincer. Second, as part of the autopsy process, tissue samples were taken from one of the superficial and penetrating wounds. When examined grossly and microscopically, these samples demonstrated presence of hemorrhage, clearly indicative of ante-mortem injury and not post-mortem animal activity. Third, physical examination of the penetrating wounds showed a lack of soft tissue bridging typical of wounds caused by tearing or biting. These wounds did not show clearly incised edges indicating they were caused by a sharp instrument. Finally, I have consulted with Dr. Charles Cox, the current chief medical examiner, regarding the autopsies, and he concurs in the findings made and the conclusions drawn from them. John Douglas, a profiler, discussed his involvement in the West Memphis Three case starting in 1993. He and his colleagues provided advice on neighborhood investigations and warned against using Satanism as a motive due to lack of forensic evidence. Douglas mentioned his research on sexual homicide patterns, motives, and violent crime studies, which led to the publication of the Crime Classification Manual. He found no evidence of satanic crimes despite examining hundreds of cases. Douglas expressed interest in re-examining the West Memphis Three case. Relying solely on facts and information, he interviewed new suspects and concluded that the case was not satanic or ritualistic. The killer knew the victims and lived nearby. The crime scene showed criminal sophistication. The killer's initial intent was not to murder but to taunt and punish. Douglas implicated Terry Hobbs and David Jacoby as potential suspects, citing their suspicious behavior and lack of cooperation with law enforcement. John Douglas classified the West Memphis Three case as a personal cause homicide, indicating the killer knew the victims well and didn't act alone. He believed the initial intent was to taunt and punish rather than murder. Douglas noted criminal sophistication at the crime scene, including tying wrists to ankles. The killer's concentrated effort to hide evidence, including clothing and bicycles. The killer's attempt to delay identification by hiding the victims in the bayou. He concluded the killer was criminally sophisticated and violent. The killer had no remorse and was likely a psychopathic personality. The crime was not satanic or ritualistic. Douglas also mentioned his interviews with Terry Hobbs, finding him credible initially, but later discovering that he was lying. He again implicated Hobbs and David Jacoby as potential suspects. But can Douglas's profiling assessment be trusted? He has actually been responsible for a couple wrongful convictions based on his casework. One he admitted to and rectified, the other he refused to accept that he was wrong. Let's get into his profile of Guy Paul Moran, a man convicted, then exonerated of the 1984 murder of 9-year-old Christine Jessup in Ontario. Douglas had done a psychological profile of the killer. When police arrested Guy Paul for the crime, the FBI man claimed this was a success. However, DNA tests on semen found on the victim's underwear exonerated him, who had served 18 months in prison. In Douglas's book, Journey into Darkness, he wrote that the DNA evidence might be a red herring, and that it could be a tragic instance when truth and justice will always be elusive. This alone is enough to throw doubt on any of John Douglas's profiles, especially when he can't own up to his errors, especially one paid by the defense team, but this also should be mentioned. Douglas's mistaken belief that someone inside the sheriff's office was behind the Green River letters that allowed Gary Ridgway to continue to kill women for nearly a decade. In his book, Law and Disorder, he wrote the following fallacy about Damien, Jason, and Jessie. Damien and Jason had no indicative violence in their pasts, and while Jessie was known for a hot temper, he channeled his aggression into pursuits such as wrestling. He was also known to be very gentle with children and often babysat in the neighborhood. Though three were raised in a culture in which corporal punishment was common, none were abused. In sum, I found nothing in the behavioral backgrounds of the Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley to suggest that any were guilty of murder. Now, if you listened to episode 3 of the West Memphis Three for Dummies and heard the highlights of Damien Echols' Exhibit 500, you know what Douglas wrote is pure bullshit. He either never read or knew of the mental health records, or he purposefully omitted them in favor of a narrative for the defense team who hired him for his services. Jessie Misskelley was known for fighting, including a couple of alleged violent acts against younger children reported in the months leading up to the crimes on May 5, 1993. As far as having been abused, Jason Baldwin, by his own account, was physically abused by his stepfather in his later childhood and as recently as a few weeks before the crimes. Damien had detailed an assortment of physical mistreatment by his own despised stepfather, who also was accused of sexually abusing his sister. Now let's look a little bit more into Jessie Misskelley. 1986, 1987, reports from the book Blood of Innocence. Once stabbed a 4th grade classmate in the mouth with a pencil. Allegedly hit a girl in the head with a rock or brick during an altercation with her boyfriend. The girl fell down, couldn't get up, according to the complaint by the girl's mother. He gets so mad, he's capable of hurting someone. I don't think he can control it. He needs some help. That's from Jessie's stepmother, as quoted in a social worker report. 1992 police reports. He said that Jessie put a knife to his throat and threatened to kill him. He hit him at least once. Early 1993, per report. Struck a 6-year-old girl in the head with a rock and laughed, according to his friend Dennis Carter. March 1993, police report. Charged with punching 13-year-old Tiffany Allen in the face. May-June 1993, employer report. He whipped a grown man right out there the other day. If it hadn't been for Big Jessie stepping in to stop it, he would have been hurt. That man would have been hurt bad. And that's garage boss Jim McNeese. Now let's talk about Jason Baldwin for a moment. In the book Dark Spell, Jason talked openly about the physical abuse doled out to his mother and later on to himself and his younger brothers by his stepfather, Terry Grinnell Sr. And it all culminated in April 1993, mere weeks before the crimes, when 16-year-old Jason retaliated against his mother's abuser with a baseball bat and chased Grinnell from the home. Now, there's not much information about Jason being violent outside the report of a fight, after which it was noted that Damien licked the blood that had dripped from Jason's bloody nose. Additionally, one of Jason's school essays recounted an incident where he put his younger brother in a chokehold, and he claimed that he's usually a calm person and can take mostly anything, but sometimes when he gets angry, it's not a pretty sight. And he grabbed his brother, put him in a chokehold, and held him there till his face turned bright red, and then he let him go. And then he threatened, mess with me again, and it'll be worse. And you know, it's funny, it's amazing what those skinny arms can do to a younger child, right? The ones that the Paradise Lost filmmakers didn't think was possible. But it's clear to me, and it should be to you, that John Douglas custom-fitted a profile for Damien's defense the same way he custom-fitted a profile for Guy Paul Moran as the murdering rapist of Christine Jessup. November 21st, 2007. District Judge William Wilson issued an order in which he stated he planned to hold Echols' second amended petition in abeyance pending exhaustion of state court remedies. He further requested that Echols' attorneys file monthly status reports to inform the court of the status of the state court proceedings. November 26, 2007. A letter posted on the Dixie Chicks website and a December 19, 2007 Free the West Memphis Three rally, Natalie Pastar made remarks in the letters and at the rally. Pastar all but accused Terry Hobbs of murdering Michael Moore, Christopher Byers, and his stepson Stevie Branch in the Robin Hood Hills area of West Memphis, Arkansas on May 5, 1993. January 29, 2008. Judge David Burnett wrote a letter to all counsel of record stating that he has set aside the last 3 weeks in April 2008 to hear the pending motions in all 3 cases. February 21st, 2008. All parties submit a joint status and case management memorandum to inform the court that for a variety of reasons they cannot begin a multi-week evidentiary hearing on April 14, 2008. March 28, 2008. Judge David Burnett wrote a letter to all counsel of record stating that he has set aside April 15th for a hearing on all matters in all 3 cases. April 11th, 2008. Attorneys for Echols filed a motion for a new trial. April 15th, 2008. Hearing in Jonesboro. Judge Burnett told the attorneys that he wants all motions filed by May 30th and the state to respond by July 15th. He set an August 20th hearing for attorneys to give him a status report. After looking at schedules, Burnett scheduled hearings beginning September 8th through October 3rd to hear the appeals. Each defendant will have 1 week. Burnett also issued a gag order, telling attorneys on both sides that any contact with media was forbidden. May 29, 2008. Attorneys for Baldwin filed amended Rule 37 petition. They also filed a writ of error, coram nobis, with the Arkansas Supreme Court, claiming prosecutors withheld evidence from Baldwin's trial attorneys. May 30th, 2008. Attorneys for Baldwin filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus and motion for new trial. June 5th, 2008. Attorneys for Misskelley filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus and motion for new trial, as well as an amended Rule 37 petition. Additionally, they also filed a writ of error coram nobis with the Arkansas Supreme Court. June 26, 2008. Without comment, the Arkansas Supreme Court denied Baldwin's and Misskelley's petitions to reinvest the circuit court with jurisdiction to consider their petitions for writ of error coram nobis. The petitions are denied without prejudice, which allowed the defense to renew the requests later. August 20th, 2008. Status hearing in Jonesboro. Judge Burnett tentatively scheduled a September 8th hearing to conduct an Act 1780 hearing for Echols first, then a hearing for Baldwin and Misskelley if needed. However, he said he could follow the prosecutor's suggestion that the DNA evidence offered by defense attorneys isn't sufficient to order a new trial or overturn the convictions of either defendant, and that he could rule in chambers before September 8th and forego a hearing. Burnett also said he could begin hearings for Misskelley and Baldwin on September 8th to determine if they received ineffective legal counsel at their trials. He also denied the defense's request to have him recuse himself from the case. September 10th, 2008. Judge Burnett issued orders denying without an evidentiary hearing Echols' April 11th motion for a new trial, Baldwin's May 30th petition for writ of habeas corpus and motion for new trial, Misskelley's June 5th petition for writ of habeas corpus and motion for new trial. September 11th, 2008. Judge Burnett issued a letter stating that hearings for motions for post-conviction relief pursued by Baldwin and Misskelley on grounds not available to Echols, is scheduled to be conducted from September 24th through September 30th. September 24th, 2008. Jason Baldwin's Rule 37 began in Jonesboro. District Judge William Wilson issued an order stating that he recused himself from Echols' case due to the fact that some of the principals in this case are long-term acquaintances and friends of his. November 4th, 2008. Brent Davis was elected to the bench. Craighead County Deputy Prosecutor Mike Walden will serve out Davis's 2 remaining years as prosecutor. November 25th, 2008. Terry Hobbs filed a defamation lawsuit against Natalie Pastar and the Dixie Chicks. The famous singer's letters seeking donations for the trio's legal defense fund mentioned a DNA test that found a hair belonging to Hobbs on a shoelace used to bind one of the murdered boys. Natalie wrote, "I am confident that you will see the DNA evidence is irrefutable and that these 3 men did not get the kind of trial that is promised to us as Americans." An odd statement, since the West Memphis Three's own serologist expert, Thomas Fedor, called it weak evidence based on 2 points. 1, the hair can't be definitively matched to Terry. And 2, secondary transfer would explain the hair fragment. A far cry from irrefutable, but this claim against Terry Hobbs is echoed to this very day, showing what kind of power the West Memphis Three publicity team really had. Terry Hobbs' lawsuit against Pastar's letter, when taken as a whole, accused Hobbs of committing the murder of Stevie Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore. Unknowns to Terry, Pastar's legal team would use this opportunity by deposing him about the Robin Hood Hills murders and shed light on his other unsavory situations not related to the case at all. September 16th, 2009. Deborah Moyer and her 2 daughters, Jamie Clark Ballard and Brandy Clark Williams, claimed in an affidavit to have observed Terry Hobbs calling Stevie back to the Hobbs family residence at approximately 6:30 p.m. on May 5th, 1993. It was also claimed that Amanda was playing in the Hobbs driveway. The family did not make a statement to police immediately following the murders, claiming they did not feel the information was pertinent to the case. These statements have been submitted as part of an actual innocence defense on part of Damien Echols. However, there are significant issues with these accounts. As shown in part 1 of the series, multiple accounts have Michael, Stevie, and Christopher headed north towards Robin Hood Hills or near it. Terry lived south of the crime scene. But let's recap. 6 o'clock p.m. or possibly earlier, Dana Moore saw the 3 boys on 2 bikes on North 14th Street. 5:45 to 6 o'clock p.m., the Baileys report seeing Stevie and Michael on W.E. Cat. Michael told Otto Bailey that he was in a hurry and needed to leave. The boys are going toward Mayfair. Also around the same time of 5:45 to 6 o'clock p.m., Deborah Oettinger says the boys met up in her yard and eventually go into the woods via Goodwin. 6 to 6:30 p.m., all 3 boys are seen by Cindy Rico. She said she saw them by the drainage ditch, down past Blue Beacon, down by the bridge. 6:45 p.m., Brian Woody said that he saw 4 boys playing on Goodwin, not confirmed as Stevie, Michael, and Chris, but this possibly showed they were going in and out of the area, but not straying far from Robin Hood Hills. All evidence points to Stevie, Michael, and Christopher being north at the time of Deborah Moyer, Jamie Clark Ballard, and Brandy Clark Williams' claim, which would have had the boys south of where multiple others spotted them. Not to mention, Amanda wasn't with Terry, but at the Jacoby residence. Based on this, Stevie, Michael, and Christopher and Amanda could not be at 2 different places at the same time. However, the West Memphis Three propaganda machine ran with these 3 women's accounts in a smear campaign against Terry Hobbs and to raise doubt of the guilt of the West Memphis Three. October 2nd, 2009. Testimony concluded in Baldwin and Misskelley's Rule 37 hearings. December 1st, 2009. Terry Hobbs lost his defamation lawsuit. U.S. District Judge Brian Miller dismissed the suit, saying Hobbs had voluntarily interjected himself into a public controversy over whether the 3 teenagers convicted of killing the 3 8-year-old boys had been wrongfully condemned. Something to note in the ruling. Natalie's opinions have been shaped not by reading the facts of the case, but by watching the 2 Paradise Lost documentaries, lengthy correspondences with Lori Davis, and watching the Echols legal defense team's very biased press conference. This is typically how most of the celebrities have reached their conclusions, not based on sound evidence, but built on bias, relatability, or feelings. And allow me to share some examples. So, Eddie Vedder, this was in an August 6, 2013 Facebook post, and he wrote, "I was never sure if Damien Echols was innocent until I asked him face to face. The answer he gave me and the unflinching trust that I could see from human to human, that was when I truly, truly believed." Okay, well, that's not how you base evidence of someone's guilt or innocence. I mean, they could be a very good manipulator. But anyways, let's move on. You have Johnny Depp. He became interested in the case after watching the first Paradise Lost documentary, and he stated, "Oh, I immediately related to Damien what he went through growing up. He came from a small town in Arkansas, and I came from a relatively small town in Kentucky. I can remember kind of being looked upon as a freak or different because I didn't dress like everybody else, so I can empathize with being judged by how you look." Punk rock musician Henry Rollins saw himself in Damien, and he stated in Rolling Stones back in 2011 that he found himself up at 3:30 a.m. thinking about Damien, that it could have been him, and that he had those records and he was a sullen teenager. And of course, that's not why Damien, Jason, or Jessie were arrested. Rollins also was ignorant about the case, and he claimed multiple times in interviews that Jessie wasn't read his rights. And if you go back to part 1 of West Memphis 3 for Dummies, you know that's factually inaccurate. Also, West Memphis 3 researcher Lisa O'Brien and others confronted Rollins of this issue in June 2003 behind the New Daisy Theater after he preached the West Memphis Three's innocence. Despite correcting Rollins that Jessie was in fact read his rights, the stubborn punk rocker refused to accept factual information because it didn't align with what he believed to be true. Lord of the Rings and Hobbit movie filmmaker Peter Jackson. Like the others, he got involved by watching the very biased Paradise Lost 1 and 2 and reading the internet, most likely websites like Free the West Memphis 3, and after that he became invested in the case and donated a shitload of money to the defense. He also donated money to Lori Davis through the Defense Fund in July of 2005 with a letter that said, "Let us know if there's anything we can do to help from New Zealand." And Lori would correspond with Peter and his wife on a regular basis after that. Let this be a lesson. Celebrity endorsement is powerful, but they don't know shit about criminal cases other than what is spoon-fed to them. January 20th, 2010. Judge Burnett denied Baldwin's and Misskelley's Rule 37 petitions. May 18th, 2010. Judge David Burnett won in the Democratic primary for the state's 15th Senate District. Burnett won in the general election running unopposed. September 30th, 2010. The Arkansas Supreme Court heard oral arguments in Echols' appeal. November 4th, 2010. The Arkansas Supreme Court reversed Judge Burnett's September 10, 2008 orders and remands the defendants' cases back to the Circuit Court for evidentiary hearings to consider new DNA evidence and a charge of juror misconduct. November 30th, 2010. Circuit Court Judge David Laser is appointed to preside over the evidentiary hearings ordered by the Arkansas Supreme Court. He replaced retired Judge David Burnett, who presided over the original trials and all hearings, because Burnett has been elected to the state Senate. January 2011, Scott Ellington became district prosecuting attorney, replacing Brent Davis, who became a judge, and Mike Walden, who was appointed to fill out Davis's term. January 4th, 2011, scheduling conference in Circuit Court in Jonesboro. Judge David Laser ordered all parties to file briefs with him by February 18th regarding issues to be addressed at the evidentiary hearing. Laser also decided that a single hearing will be held for all three defendants, which would save time and money for defense attorneys. He also ordered a gag order in the case, prohibiting attorneys from talking about the case with the media. February 18th, 2011. All parties filed pre-hearing briefs as ordered by Judge Laser. Additionally, attorneys for Baldwin and Misskelley filed their respective Rule 37 briefs with the Arkansas Supreme Court. March 15th, 2011. Damien Echols filed a motion for additional DNA testing and other forensic testing. March 17th, 2011. Judge Laser issued an order stating that the evidentiary hearing was scheduled for December 5th, 2011 through December 21st, 2011. April 8th, 2011. Damien Echols' motion for additional DNA testing and other forensic testing was approved. April 18th, 2011. Judge Laser issued an order authorizing and directing additional DNA and other scientific testing as requested by the defendants. May 5th, 2011. The state filed briefs in the Baldwin-Misskelley Rule 37 appeal. May 19th, 2011. Attorneys for Baldwin filed their Rule 37 reply brief with the Arkansas Supreme Court. May 24th, 2011. Attorneys for Misskelley filed their Rule 37 reply brief with the Arkansas Supreme Court. August 18th, 2011. Judge Laser issued a notice which stated that the court will take up certain matters pertaining to the case of defendants Baldwin, Echols, and Misskelley on Friday, August 19th, 2011. One session will be conducted out of public presence with all defendants present, and another session will be conducted in open court. The session conducted in chambers will likely begin at 10 a.m., followed by a public session which will begin about 11 a.m. August 19th, 2011. Hearing before Judge Laser. It is announced that as the result of negotiations between prosecutors and defense counsel to resolve the cases, Judge Laser vacated the convictions on the condition that the defendants enter guilty pleas pursuant to the U.S. Supreme Court case known as North Carolina versus Alford. Echols, Baldwin, and Misskelley entered Alford pleas, which meant they pled guilty but do not admit to the act and are allowed to maintain their innocence, while at the same time acknowledging that the prosecutors had enough evidence to convict them. In accordance with the plea negotiations, Judge Laser sentenced all three to time served, followed by a 10-year term of suspended imposition of sentence. If they reoffended, they can be sent back to prison for 21 years.
What it all came down to for me was we knew we would win this eventually. We would be exonerated eventually. The state knew that. But they presented this deal to us, basically saying, you can sign this paperwork and you can walk out of prison this week. You can go home before this week is out. Or you can refuse this deal, and yeah, you'll eventually win, but we'll drag this out for another 5, 10 years, however long it takes. You know, Scott Ellington also says in the movie, the prosecutor, that one of the considerations they had in agreeing to this deal was that the three of us together could have effectively sued the state for $60 million. So you take that in consideration with the fact that I also knew how corrupt and how desperate they were, and I knew they could have had me stabbed to death in that prison any day of the week for $50.
Damien Echols, as always, lied about the circumstances. The state didn't offer this deal, the defense did. This deal originated after lab results ordered on April 18th came back to the defense team, and it revealed nothing of value for their clients. These lab results have never been made public. This prompted one of Damien's attorneys, Patrick Banca, to meet with his old law school buddy, Arkansas Attorney General Dustin McDaniel. The two would later go on to be partners in a law firm called McDaniel, Wolf, and Banca. Banca offered a solution that would satisfy all parties. It was the brainchild of Stephen Braga, who was also representing the West Memphis Three. This idea was presented to Scott Ellington, and he was agreeable to it as long as all three offenders pled to it. If not, no deal. You know, Ellington didn't have intimate knowledge of this case the way that Brent Davis did. He ultimately wanted it to be over despite the protest from Todd Moore, Dana Moore, Stevie Branch Sr., and Terry Hobbs. If need be, they were willing to see this go back to trial. Instead of waiting until the evidentiary hearing to see how things would play out, Ellington, like a newbie prosecutor, fell for the defense's poker bluff, and just like that, the West Memphis Three were freed. But at least as convicted child killers on probation. Even some of the reasons for Ellington to go along with this deal didn't make sense. One being jury misconduct. He claimed he believed that the allegation of misconduct on behalf of a juror in the Echols-Baldwin trial would have likely resulted in a new trial ordered. But would it have, really? So the story goes, Kent Arnold, the jury foreman, wanted to put Damien behind bars badly and introduced outside evidence in deliberation like Jessie's confession, which wasn't permitted in Damien and Jason's trial. However, it wasn't Kent who introduced it to his fellow jury members, but Damien's lawyer Val Price. It accidentally came about while grilling Detective Brian Ridge. For years, they tried spinning this into an appeals claim in one form or another, and it failed each time. Now, in a notepad, Jessie's confession for side of guilt during deliberation was written, but scratched out as something that couldn't be considered. But Ken Arnold didn't bring this forward to an unknowing jury. Also, an attorney named Lloyd Warford came forward and claimed that Ken Arnold told him this whole thing, but of course, like an honest man, he decided to wait 16 years to come forth with this alleged information. If Warford knew that this was improper, he did absolutely nothing about it, again, for 16 years. He never reported it, but he sure waited for a convenient time to make the allegation, so I don't find his statements about Kent Arnold credible, and neither should you. In a commercial appeal article, Echols' original defense attorney, he took this whole thing in. Among bystanders outside the courthouse was Val Price, and as a testament to changed times, Price, who in 1994 defended the Mid-South's most notorious teen murderer defendant, said he's now a juvenile prosecutor. Watching the carnival atmosphere around him, he just smiled and shook his head. When asked if he believed Damien Echols was indeed innocent, Val Price squinted his eyes and shook his head again. It's hard to say. Think about that. That's his own original defense attorney. August 24th, 2011. Attorneys for Misskelley filed a motion to dismiss the Rule 37 appeal that was pending before the Arkansas Supreme Court. September 8th, 2011. The Arkansas Supreme Court granted Misskelley's motion to dismiss the Rule 37 appeal. Attorneys for Echols filed a motion to dismiss his federal habeas corpus petition. September 28, 2011, District Judge Brian Miller issued an order granting Echols' motion to dismiss his habeas corpus petition. So I was originally going to end the episode there, but there was just this part of me that didn't want to do that. So I want to end it from a Jonesboro Sun article that came out December 3rd, 2011. Victim's father still feels pain. The last moments Todd Moore spent with his son Michael remain vivid in his mind even after 18 years. Father and son played in the backyard of their West Memphis home with the family's yellow Labrador, Smiley. Soon they ventured inside to watch television. Todd had to run a trucking route in southern Louisiana a few hours later, and he needed to get some sleep. "Love you, son," he said to 8-year-old Michael. "Love you, Dad," the boy replied. It was May 4th, 1993. Those were the last words ever spoken between them. The next day, Michael and two playmates, Stevie Branch and Christopher Byers, were abducted and murdered. Their bodies were found in a West Memphis area creek the next day, not far from their homes. There is not a day that goes by that I do not think of him, 47-year-old Todd told The Sun in a rare public interview. "I love my son dearly, and I miss him every day." The gruesome murders drew nationwide attention, and within a month, 3 Marion teenagers, Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley Jr., were charged in the killings. Less than a year later, all 3 were convicted, and Todd said he and his wife Dana tried to pick up the pieces of their lives. While the parents of other victims, supporters of the accused, attorneys, and others fought the case out in numerous court hearings and in the media, the Moores shied from the limelight. In August, Todd got a call from Crittenden County Sheriff Mike Allen, the man who found Michael in the creek. He told him to come to the sheriff's department to meet with prosecuting attorney Scott Ellington. When Todd arrived, he got stunning news. To his dismay, he was told Echols, Baldwin, and Misskelley were to be released August 19th after a plea deal had been worked out with the defense attorneys and the prosecutors, ending one of the most controversial legal cases in Arkansas history. I expressed my opinion and was basically told it was the prosecutor's decision and he was moving forward with it, and the parents basically had no say in the decision, Todd said. That angered me, and I sent him an email later that day to express my feelings. He has yet to respond. Ellington said he received an email on August 15th, and he didn't think from the tenor of the communication a response was desired. If I was in his shoes, I probably wouldn't have liked it either. I feel bad for him and his family. I hate it. This is really sad, Ellington said. Watching the men walk free was gut-wrenching, Todd said. Another part of the case that angered Todd is that it's not certain that the so-called West Memphis Three are employed or in school. Conditions of probation. I'm tired of seeing these convicted killers on New Zealand ski lifts and partying in Amsterdam, Todd said. They lack any discernible employment or enrollment in school. Numerous stories have them jet-setting around the world. The three men have unsupervised probation, and determining whether they are employed would be difficult, Ellington said. But with a weak economy, it's unlikely a judge would return the men to jail if they were unable to find a job, he said. Baldwin may be working a construction job in Washington state, and Misskelley's perceived mental problems may prevent him from getting a job, Ellington said. Echols is reportedly in New Zealand. We welcome Echols to stay in New Zealand, whether he's working or not, Ellington said. Todd said he doesn't believe new DNA and forensic evidence is enough to exonerate the men. A series of confessions by Misskelley is the most compelling evidence against them, Todd said. Since the three were freed, Todd said he's seen Echols and Baldwin on television and even had a chance encounter with Misskelley at the post office. At first, he didn't realize it was him. But then he knew. I saw one of the killers in the street, Todd said. My heart dropped, and I felt ill for the rest of the week. Misskelley left before the men confronted each other. Todd and Dana divorced in 2005, but the two have a cordial relationship, he said. They have considered possible legal action in the case, but are not pursuing any type of litigation at this time. Michael's parents recently petitioned the Academy Awards not to consider Paradise Lost 3: Purgatory, a documentary about the case, for an Oscar. It's the third film by Joe Berlinger and Bruce Sonitsky about the case. The Moores claim that they were deceived by the filmmakers, a claim the directors have denied. Todd said the first film in which they appeared was a manipulative and deceptive effort by the directors. Berlinger told The Sun earlier this week the film was originally conceived as a way to document how the three men could have committed this heinous crime, but as filming commenced, the directors became convinced the West Memphis Three were innocent. Beyond the chaos surrounding the case and the scrutiny of the national media, Todd said he takes time each day to think about his son, a Cub Scout who loved the military. His love for military things would lead me to believe that he would have followed in his dad's footsteps and joined either the U.S. Navy or U.S. Marines and proudly serve his country, Todd said. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think of him. September 11th, 2011. Paradise Lost 3: Purgatory premiered at the 2011 Toronto International Film Festival and later aired on HBO on January 12, 2012. This documentary revisits the West Memphis Three case, covering past events and new developments. Notably, the film showcases significant changes in perspectives, particularly from John Mark Byers, a step-parent who shifts from believing in the West Memphis Three's guilt to being a supporter. Additionally, the documentary moves away from John Mark Byers being a suspect and raises suspicions on Terry Hobbs, another stepfather, potentially being involved in the crime. Pam Hicks, the mother of Stevie Branch and ex-wife of Terry Hobbs, also undergoes a transformation, going from believing the West Memphis Three were guilty to expressing support for them. Moreover, she suggests that Terry Hobbs may have been capable of committing the crime. Ultimately, Paradise Lost 3: Purgatory concludes chronicling the release of Damien Echols, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Misskelley. December 25th, 2012. The documentary West of Memphis was released, directed by Amy Berg and produced by Peter Jackson, his wife, and strangely, Damien Echols and his wife, Lori Davis. This collaboration raises questions about the film's objectivity. I previously discussed certain topics already covered in West of Memphis, so I will skip over that and cover what I haven't. Building on the suspicions introduced in Paradise Lost 3, this documentary intensifies its focus on Terry Hobbs as a potential suspect. Let's get into that. Pam Hicks and her sisters leveled severe accusations against Terry Hobbs, including disturbing claims of child abuse, without providing any substantial evidence or proof. This raises questions about the motivations behind these allegations. A closer examination reveals that Terry Hobbs' marriage to Pam Hicks was tumultuous and marked by bitterness. During their divorce, Pam Hicks accused Terry of molesting their daughter in an attempt to gain custody. When this tactic failed, she shifted her focus to accusing Hobbs of being responsible for her son's murder. These accusations appear to have originated from a rumor spread by Pam's sisters after the murders, seemingly fueled by their personal dislike for Terry. The allegations made by Pam's sisters are particularly egregious, including claims of child abuse and sexual abuse against his stepson Stevie and biological daughter Amanda. However, Amanda Hobbs has defended her father, dismissing these allegations and even going so far as to call him her hero. This development casts further doubt on the credibility of the accusations made against Terry Hobbs. Pam's sisters made additional accusations against Terry, including a claim that he did laundry the night of the murders, which one sister found unusual since he rarely did chores like that. However, it's questionable why this claim was only made publicly 14 years later on film. This delay undermines their credibility, as one would expect them to report such suspicious behavior immediately if they genuinely believed it. The documentary also touches on an incident where Terry shot Pam's brother during a domestic dispute. As soon as Pam alerted her family, Terry proactively called the police, anticipating a confrontation. Given Pam's brother's larger size and aggressive behavior, Terry was justified in being armed. Despite attempting to avoid conflict, Terry was forced to defend himself, resulting in Pam's brother being shot. This complex situation led to Terry being charged with aggravated assault. Years later, Pam's brother passed away due to unrelated health issues. Nevertheless, Pam's family continued to blame Terry for his death, perpetuating a narrative that seems more driven by animosity than facts. Many years later, Pam stopped pointing the finger at Terry. She was quoted in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette of saying she's grown tired of figuring out who might have committed the murders and prefers to think about the time she spent with Stevie before he was murdered. Let's get into the Hobbs family secret, and WestMemphis3Facts.com actually does a very good job laying this out. In the film, Baxter County, Arkansas residents Cody Curtis Gott and Christian Blake Sisk, former friends of Terry Hobbs' nephew, Mike Hobbs Jr., went on camera for West of Memphis to talk about what they call the Hobbs family secret. They claim that Mike Hobbs Jr. told them that he heard that his uncle, Terry Hobbs, was involved in the murders. Gott and Sisk were on probation for felony burglary for their high school when producer Amy Berg interviewed them and got them to tell their Hobbs family secret tale. In May 2013, they were sent to prison on new charges. Sisk was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Gott was sentenced to 7 years. There have only been a few media mentions of the fact that the star witnesses against Terry Hobbs are young convicted felons from Mountain Home, Arkansas, with lengthy arrest records. There are numerous problems with this alleged Hobbs family secret. 1. Mike Hobbs and his son have denied ever saying that Terry Hobbs killed Michael, Christopher, and Stevie. 2. The Gott and Sisk statements are hearsay. While it may work in a movie, the statements are inadmissible in a court of law. Terry Hobbs' brother's son says he heard someone say that his uncle did it. It would not stand in a real courtroom. 3. Gott and Sisk may have had a grudge against Mike Hobbs Jr. According to Hobbs Sr., Gott and Sisk made up the Hobbs family secret in order to retaliate against Mike Jr., according to Hobbs Sr. His son provided information to authorities on the Mountain Home High School break-in that led to the arrests and felony convictions of Gott and Sisk. 4. The West Memphis Three defense team claims Gott and Sisk passed polygraph tests. Well, whoop-de-fucking-do. The defense team chose the testers and paid any fees that may have been charged related to that testing. The results have not been analyzed by anyone other than the defense team for accuracy. Plus, as a lot of you already know, polygraph tests are seldom admissible in court. 5. Gott and Sisk may have had financial motivations. According to the defense timeline of the events, the Hobbs family secret tip came in to the West Memphis Three defense team phone tip line on December 11th, 2011. On December 16th, Gott, Sisk, and a third unnamed informant were flown to Washington, D.C. to meet with the West Memphis Three attorney Steve Braga and West Memphis Three PR agent Lonnie Sori. They signed affidavits and were polygraphed. It is unclear whether there was an award connected to the West Memphis Three phone tip line in December of 2011. However, by February 2012, an anonymous donor had contributed a $100,000 reward to that tip line. At the very least, convicted felons Gott and Sisk got an all-expense paid trip to D.C. out of the deal. And 6. As noted above, because Gott and Sisk are convicted felons with extensive criminal records, they would not make credible witnesses against Terry Hobbs in court. Now, let's go over the Michael Carson interview and whether he recanted or not. So, Carson gives an on-camera interview stating that during the trial, he was heavily involved in substance abuse, which made his perception of reality hazy. He even jokingly mentions that the courtroom camera seemed to have little birds hovering around them. Carson also extends an apology to Jason Baldwin, a bit indirectly, as Jason is not present during the interview. Notably, Carson's statement stops short of a direct admission of lying under oath. Given the intense pressure exerted by people like Ron Lax and Rachel Geiser, it's possible that Carson sought to appease the West Memphis Three support crowd by providing an excuse, allowing him to distance himself from the ordeal. However, without an unedited and uncensored clarification from Michael Carson, the extent of his recantation remains ambiguous. March 27th, 2013. In Marion, Arkansas, a hearing was held regarding evidence in the West Memphis Three murders. Pam Hicks and John Mark Byers, represented by Ken Swindle, sought reconsideration of previous court rulings regarding the investigation's status. Swindle wanted the judge to allow the victims' parents to see physical evidence in the case, but the judge said no. Swindle immediately asked the judge to reconsider and dropped a bombshell. A document naming L.G. Hollingsworth, Buddy Lucas, Terry Hobbs, and David Jacoby as the real killers of Michael, Stevie, and Christopher. Beanie Guy and Billy Stewart provided affidavits claiming knowledge of the murders and implicating individuals like Buddy Lucas and Terry Hobbs. Guy asserted that he sent a letter to Ellington with critical information, which was ignored. Stewart corroborated Guy's claims, detailing interactions with Lucas and Hobbs, suggesting their involvement in the murders. The document criticized Scott Ellington for failing to follow up on credible leads provided by witnesses. Guy said Hollingsworth went into great detail about the gruesome killings he committed with Buddy, Terry, and David. Guy said Hollingsworth told him that the day the boys died, he and Buddy jumped into a truck with Terry Hobbs and David Jacoby to get drugs. He said that the four were drinking and getting high in the woods near the Blue Beacon. Then, right before the sun started to set, the three boys on two bicycles surprised them. He said Hobbs shouted, "Get them, boys." And they did, and they were caught and beaten. Guy said Hollingsworth said Hobbs had the boys take off their pants. He said Hobbs took a knife and reached underneath, cutting the boys' genitals. The boys were then dumped in a ditch. Guy claimed he later contacted the prosecutor and a detective about the case, but he said no one ever got back to him. Now, he said he's coming forward because he wants the parents of the little boys to know what really happened to their children. However, as it always seems to go, it should be noted that Swindle failed to mention to the judge and the media that Stewart and Guy were convicted rapists that were serving 40 years and 70 years on rape and other charges. In 1996, Benny Guy pled guilty to raping an 11-year-old girl in an Arkansas motel room. He had also been convicted of sexual assault in Texas in 1996 and was serving that 40-year term concurrently with the one in Arkansas. On top of all of that, he escaped from jail in 1997 and was serving 6 years for that. He was denied parole in 2008. Despite this, he was miraculously released on parole on June 11, 2013. He had served just 17 years of the 40 he should have served for raping a little 11-year-old girl. November 5th, 2017. Bob Ruff, host of the Truth and Justice podcast, began an extensive re-examination of the West Memphis Three case through a series of episodes, relying on his background as a former fire investigator. Ruff applied his analytical skills to the criminal case. I'm not exactly sure how being a fire investigator makes him qualified to solve solved murders, but let's go with it. As expected, his investigation led him to concur with the popular opinion that the West Memphis Three were innocent. However, a closer examination of Ruff's conclusions and reasoning reveals numerous errors and assumptions. Despite these shortcomings, his coverage has continued to significantly influence public opinion. Notably, Ruff introduced the MVAC system as cutting-edge technology that could be utilized to retest evidence, potentially shedding new light on the case. So let's discuss MVAC a little bit more. So MVAC DNA testing, it's a forensic DNA collection method that uses a wet vacuum system to collect DNA evidence from various surfaces, including porous and rough materials. The MVAC system works by spraying a sterile buffer onto the surface, releasing DNA material, which is then vacuumed up and collected in a bottle. This process allows for the collection of DNA from large areas, difficult to reach surfaces, and even human skin. That's great. Thing is, though, MVAC was not a new technology at the time of Ruff's podcast in 2017. The technology was used in Utah during the investigation of a 2011 murder case, and according to the company's website, the MVAC was the recipient of the IAFP Innovation Award in 2008. That's about 3 years before the West Memphis Three took the Alford plea. So let's jump ahead to March 28th, 2020. Based on his podcast, Truth and Justice, the Oxygen Network released the Forgotten West Memphis Three series with Bob Ruff, and Ruff reinvestigated the notorious West Memphis Three case, and to no one's surprise, found Damien, Jason, and Jessie were innocent, ignoring other facts and evidence. Again, Bob Ruff reintroduces MVAC and demands Scott Ellington give him the evidence so that he can have it tested with this miracle technology. And while the MVAC system, it is a powerful tool for collecting DNA evidence, it's important to note that there are several factors that can hinder its effectiveness, and we should go over them. So number 1, surface type. Certain surfaces like cinder block, unpainted drywall, and satin painted drywall may not yield optimal results with the MVAC system. 2, DNA degradation. DNA is a fragile molecule that can degrade over time, especially when exposed to environmental factors like heat, humidity, and UV light. Degraded DNA may not be recoverable even with the MVAC system. 3, contamination. Contamination on the surface or the MVAC system itself can introduce foreign DNA, which can compromise the integrity of the sample. 4, inhibitors. Certain substances like dirt, dust, or chemicals can inhibit the DNA collection process or interfere with downstream DNA analysis. 5, humidity and moisture. High humidity or moisture levels can cause DNA to degrade or become difficult to recover. 6, temperature extremes. Exposure to extreme temperatures can also degrade DNA or affect the MVAC system's performance. 7, surface cleanliness. If the surface is not properly cleaned before MVAC testing, residual DNA or contaminants can interfere with the results. 8, MVAC system maintenance. Failure to properly maintain the MVAC system, such as clogging or improper cleaning, can reduce its effectiveness. 9, operator error. Human errors such as improper technique or incorrect settings can also impact the success of MVAC DNA testing. And 10, sample handling and storage. Improper handling and storage of the MVAC collected DNA sample can lead to degradation or contamination, compromising the results. So let's talk about the evidence collected. Where was the evidence found? It was discovered submerged in dirty water, a lot of contamination. Water can cause DNA to degrade, making it more difficult or impossible to recover. Water can cause DNA to diffuse out of the substrate or item, making it harder to collect. Water can introduce contaminants such as bacteria, algae, or other organic matter, which can interfere with DNA analysis. Water can inhibit the MVAC system's ability to collect DNA, especially if the water is dirty or contains high levels of contaminants. So when West Memphis Three supporters in droves send me the same tired-ass old questions on YouTube, if the West Memphis Three are guilty, why does Damien want to retest the evidence? There's your answer. Bob pushed for it, and what was Damien and Jason supposed to do? Say no? Jessie wanted nothing to do with it. Jessie had to tell Bob sure after being constantly harassed just to get him to leave him the fuck alone. The likelihood of anything conclusive coming out of this is slim to none. They can take anything inconclusive and make it out to be what they want in the court of public opinion, in an attempt to claim innocence. Damien, along with Jason and Jessie, they have nothing to lose. Any evidence attributed to them can be explained away by the same tired old shtick that the crooked justice system planted the evidence to frame them yet again, and you better believe your bottom dollar that there are stupid lemmings who will fall for it. There's no going back to prison for this crime. There is simply nothing to lose. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that the latest prosecutor might Mosby this thing. And you might be asking yourself, well, who's Mosby? Look up her name in connection with Adnan Syed, and you'll see. But I hope she doesn't. I hope she is a prosecutor of integrity, but we'll see. In Damien's petition in 2022, it stated something I found interesting. It stated, no one knows, of course, whether additional testing of the ligatures, which are the shoelaces, with the new MVAC DNA collection technology will lead to the recovery of new DNA samples for testing or not. But one thing for certain is that such evidence will definitely not be found if testing with this new technology is not done. So make of that as you will, but even they aren't as confident as Bob Ruff of whether or not they're going to recover anything. Still, this has become another controversial issue. Ellington agreeing to testing and skating by until a new prosecutor took his place. Then it was explained that the evidence was lost in a fire. Turned out the evidence was actually fine and well cataloged, but there were other issues to consider. The West Memphis Three signed Alford pleas. They waived their rights not only to any future trials, but also given up their rights for any future appeals. June 2022. Crittenden County Circuit Judge Tanya Alexander denied Damien Echols' request for DNA testing in the West Memphis Three case. The judge ruled that Echols was not eligible for the testing because he was not incarcerated at the time. April 18th, 2024. The Arkansas Supreme Court ruled in a 4-3 decision that Damien Echols can have new DNA testing done in the 1993 West Memphis Three murders. The ruling reverses a lower court's decision that denied Echols' request. Since then, prosecuting attorney Sonia Haygood has agreed to DNA testing. But as of this recording, nothing is in progress despite many false reports from supporters on X. Also worth mentioning is that Jason has a deep disdain towards Damien and Lori. So there you have it. That concludes the timeline. Well, concludes it for now. What I'd like to do now is discuss the summary of the crime. And some of this I'm taking from Gary Meese's book, The Case Against the West Memphis Three. I do add my little touches here and there for this summary. In late afternoon, but long before sunset, Jessie Misskelley Jr. stuck his bottle of Evan Williams whiskey into his pants and began the short walk from Highland Park to Lakeshore. Damien Echols was waiting with Jason along the road just outside Lakeshore. They brought beer with them. The three walked about 2 miles to the woods behind the Blue Beacon Truck Wash, one of many businesses along the service road where Interstate 40 and Interstate 55 joined briefly in West Memphis. When Michael, Stevie, and Christopher entered the woods, Jessie and Jason hid while Damien lured them by making noises. When the children were close, the teens jumped the boys and began beating them viciously. The attack occurred on the banks of a muddy ditch about 2 feet deep after recent rains. Their screams and cries for help were muffled by the embankment, woods, and noisy interstate. Shirts were stuffed into the boys' mouths. The little boys did not offer much resistance. They were overwhelmed. Michael tried to escape, but Jessie ran him down and brought him back quickly, beating him unconscious. The boys were stripped. Jason pulled out a knife and gouged a huge cut into the left side of Stevie's face, and then Jason fell upon Christopher and castrated the boy, who quickly bled out. Jason and Damien began sex play with the little boys. Damien pleasured himself and after wiped his member onto the boys' pants. The boys were bound with their own shoelaces. Left wrist to left ankle, right wrist to right ankle, and thrown into the muddy ditch. Christopher had already bled to death. Stevie and Michael, mortally wounded but alive, drowned. Jessie ran from the scene, fell ill under an interstate overpass, and angrily broke his whiskey bottle against concrete. He walked the rest of the way home. Jason showed up at home around 9:00 p.m. Damien made it back home sometime before 9:20 p.m. We know this because his friend Jennifer Bearden called Damien's house at 8 p.m. His grandmother answered. Damien's grandmother told Bearden that Damien wasn't there. In her police statement, Bearden says she finally reached Damien around 9:20 p.m. She talked to Damien earlier in the day. She called Jason's house between 4:15 and 5:30 p.m. She said Jason answered the phone and she talked to Jason and Damien for about 20 minutes. Damien told her he and Jason were going somewhere and to call him back at 8 o'clock p.m. When on the phone after 9:20, Bearden asked Damien where he and Jason went. He replied that Jason's mom took them somewhere but didn't state where. Damien lied to Jennifer to conceal what he, Jason, and Jessie had done. Jason's mom could not have driven them anywhere because Jason's mother was at work from 3 o'clock p.m. until 11 o'clock p.m. Now let's look at the summary of the aftermath and what makes each of the West Memphis Three guilty of this crime. The following source is an excellent summary by Adam Galvin, a longtime case researcher. Damien Echols. He became a suspect on May 6 after a juvenile officer named Steve Jones conferred with other officers that he was afraid that Damien Echols, a teen with some minor run-ins with the law and mental problems, was involved in the crime. A statement alleged to have been made by Jones at the time was that Damien Echols had finally killed someone. As a result of this, Echols was interviewed as a possible suspect in the crime on May 7th. According to Steve Jones, in a statement found in the book The Blood of Innocence, that when Echols was questioned at his trailer, the officers noticed some muddy boots and shoes. Echols later denied having muddy boots in his trailer during an interview in the same book, but has denied things that were proven to be lies later. Damien allegedly told a friend on the night of May 7th that he knew what had happened to the boys because he was out in the woods with his friends when it happened and he saw it. Damien told his friend, Heather Cleet, that on the night of the murders, when she and her friends were trying to reach him by phone during the period that the crime occurred, that he was out walking around the neighborhood. He also told Jennifer Bearden that he was out with Jason, not at the Sanders, and then home, as was his original alibi. On May 9th, a friend of Jason Baldwin's, Ken Watkins, had come over to Jason's house. While hanging out that day, Jason received a phone call from his mother in which she expressed her fear of the recent murders and told him to be careful. According to Watkins, Jason seemed scared and Damien, who was sitting nearby, didn't seem to react to the news of the murders. Watkins stated that when he left the room, Jason and Damien suddenly began talking very adamantly and then suddenly stopped when he re-entered the room, as if they did not want him to hear what they were discussing. When the police questioned Jason and Damien on May 9th, Damien stated that he was familiar with Robin Hood Hills. During a police interview on May 10th, he said that he was not familiar with Robin Hood Hills, despite that he lived next to them in an apartment complex when he was younger. He informed the police that he was certain that there was not more than one killer because if there were, the killer would be afraid that one of his accomplices would rat on him. He discussed with police how the killer felt and what he thought, even saying how easy it would be to control the victims. He also stated that one victim was cut up more and that the boys were drowned. He failed a polygraph. Following the polygraph, he stopped denying that he was involved. He told investigators that if they let him speak with his mother first, he would tell them everything. After being allowed to speak with his mom, he said that he was leaving, but before he left, he was asked about if he was going to tell nobody about this crime but his therapist. Echols responded yes. Damien informed a friend that if the police kept fucking with him, that they'd be just as dead as the victims. While drinking one night, Damien confessed to William Jones. bragged at a softball game that he did the crime and planned to kill 2 more before turning himself in. While awaiting trial, he wrote several letters, with the first letter stating that his co-defendant's lawyer believes he's guilty. Wrote in the same letter about fantasies of killing people, saying that he would bash their brains in, bring about the end of the world. Tried to kill himself rather than face trial, saying that he'll come back from the dead. He smiled and licked his lips at family members of the victims, noticeably blew kisses at them. Damien denied making the girls' softball game confession, calling those who testified liars, only to then later say that he might have said it, but that it would have been a joke. Even his willingness to admit it is minimized based on what actually happened, which created a commotion. He admits he walked through the victim's neighborhood countless times. Damien had no reliable alibi. Damien's defense presented 7 witness alibis at his trial. The witnesses who testified were deemed not credible as they gave contradictory accounts. Fibers found on victims were consistent with ones on a shirt in the closet where he kept his clothes. And lastly, Damien tried to have his execution sped up at one point. Now let's talk about Jason Baldwin. On the night of the murders, several girls, including his girlfriend, Heather, had tried to reach both he and Damien by phone, but were unable to. On May 7th, Jason Baldwin attended a local skating rink with Damien and several other friends. Jason and Damien briefly spoke with Jessie Misskelley at the skating rink that night. Jessie would later confess that he was involved in the murders with Jason and Damien. Also on May 7th, a friend of Jason's at the skating rink noticed him looking sullen. When he asked Jason what was wrong, he informed him that he felt sick. Also, Damien Echols allegedly bragged at the skating rink that he did the murders and that he was going to kill 2 more before turning himself in. It had gotten around that night that Damien and a second person had killed the boys. Jason was sitting near Damien when he was alleged to have made the statements at the skating rink. Sometime after the May 9th questioning, a neighbor saw Jason and his mother arguing over a knife. Also after May 9th, Jason had his brother Matt trade away a knife and ice axe to 2 kids from the trailer park, for fear that the police might try and use the weapons against him as evidence in the murders. These weapons were not used in the crime, but it's strange that such a thing might be considered. Jason gave a different alibi to police on May 9th than the one he and his friends would later claim. He was with Damien Echols at the softball game when Damien bragged about doing the murders. The night of his arrest, Jason's mother screamed at her husband, "You turned him in." She accused him of turning her son in for the reward money. Jessie Misskelley stated that he committed the crime with Jason and Damien, and neither Jason nor Damien could be reached by phone at the time of the murders. Michael Carson's statement. He said that Baldwin had confessed the crime to him and admitted to castrating Christopher Byers. Fibers found on the victims matched back to a bathrobe found in a pile of clothes in Jason Baldwin's room. The fibers possibly transferred onto Baldwin's clothing from being piled together. When asked by his lawyer, Paul Ford, in Paradise Lost, if Damien could have done the murders, Jason paused for quite a while, but then stated, "I don't know." Now let's talk about Jessie Misskelley. On May 6, Jessie allegedly confesses to his friend Buddy Lucas that he and his friends, Jason and Damien, had gotten into a fight the night before and hurt some kids. He said that he was in trouble and even cried, according to Buddy. Jessie also gave a pair of shoes to Buddy, saying that he didn't want to see them again. Buddy said that he saw what looked like a drop of blood on them at the time. The police later recovered these shoes from Buddy Lucas, but that at the time they've been clean and worn in the time since the murders. Jessie had also told the police prior to their speaking with Buddy that he gave away the shoes he wore on the night of the murders to his friend Buddy Lucas. That would be corroborating evidence of Jessie's confession. The girlfriend of Jessie's father stated that in the days following the murders, Jessie was having mysterious crying fits and waking nightmares, in which he would scream. When asked what was wrong, he claimed that he was upset because his girlfriend Susie was moving away. Susie did not move away, though, and his father's girlfriend did not believe Jessie's story. In the film Paradise Lost, Jessie's father and his girlfriend are interviewed in their trailer, and during this scene, she repeatedly voices the opinion, "What if he did it?" On May 7th, Jessie went to the local skating rink where he met up with Jason and Damien. When talking about the crime with some locals, he voices his opinion that Robert Birch did it. At that time, it had gotten around that Damien and Birch had done the murders. Jessie and some friends called the police and accused a man of being involved in the murders. Jessie was involving himself in the case. Allegedly confessed to a female friend. Gave changing accounts of when he last saw Damien. Lied about when he got out of work on the day of the crime. Failed polygraph. Stared at a photo of Chris Byers and had to have it taken from him. Cried during his confession, a sign of guilt and remorse. Broke down upon hearing a tape of Aaron Hutchinson saying how he was the only one who knew what really happened. Jessie confessed to the crime. Jessie corrected officers and said they did not drive to the location, said that they met up and walked onto the service road, walking down to Blue Beacon. This is an accurate description of how to get to the crime scene. He said they walked from the service road up behind the Blue Beacon truck wash. This was a common method in which locals would come and go from the neighborhood on the other side of the woods. It was a shortcut. The fact that Jessie used this description is evident of his knowledge of the location. He said they walked straight back and walked to the pipe bridge that leads out of the Robin Hood Hills location. Again, this shows that he knew the layout of the location. His description of walking back to the pipe bridge suggests that they were using the location as a shortcut from the service road through to the neighborhood on the other side. A further suggestion of fact, as it gives an explanation for why Damien and his friends were in the woods in the first place. Jessie would have to have a very good imagination and be very intelligent to just fabricate this information for this point and the previous points. Jessie stated that shortly after he and his friends reached the pipe bridge and were hanging out at the spot, the victims walked up on the other side of the bridge and with their bikes. This would place Damien and his friends at the location at roughly 6:30 or 6:45, the time frame in which the crime had occurred. The victims had also been last seen entering the location, walking their bikes. This description Jessie gives would be considered factual, since this would be the last known place the boys would have been headed to, and they had their bikes with them, just like the witnesses said. Jessie said the victims set their bikes down on the other side of the pipe bridge. The victims' bikes were found discarded under the pipe bridge by whoever killed them. This shows that Jessie knew the location of the bikes. He said that the water was deep. The 10-mile bayou area where the bikes were was indeed deep. Jessie stated that he and Jason hid while Damien said something to the victims, possibly explained in statements by Jessie saying that they were drinking and smoking pot. Said that an altercation took place because of what Damien said to the boys. Eventually, Damien grabbed one of the victims. This gave an explanation for how the crime started. Jessie said that the victims were beaten in the head and the face. The victims were in fact beaten in the head and the face. Said that they grabbed the victims around the bridge. Victims' bikes were found at the bridge while the bodies were found in the area known as Devil's Den. Jessie said that while they beat up the boys, he let Michael Moore go, who ran away. Jessie said that Damien told him to bring him back. Seems to explain that they could not let these victims go past this point. This is corroborated by the fact that Michael Moore's body was found over 20 feet away from the other two victims. Jessie stated that at the point where he chased down Michael Moore, that he was near the service road, and that there was a path that led out into the field. He said Moore was starting to run out of the park, and he grabbed him and brought him back. This would jive with the path near the slicked-off ditch bank. He said that when he came back, he could see Jason and Damien on the other side of the ditch with Chris and Stevie. This is corroborated by the fact that Michael was found in front of a different ditch bank, while Chris and Stevie were found near a bank on the other side of the ditch. Jessie said that he had to look downward from the path to see Jason and Damien. This confirms the layout of the location. And the location he described that he brought Michael Moore back to happened to be the same location his body was found in front of. Luminol also detected blood at the same location that he stated that he brought Michael to. Jessie said the victims were not yet undressed when he brought Michael Moore back. The victim's clothing was found in front of the ditch bank that Jessie described. Jessie said that the victims were stripped and sat on and then tied up so that they could not get up. Said that Christopher Byers was castrated. Said Stevie Branch's face was mutilated. Said a stick was used to strike Christopher Byers. Jessie said Byers was restrained with a stick held over his neck. Said he ran away after he saw one of the boys die. Jessie's father went on TV saying that Jessie could have been there with his friends when the murders happened at Robin Hood Hills. Told his own lawyer he did it and confessed to him following his confessions to police. Wanted to take a plea deal for a lesser sentence. Took 3 months for him to decide to recant. Failed alibis. Jessie Misskelley's defense presented 16 alibi witnesses at his trial, but the witnesses were not deemed credible due to many inconsistencies. Following his conviction, he confessed again in the backseat of a cop car to officers who were transporting him. He admitted that he was more involved in the crime than he had told the police in his original confession, saying that he hit the boys when he had previously denied it. He confessed to his lawyer again. Confessed to the prosecution with his lawyer present. Led the lawyers to a busted bottle of Evan Williams whiskey that he had been drinking the night of the murders and smashed under an overpass. Jessie led investigators to the person who purchased him the whiskey the day of the crime. Discussed taking a deal and testifying against Jason and Damien. He volunteered the detail that the pants were pulled off the victims without being unbuttoned and pulled inside out. The pants of the victims were indeed found in this manner. Stated that he had made up certain incorrect information in his original statement because he was trying to get off, particularly concerning the bindings on the victims. Jessie stated that Damien said that they couldn't let Michael Moore go when he began fleeing, suggesting a further plausible explanation for why they killed the victims. That they couldn't be let go after everything had gotten out of control with the victims. Jessie stated that Stevie was bitten on the penis by Damien. He gave descriptions of the bikes. Jessie stated that they had been drinking and smoking by the pipe bridge. Said that he saw one of the boys tossed in the ditch and that he saw him moving when he left. Said that Jason Baldwin had the knife. A knife matching back to the injuries were found concealed in the lake behind Jason Baldwin's house. Jessie said that Jason castrated Christopher Byers. Michael Carson testified that Jason admitted to castrating Christopher Byers. Previous history of fights, including a fight where he and his co-defendants ganged up and beat up a teen, and Jessie had pulled out a knife and threatened to kill him. So let's talk motive. Was this an occult ritual? Was it a thrill kill? Or was it something else? This portion is more of a thought exercise than anything else regarding the motive of the crime. In a criminal trial, the state does not need to prove a defendant's motive to secure a conviction. While motive can be important circumstantial evidence, it is not considered an essential element of a crime and can be absent without preventing a guilty verdict. With that said, Davis and Fogelman provided one in court, and that was an occult or satanic ritual killing. And let's understand what an occult ritual murder is. An occult ritual murder refers to a homicide that is allegedly committed as part of a ritual or ceremony, often associated with occult or satanic practices. The term occult refers to knowledge or practices that are considered mysterious, hidden, and supernatural. And in the context of ritual murder, the term occult often implies a connection to either Satanism or devil worship, witchcraft or paganism, secret societies or mystical organizations, and ancient or forbidden knowledge. Ritual murders are often characterized by symbolic or ceremonial acts, use of a ritualistic language or gestures, involvement of occult or mystical symbols, and alleged connection to supernatural or spiritual forces. Over the years, the occult or satanic ritual motive is often challenged by the West Memphis Three supporters because it's what the prosecutors used for the motive in trial. But does disproving the motive change who committed the crime? I actually agree with supporters that the crime, especially as described by Jessie, doesn't really reflect a ritualistic murder. Personally, I believed it resembled a thrill kill, a word Damien even used when describing the murders. So, what is a thrill kill? It is a premeditated or random murder that is motivated by the sheer excitement of the act. Thrill kills can involve excessive violence, torture, and or mutilation, which serves to heighten the killer's excitement or pleasure, especially mixed with alcohol. What Jessie confessed to multiple times resembled a thrill kill more so than it did an occult ritualistic murder. He even had a hard time recounting things because, based on his own words, he was drunk.
The whiskey. Beer.
However, seeing that one of the murderers was an occult dabbling blood drinker and the things that have been going on, it made sense at the time to go with the ritualistic killing theory. According to Jessie, Damien did consume blood during the crime. According to Michael Carson, Jason took it one step further, but it did involve blood. As we know from Damien, blood consuming gave him power, made him feel like a god. There was also blue candle wax present on one of the boys' clothing, and if you want to go one step further, Damien claimed magic got him into prison and magic got him out. But there's another wrinkle to this. Did Damien have a motive outside of thrill killing and the occult? Were there recent issues at the time that could have resulted in what happened? Remember Damien's Exhibit 500? Damien's behavior is characterized by impulsive hostility. The desire to gain power and to demean others springs from animosity and a wish to vindicate past grievances. This teenager believes that past degradation may be undone by provoking a fear and intimidation in others. Cool and distant, this youth demonstrates little or no compassion for others. Relates that he feels people are in two classes, sheep and wolves. Wolves eat the sheep. He puts his hurt feelings all inside, describes this as more than just anger, like rage. Sometimes he blows up. Relates that when this happens, the only solution is to hurt someone. On May 12, 1993, Damien's mother, Pam, told police that Damien's father, Joe, had left the household the day before the murders. Damien was quite upset by this. He cried. Oddly, Pam conveniently changed her story months after, stating it was May 9th and not May 4th that Joe left. One must ask why Pam changed her story. Was she afraid law enforcement would find some connection with it? Sadly, we'll never know. But in fall of 1992, Damien wrote this about his father. I saw my father not as a man, but as a boy. He was a child. He had abandoned me, left me to live in poverty and squalor. I saw him as weak. I was disgusted by his childishness. When residing in Oregon in 1992, Damien threatened to kill his father. Could Damien's disgust for his father and his anger about his latest abandonment on May 4th contribute to the attack on the boys on May 5th? There's enough data to suggest that it's a possibility. A mentally ill Damien was hurt, so he wanted to hurt somebody to regain power because he was a wolf and wolves attack sheep. But how does this relate to Jason and Jessie, you may ask? Well, let's relate it to Jason first. Many couples, no matter what gender, tend to follow a similar pattern. Two people meet and feel a strong connection, or they're related and have established an intimate familiarity with each other that allows them to share fantasies, even violent ones. Typically, one is dominant, and that one seduces the other into sharing his or her fantasy, and then start to act it out. Let's use another example. The murder of Skylar Neese. Skylar was the childhood best friend of Sheila Eddy, but during high school, another girl named Rachel Schoaf entered the picture. At first, they turned into a trio of best friends, but then something eventually happened. Sheila and Rachel started pushing Skylar out of the inner circle. Skylar's so-called best friends got so close that it turned into a sexual relationship and thought Skylar was getting in the way of it. There was constant arguing, especially between Skylar and Sheila. Months before, Sheila and Rachel asked their teacher how to get rid of a dead body, and at another time in class suggested that they should just kill Skylar Neese. What some would consider a joke turned into an actual plan. On a hot summer night in July, just 2 days before Independence Day, Skylar's so-called two best friends took her to a secluded one-way road in Pennsylvania bordering the state of West Virginia. They went outside to smoke some weed, and then on the count of 3, these two monsters repeatedly stabbed Skylar to death, at least 50 times. Skylar's last words before she died was, "Why?" Months later, suspicion grew on Sheila and Rachel, everyone from classmates, law enforcement, and Skylar's parents. After that, Sheila, who felt invincible, went as far as to taunt everyone who suspected her and Rachel on Twitter. She tweeted things like, "We really did go on 3," and "Is there an episode on Law and Order where they don't figure it out?" While Sheila was extroverted, initially remaining close to Skylar's family and law enforcement to get information, Rachel was introverted, wanting to distance herself from the situation. Clearly, Sheila was the dominant one of the two. Long story short, both girls were convicted of murdering Skylar Neese. I believe there are patterns of Damien influencing Jason, and perhaps vice versa. If you go back and watch the first Paradise Lost film, you have Damien saying that he influenced Jason as much as Jason influenced him. Damien and Jason were best friends, virtually inseparable. Psychiatric records and witness statements make it clear that Damien, circa 1992 to 1993, was a deranged, violent psychopath with homicidal fantasies. There's no way of knowing what Jason and Damien talked about in the months leading up to the murders, but it's not a stretch to claim that Echols wasn't just a bad influence, but the alpha. And May 26, 2006, Samuel Dwyer, a younger friend of Jason, stated in an affidavit that after Jason became friends with Damien, he bought a trench coat just like Damien, and he started to talk like Damien. This wasn't hearsay either. Jason admitted to buying a trench coat, one like Damien's, in his first post-conviction interview by West Memphis Three supporters back in 1997. As for Jessie, it's proven he's not above hurting young children. Perhaps that's all that was supposed to be that day. Bullying and hurting children, not murdering them. But Damien dragged him and Jason into a very bad situation. One that Jason was willing to go through. Jessie, maybe not so much. It's clear Damien doesn't think highly of Jessie. He saw him as a useful idiot. So the question remains, was this situation three drunk teens wanted to bully and hurt three younger boys for the thrill of it, only for it to go too far? Was the intent to torture and murder the children all along? Was it meant to be a ritualistic, occult killing? Was Damien taking his rage on three kids and it went overboard and he involved two others? All speculative questions. But what isn't speculative is that whatever the motive, we know who murdered Christopher, Michael, and Stevie, and that was proven in a court of law. Now let's talk about the lying liars and the lies they tell. Let's look at the lies Damien and Jason told over the years that add weight to their guilt. Now, supporters or doubters will claim that being a liar isn't evidence of guilt, but it's not quite that simple. Lies are data points. Maybe a lie or two can be explained away as innocent, but multiple lies by two different people? While some of this was touched on in Adam Gavin's summary of guilt, let's examine these things more closely. Let's start with Damien Echols. So in 2007, Damien told Larry King he lived in Marion, Arkansas, which was 10 to 15 miles away from West Memphis during the time the crimes occurred. In 2010, he echoed this and told interviewers that West Memphis wasn't a place that he went to often at all. But Damien is lying. He lived at the Broadway Trailer Park in West Memphis, about less than 2 miles away from the crime scene at the time of the murders. He also stayed with Dominique at her mother's house, or trailer, in Marion. But it wasn't 10 to 15 miles away from the crime scene. Like I said, it's about 2 miles away. Also, in 2010, Damien told interviewers he was unfamiliar with the crime scene neighborhood where the victims lived, but in 1994, he testified to walking through that neighborhood 2 to 3 times a week. In addition, he used to live at the Mayfair Apartments across from the crime scene. Damien also lied about not telling people at the softball game that he murdered the kids. In trial, he called the kids liars, but again, another provable lie. Jason's ex-girlfriend, Heather, stated that he said it, and Damien would later admit that he probably said it, but it would have been as a joke. However, that's not what he said at trial. He denied making the serious remarks, and he committed perjury. He also lied about his friendship with Jessie Misskelley, claiming he only knew him enough to say hi. While Damien didn't think highly of Jessie, if we go back to the time of the investigation, the accounts of peers and community members like Dominique Tier, Jim McNeese, Jason Crosby, Deanna Holcomb, and others maintain an actual friendship between Damien and Jessie, and place the two together at Damien's house or trailer, whatever you want to call it, walking around town and at community events in 1991 through 1993. Why would Damien lie about his loose friendship with Jessie? Well, it's simple: to distance himself from the teen who ratted him out. Damien also minimized his interest and involvement in the occult, minimizing it to just being into Wicca. And he also minimized, or actually lied about, the influence occultist Aleister Crowley had on him. At trial, he said that he knew of Crowley, but didn't read anything by him, wasn't a follower. Never mind that Crowley's name was listed in a coded writing among the most important people of his life at that time. Damien read about the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, a 19th century occult group that included Crowley. In prison, Damien practiced the Golden Dawn's rituals, which included tracing pentagrams in the air while invoking angel names. Damien later wrote High Magic, a beginner's guide to the spiritual practices and philosophy of magic. Damien would later list Crowley as one of two of his biggest influences. And what purpose would it serve for an innocent man to lie about such details? Now again, people will claim that, well, Damien's just a compulsive liar, but again, that doesn't make you a murderer. But then, how do you explain Jason Baldwin? Jason did a 2-part interview with Bob Ruff, and he stated that he was never really friends with Jessie. Here's the thing, though. He's a liar, and I'm going to prove it to you. Jessie and Jason were good friends, sometimes on and off, but when on, they were good friends. In a letter to his girlfriend at the time, Heather Cleet, this was at the detention center, Jason, he sensed an act of betrayal, and he wrote, "What gets me is why Jessie would make up such a lie, because I thought we were sort of friends, except for the night at the skating rink when he tried to steal my necklace, and that made me pretty mad, but not as much as all this is making me." In Maura Leverett's book, Dark Spell, Surviving the Sentence, it told of Jason's first encounter with Jessie on his first day in 6th grade at Marion Elementary School. According to the book, Jessie attacked Jason without provocation during recess, hollering like he meant to kill him. In 8th and 9th grades, the two boys lived on the same street in Lakeshore. They got to be pretty good friends. Keep in mind, Jason is fairly close with Maura. In fact, he stayed at her place during the June hearing regarding retesting of evidence in 2022. He worked with Maura on Dark Spell, and if her information wasn't true, I'm sure that he would have corrected her, and she would have corrected it, but he never did. So, Jason in 2012 passingly referred to Jessie and Damien as his two best friends during those times. Lastly, Jason made a statement on Blog Talk Radio, and he stated, "Somehow or another, they made the decision to set me and my two best friends up for the crime." So why would Jason lie to Bob Ruff? Why would he claim he was never really friends with Jessie, contradicting past statements? Because he's stealing from Damien's playbook, and he is trying to distance himself from the teen who ratted him out as well. And let's get into Jason's lies regarding alibis. Many years later, Jason criticized his attorney Paul Ford's trial strategy, claiming he didn't use the people who would alibi him. Let's take a look at one of the clips, shall we?
There was a kid that saw me at the Walmart that I didn't know, but I remembered because my friend Ken and I was playing video games at Walmart after I mowed my uncle's yard, and there was an Asian kid waiting on us to get through playing so he could play. And I told my attorney Paul, because he was like, did anybody see you anywhere that is not your friend or was not related to you? I'm like, well, that's everybody I'm around anytime, you know. But I was like, wait a minute, there's this Asian kid who's waiting for us to play, you know, waiting for his turn at the video game. I don't know who he is, never seen him before that day, never saw him afterwards. But there's somebody out there, you know. And I found out he came forward later after we were arrested, and was like, hey, I remember seeing Jason playing video games there. Didn't look like he just committed a murder, and certainly didn't look like he was planning a murder or whatever, but he was called to testify.
The Asian kid Jason is referring to is Dom Nam. Dom identified Jason after seeing him on TV after his arrest and remembered seeing him at Walmart as they took turns playing the arcade game Street Fighter II. They played for about 45 minutes that evening, and that sounds like a slam dunk alibi, right? Well, no. That occurrence didn't happen on the evening of May 5th. It was about 2 weeks before the murders. So why would Jason attack Paul Ford for not using Dom as an alibi when Jason knows Dom wouldn't be able to alibi him? And see, this is the part that really pisses me off. Jason is a liar. He knows Dom can't alibi him, and he didn't take into account that any time he makes a statement in one of his powder puff interviews, he can and will be fact-checked. If Paul Ford would have used Dom as a witness in trial, it would have made Jason look worse than he already did. So in hindsight, I wish Paul would have used him. The other alleged alibi was his friend Ken Watkins. Jason said Ken was with him when he mowed his uncle's yard, and after that, they went to Walmart. But there are huge issues with wanting to use Ken as an alibi witness, too. 1. Ken told police the lawn mowing didn't happen on May 5th, but rather the following weekend. 2. Ken said that he and Jason went to Walmart, then went back to his trailer, but he also gave contradictory accounts and placed Damien with Jason at Walmart, contradicting their alibi stories. Also important to note that Jason's mom's boyfriend Dennis didn't see Jason come back home until much later. 3. Ken additionally maintained that Damien had made private comments incriminating himself to Ken. But let's look more into why Ken's alibi doesn't add up. On June 14th, Jason's uncle, Hubert Bartosh, told police that Jason had mowed his lawn on Wednesday, May 5th, between 4:30 and 6:30 p.m. The uncle said that Jason was alone, not accompanied by Damien, Dominique, or Ken. On September 23rd, Jason's mother, Gail Grinnell, again said that Jason mowed his uncle's lawn that day from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m., accompanied by Damien, Dominique, and Ken. Damien and Dominique left first, then Jason and Ken walked to Walmart to play video games, then walked home. Also on September 23rd, Jason's brother Matthew Baldwin told police that Jason came home that night around 7:30 with Ken Watkins. However, Ken Watkins told a different story in his September 16th interview. Watkins said that he, Damien, Dominique, and Jason walked from Jason's house to Walmart around 4 o'clock p.m. that day, and that he, that being Watkins, walked back home alone around 5:30 p.m. to babysit. After his polygraph, Watkins added a detail to his earlier story. When he left Walmart at 5:30 that day, they said that they was going to the bowling alley. Not clear who they included. He mentioned Damien, Jason, Dominique, and L.G. Hollingsworth being at Walmart before he left. Watkins told police that Jason mowed his uncle's lawn on Saturday or Sunday, not that Wednesday. Dennis Dent said that he and Matthew Baldwin went to Walmart, but that Jason wasn't with them. Dennis described Jason coming home around the time of Jason's mother's usual phone call from work at about 9:30 p.m. Dennis indicated the time may have been somewhat earlier, but not so early as to offer an alibi. He also described Ken Watkins repeatedly showing up that evening looking for Jason and being disappointed when he was not home. Ultimately, Jason Baldwin's defense lawyers didn't have much confidence in Jason's alibi, and understandably so. They did not call Dom Nam, Herbert Bartosh, Ken Watkins, Matthew Baldwin, or anyone else who could account for Jason Baldwin's whereabouts on May 5th. Paul Ford would later testify that he didn't call on them during a 1994 capital murder trial because they were unreliable. Ford said he felt prosecutors would have shot holes in Baldwin's alibis if the witnesses took the stand, and he is 100% right. If you're innocent, you don't have to continuously lie. You don't have to lie about where you were or who you were with. You don't have to lie about where you lived during the time of the crime. You don't have to lie and say you never visited the area. You don't have to lie and say you never knew of Robin Hood Hills when you used to live directly in front of it. You don't have to lie about what was or wasn't said at a softball game. You don't have to lie about the influence that a man had on you that was deeply rooted in black magic. You don't have to lie about whether you were at Walmart or mowing your uncle's lawn. Both men also don't have to lie about their friendship or their lack of a man who ratted them out. So I'd like to address the Hollingsworth sighting, and this might be controversial, especially those who believe in the West Memphis Three's guilt, because I'm sure there's going to be some of those in that community who disagree with me. But if Jennifer Bearden talked to Damien at 9:20 p.m., I don't think the Hollingsworth clan could have spotted Damien and Dominique near the crime scene around 9:30 to 10 o'clock p.m. I am more inclined to believe Bearden. Bearden wasn't trying to purposefully implicate Damien, but her account actually hurts him without knowing it, since she said Damien told her he was with Jason that evening. Why wouldn't Damien tell her that he was with his family going to the Sanders that day? Between the hours of 5:30 p.m. to 9:20 p.m., Damien and Jason can't be credibly accounted for by anyone. However, is there room for both accounts to be correct? A few years following Jennifer's 2004 affidavit, she testified during Jason's Rule 37 appeals hearing, stating that she lied about the time so that she wouldn't get in trouble with her mother. Her mother had set a bedtime curfew, and as kids tend to do, they don't always abide by their parents' rules. Did she lie about the exact time she talked to Damien and when she got off the phone with him because she didn't want to get in trouble with her mom? She had to be off the phone by 9:30 and in bed by 10 o'clock p.m. And to quote Jennifer Bearden, "I understand that I told officers that I called Damien back at around 9:20 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. So I explained that I called him no later than 9:30 p.m. But my belief is that the phone call lasted past 9:30 p.m. I was supposed to have been in bed by 10 o'clock p.m. I was concerned that if my mother learned that I had been on the phone past 9:30, she would have thought that I had not been obeying her or conducting myself as she would have expected." So, does this leave room for the Hollingsworth sighting? No, I don't think it does. In order to believe the Hollingsworth testimony, you must believe that Jennifer Bearden lied about the phone call altogether. You would also have to believe that Dennis lied about seeing Jason coming home sometime around 9 o'clock p.m. Either way, both the Bearden and Hollingsworth accounts don't do Damien any favors. Both hurt him. One stating that he was out with Jason that evening, and the others witnessed Damien and Dominique by the crime scene all muddied. For me, this will always be a sticking point. But I'm willing to hear any arguments on the side of the Hollingsworth. But after many years of wrestling with this, I just don't believe them. So we're almost finished, but I want to address one more thing because I get this a lot in my comments. And that is, and again, I don't know where they get this from. I don't know what standard they get this from, but the comments made usually go like this. States don't let violent murderers walk free. And the fact that the state of Arkansas allowed the West Memphis Three to walk free, the state is unofficially admitting that they're innocent. And to that, I must say, they are all colossal dumbasses, and I'm going to prove it. Hopefully by the end of this, they will cease being colossal dumbasses. But that's up to them. Yes, states do let violent murderers walk in one form or another, typically in the form of a parole hearing where parole is granted. But Rick, you may ask, the West Memphis Three were released by taking the Alford plea. That's not a parole hearing. Okay, you're right. But what were some of the conditions of release? They were placed on parole for 10 years. Are there any other examples of violent murderers getting their parole granted? Yes. Let's take a look at one, shall we?
How could there be a more glaring example of a failure?
That was Caitlin Brown, whose mother, Penny Brown, was murdered 25 years ago. And I spoke with her in August after her mother's killer, Edward Kent, was sent back behind bars, accused of violating his parole. Now, nearly 2 months later, the 41-year-old convicted murderer back on the streets. The state parole board decided to release Kent from jail, sending him back to supervised housing in Dutchess County.
Kent originally served more than 23 years in prison for the 1999 rape and murder of Penny Brown in Salamanca. Last year, the parole board granted him his freedom until he violated his parole. And good evening once again, everybody. Kent's case and parole violation now prompting renewed criticism from some state lawmakers.
Yeah, with Kent now out of custody, 7 News senior reporter Eileen Buckley spoke with a state senator who says all of this reveals problems with the state parole board.
It is just absolutely ridiculous that we have a parole board that is releasing monsters like Edward Kent.
The state parole board is releasing Edward Kent following a hearing last month for his parole violation. Kent was first released from prison last year after serving more than 23 years for the rape and murder of Penny Brown on Mother's Day in 1999. Last year, I met with one of Brown's daughters, Bradley Brown, in Salamanca. She was only 10 when her mom was murdered.
What, if anything, did they tell you why he's being released then?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They provided no answers as to why this year would be the year.
Because of pushback, Kent was not allowed back in Salamanca and was released to Dutchess County. But he violated his parole twice and, according to the Buffalo News, came to Salamanca to visit his mother. However, the State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision issued a statement saying Kent will serve a 7-day sentence and will be released back to Dutchess County with a GPS monitor. But State Senator George Borrello is outraged after learning the parole members voted to release him.
In the case of Edward Kent, the 2 voted yes were from the New York City area. The one Western New Yorker on the parole board voted no on release.
Borrello is now proposing the Parole Board Accountability Act. If a parole member votes for release, then the parolee would be sent to live near them.
If they're making this decision with confidence that a monster like Edward Kent is safe to be released back into our communities, then they should be fine with locating that person in their community next to their friends and family. And that's what my bill would do.
When, if any time, do you expect this legislation to go before lawmakers?
Well, we'll try to get on in January in the new session. I think now the timing is right.
During a Western New York visit last month, Governor Kathy Hochul said Kent's violation was unacceptable. Eileen Buckley, 7 News.
So, after watching that, some might claim that this is only one example, an anomaly. Sadly, I wish that were true, but it's not. Look up Fidencio Chavez and Jeffrey Powell. These are only a few of many examples. But the point is, I don't want to hear that they don't let violent murderers go free when in fact they do. So that wraps up the West Memphis 3 for Dummies series. For those of you who stuck around for the entire journey, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I hope you learned some new things. You know, I didn't make this because I wanted to rehash the case. I wanted to create something that I haven't seen before, either on YouTube or in a podcast format. I wanted to create a full comprehensive timeline of crucial events. And what I'm curious about now is how you perceive the series. Has it strengthened your position? Has it changed your mind? Are you still undecided? Regardless of your opinion, know that I worked very hard on this to put out the relevant information. Not for financial gain, but because to me, truth and justice truly matters. I have never sold my soul to be a part of true crime conventions or to be the star of my own true crime series on some shitty true crime network. This endeavor was worth every moment of my time that I could dedicate to it. So I've had to re-record this several times because what I don't want to do is that I don't want to break down and, you know, make it theatrical, and that's not my intent. I just, this is very difficult. But I guess whatever comes of this, because I'm sick of re-recording this, so I just want to say it from the bottom of my heart. I can't bring Michael, Stevie, and Christopher back. What's done is done. And I can't put Damien, Jason, and Jessie back in prison where they belong. What the law decided is what the law decided. All I can do is honor those who are no longer here and tell the true story that has long been whitewashed by witty yet unethical and immoral opportunistic filmmakers, podcasters, and dumb as shit advocates, be they famous or your average Dick and Jane. This didn't start with me. And if the drama continues, I hope it doesn't end with me. In past videos, I have mentioned them, and I will do so again. There are those who have long come before me. West Memphis 3 Facts, WM3 Truth, Sean Wheeler, Lisa O'Brien, Gary Meese, Adam Gavin, Fred Walsh, Roberta Glass, William Ramsey. I acknowledge everything that you've done. The hard work put forth so that you could tell the truth that is often ignored or ridiculed. Thank you. Despite my own research, yours have helped me, and I hope it helps others. I'm Rick. This is Burn After Reading. And I'll catch your ass down the road.
Burn the lies, burn the fear inside myself, and burn it all again. It's the right time to escape.